All right, everybody. Happy National Puppy Day. Ours is napping right now, so we're not going to awake the raptor.
No, here it comes.
Nope. Oh, that's one of them. Yeah. How's your puppy doing?
He's good. He's somehow got through that uninformed visitor at the door without barking once, which was a nice change, but maybe it makes you feel secure. You know, we got the scary pit bull. What do we even have him for if not to chase away visitors and solicitors? So maybe we're doing something wrong here. I don't know.
Yeah, dudes. For like 2 minutes ago, we're getting ready to go on, and Christian's like, "Wait a minute, someone's walking up to my door." So he had to go to his front door, and we were all trying to guess what it was going to be. We honestly thought we were going to hear Christian's death live on the Dream Stream, but he is still here. And I'm glad you're here because I need you. Yeah. I need you for this sim.
I'm willing to do a lot of things for the Dream Stream, but being murdered live on stream, you're going to have to convince me. I'm not there yet. I'm not saying no. It's not a hard no, but it's a no for now. Yeah, just a poor nurse looking for her new client, clearly not having an address. But it's one of those things like, did I have a nurse? I drank a lot this weekend.
And I totally agree here with producer Drew. Like we would promote the hell out of that. You know, like we would have to rename the Dream Stream after you. Like what else would we do? We'd have to we take a crusty coffin, we throw that away. I don't know. It'd be the headbanded warrior of the moment or game or something.
Yeah, the murdered Christian DeAndrea player of the game. And
yes, that's what it is.
The noble Native American, you guys would need to use every part of my death for the Dream Stream. Nothing
like who murdered their performance today? Who just murdered the competition? Anywho, what'd you do for your lineup today, buddy?
I saw Jarvis Landry was really cheap, so I decided I was going to go heavily in on the Browns, the home team in this one. Even though they're going up against one of the best defenses in the game, I invested heavily. Not only did I get Jarvis Landry in the captain spot, but OBJ and Nick Chubb as well. So the top three skill players in my lineup. And then that saved me up enough cash to get J.D. McKissick, to get Steven Sims, who's been on an absolute heater lately, and to get Dontrell Inman back in my lineup because I had nothing but good feelings about Dontrell Inman, even though he often disappoints. Emerson, what about you?
So I went Landry captain spot, Mayfield, Haskins, McKissick, Sims Jr., and Kareem Hunt. How about it, kid?
Ooh.
Isn't that good? Like, on paper, that looks phenomenal.
I like it a lot. I mean, I appreciate it. It just rolls off the tongue really well, too. I mean...
And here's what a wizard I am. I still had $100 on the table. I said, it's all good. I'll leave it for the peasants. I don't need the money. I'm the highest paid employee at DraftKings. I know what I'm doing in these free roll contests.
Yeah. It's just magnanimous of you. I believe that's the word. Which, to be fair, the most common adjective for you besides quad worthy and handsome would be magnanimous.
Thank you very much. That word is way too big for my vocabulary. Well, we're good to go, babe. Jeremy Sprinkle, who at times is, could be hit or miss, right?
Yeah.
Like every time I think he's on a roll, he's had like multiple games in a row with double-digit fantasy points. The guy craps the bed for me.
Okay.
But his ownership in this one, in the large free roll, 34%. So Baker 73, J.D. McKissick 67, OBJ 56, Higgins 44, and Landry 43. Those are your top 5 here. As McKissick on a roll early on, opening drive of this game. First of 6 sims today here on the Dream Stream, everybody. Good Tuesday afternoon to all of you, or morning, like where you are.
Wherever you are. Yeah. I mean, it's still the brunching hour out here in God's time zone in the Midwest. And if you are on the West Coast, you maybe even got up a little bit early just to hang out with us, just to start your day off right with the Dream Stream, the best friends squad, here to take you through 2 kind of surprising playoff teams, but 2 teams that should be even better in 2021. I broke down all the ways I've liked the Browns offseason so far in yesterday's post route. And tomorrow we're going to have a look at all the under-the-radar signings we loved so far this offseason. And the Washington football team shows up there. Very, very encouraging as they go with the all burgundy today for Color Rush Tuesday as the Sprinkler. Another catch for him. So I feel sad that I faded the Sprinkler. But
no, it's early. No, do not feel bad. Okay, you're a smart guy. You know how this works. A lot of times these guys come out, oh my God, 4 catches on the opening drive of the game. He's going to shatter Madden Dream Stream records and receive the football 30 times. Although, right now, wait, was that Sprinkle again?
Was Sprinkle
was
again?
It?
Listen, man, I'm living in the moment now.
God.
I almost just got murdered, all right?
Oh, God. What's up, everybody, over on Twitch? Twitch.tv/DraftKings. Reed Tees, did you know? Darth, what's cooking, dude? Germ, CJ.
Yes.
I see Train Island floating around in there, buddy.
Here to Chicago sports. Let me see it.
Hello, Newmans. 1st and 10 from the 22. I said to myself, good God, is it me? Oh, Haskins stays on his feet, escapes once. Does not escape twice, fumbles the football, but it is recovered by his own team.
Yeah.
Is it me? Like, is Washington always kind of stuck on the noon game, and that's always us calling it?
Yeah, it's like Washington was there for a while, and then we also got, who else did we get that was just always awful sims? The Viking. We got a lot of bad Viking sims. We got a lot of bad Kirk Cousins sims. But Washington was definitely like the horrible Monday morning sim for a while there. Like, producer Madison knew to shove the Washington football team in a box and put it in the back of the closet and hope that no one opened it. And there's no better back of the closet shoved into a box broadcast than the eye opener on a Monday after actual football has taken place on a Sunday.
Sims on the board, 3rd and 12 from the 24. Coming up here. Schedule for the rest of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Christian, your only sim today. You and I both one and done, huh?
I was a little surprised to see it myself. I got doubles every weekday the rest of the week, but here it's just a simple pop in to hang out with you, and I love it. I love producer Madison for it. I should send her maybe an edible arrangement for it, some nice fruit bouquet, maybe some cookies on down, something like that. Just let her know he is appreciated.
I think the edible arrangements are like big up here. Is that like a thing? Is that what you were saying?
It's like headquartered.
It's headquartered here. I think edible arrangements up in like this neck of the woods where we are in New England. Washington is on the board.
Dustin Hopkins with the field goal there. So the drive doesn't go to waste. But now the Browns get to take over. Yeah, I've gotten like a couple edible arrangements in my life they got brought into the office. Real hit or miss. I'm much more of a fan of like the cookie bouquets.
Oh, yes.
Always like top notch. Like, especially if you get a good sugar cookie with a solid frosting. delicious, outstanding. Plus, they come on a wand, so you feel like you're the Cookie Crisp wizard when you're eating them.
Yeah, the edible arrangements, like we've been up here for quite some time now in the New England area, and anytime there is a major milestone or any kind of other emotional moment in your life, like we have received a bunch of edible arrangements. I mean, you can put fruit on a stick. I'm all about it, especially if you want to dip them in chocolate.
Yeah, I mean, anything with more pineapple into my life, delicious. Or cantaloupe. Cantaloupe, very slept upon. And I blame, you know what? I'm a big honeydew fan, and I blame BoJack Horseman for really just trashing the reputation of the noble honeydew. If you get a good honeydew, it's delicious.
Oh, it's phenomenal. You got to catch it when it's nice and tender there on the inside of the skin. Bad honeydew. You know, bad cantaloupe can ruin someone's opinion and ruin their future attempts at trying that fruit again. But once you get it great and good, you're always chasing it again.
It's true. It's true. And Glash and I were talking about this a little bit yesterday, but the best possible flavor of Gatorade, undefeated in my books, Fierce Melon. Cantaloupe Gatorade, amazing. Yeah. By far the best flavor. Can't find it anywhere but like the Illinois Tollway outside Chicago at the 7-Elevens out there.
Yeah, I'd still say my favorite flavor Gatorade always has been, always will be Citrus Cooler. It was, Michael Jordan's favorite flavor, so it would only make sense since, he is a teammate of ours at DraftKings that it is my favorite flavor as well. It was real similar to Ecto Cooler, if anyone remembers Ecto Cooler back in the day from High C.
Yeah, outstanding. Is High C still around? I occasionally see it on like soda taps at restaurants where I know the food isn't very good.
And you know what? McDonald's made the wise decision to recently bring back High C Orange. They got rid of it, and like for some reason, High C Orange at McDonald's just slaps different than it does anywhere else.
Dude, you know what it is? It's like, first off, like all the McDonald's soda machines are specially calibrated for that reason. Like they get special mixes like of Coke products just for that. But two, you also get the extra thick straw, so you get more, like, it's not like the tiny little IKEA straws. No, you get like a bazooka blast of flavor with every sip you take out of a McDonald's cup, because their straws are like 20% larger than anyone else's straw. It's amazing.
And then Erwin, I see you in the chat on YouTube. He says, Emerson and Christian, and let me know if you saw this. Did you see the shrimp tail in that dude's Cinnamon Toast Crunch?
Our guy.
Did you see that?
Yeah, and like they're trying to play it off like, nah, those aren't shrimp tails. They're just congealed like dusting of flavors. Like that's that is.
Yeah, like, sorry, dude, that is a straight up shrimp tail. Like maybe someone in the factory was just, wolfing down some shrimp while they were, I don't know, shifting through like the pieces of cereal on the conveyor belt or something, and it just fell in there. But those are 100% shrimp tails. Someone found shrimp tails in their Cinnamon Toast Crunch cereal box. No, it's real. It's super real.
As a cereal connoisseur, were you just
it does not. So here's the first thing that came to mind, and this is why my mind is my mind. It's the first thing I thought of was, well, wait a minute. Why are there not Cinnamon Toast Crunch covered shrimp out there, just like there are coconut shrimp? I believe at Planet Hollywood that I've had in Vegas before, it are Captain Crunch crusted chicken fingers. Yeah. So those are freaking delicious. And I said to myself, dude, you already dipped the shrimp and it has the coconut cover, has the coconut crust, and you dip it like a marmalade. Just roll it around in Cinnamon Toast Crunch crumbs, fry that baby up, give me a little kind of marmalade to dip it in, and let's go. We'll call it a day. This is great. This mistake could end up launching mankind into another chapter. This could save us.
So you think the key to the next renaissance is shrimp and cereal, two great tastes that taste great together?
Yes.
Okay. I'm skeptical, but I would need more information. I'm not a shrimp guy to begin with, so
Love
I'm
shrimp. Love it.
person bounces off.
And like down in Florida, you can literally you can eat it any way you want, cover it in anything you want, dip it in anything you want. I mean, I feel like Bubba Gump.
Yeah.
Like Bubba over in Forrest Gump, man. He just sits there and spits off every kind of shrimp you can think of.
Grits and
Yeah. And if he didn't pass away, after the war, he'd be listing off Cinnamon Toast Crunch shrimp.
R.I.P. Pour one out for Bubba.
Lamb and tuna fish. That's a good one, Producer Drew. Yeah. Just saying, a little sweetness to it. It makes sense when you think about the coconut shrimp. It really does. Boom. Ram, bam, thank you, man. 3rd and 10, come on. A little more than a minute to go here. First down, that's Jarvis Landry on the reception. Down in midfield.
Captain right there, and Browns maybe getting something going here. That's Ronald Darby with the tackle. Darby is an interesting case because he was very bad in his last season with the Eagles, comes over to Washington, and then does well enough, has a career year, and gets about $20 million guaranteed from the Broncos as a result. Going to be very interesting to see if he can live up to that contract, because this Denver team is really, they look like they are some blockers and a quarterback away from being pretty damn good. The problem is they got to play in the AFC West, so they got to see the Chiefs twice a year. They got to see this rising Chargers team twice a year. And beyond that, Drew Lock is just a random event generator at quarterback. You never know what you're going to get from him. You're basically just spinning the big Wheel of Fortune, except like 80% of the spaces are either bankrupt or lose a turn. That is the Drew Lock experience.
I feel like out there in Denver too, it was kind of I think what they're doing is almost similar to, and I bring it back to just the area that I live in with the Patriots. You just you build up the defense, you put some talented players around the quarterback, and kind of just hope your signal caller doesn't suck.
Yeah.
Kind of just hopes that they could just be middle of the pack, average, which should be enough to carry your team forward. I don't think it's enough to go deep into the playoffs or win a Super Bowl. But it feels like a similar situation to me.
Yeah.
We're at the end of the first quarter. 3-0. Epic start to the day. 3-0 Washington leading the Browns. By the way, it's Christian DeAndrea. It's Emerson Latzia here. Frangelico from the ops team. Producer Drew, Andrew on the ones and twos. Hell of a squad to get everyone started. J.D. McKissick, 4 carries, 26 yards. Nick Chubb, 3 for 14. Kareem Hunt. I'm so glad I rostered you.
Negative point shoot right there. Not great.
But hey, Sprinkle. Look at us fading the top wide receiver through one quarter. 3 catches, 33 yards. Landry's got that 1 for 25 we just saw. And Sims, 1 for 9.
Yeah, a very nothing first quarter so far. A very Washington football team start to this sim. And we might get a response here from the Browns. They do have 3rd down coming up. They're near midfield. They're on the right side of the field, I believe. Not quite in field goal territory yet. But maybe we get a drive that doesn't end in a punt here or doesn't end in failure. Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Baker Mayfield right now completed just 2 of 6 passes, which is, not a deal. 1 of 3, right? 1 of 3. Sorry. Coming out, big spread offense, not going to try to run up the gut on 3rd and short, and they're going to get it. They're going to pick it up.
Landry again.
My guy.
Retease, did you know? Always appreciate you showing the Sassy Springers some love in the chat over on Twitch. Yeah, if you guys love incredible, pristine-looking dogs who are absolute royalty and love each other, follow the Sassy Springers on Instagram. It is National Puppy Day, so if you have a dog, show it a little extra love today and then tomorrow and the next day. Give your little sausage man a squeeze for me, buddy.
Oh, yeah, I will. I'm surprised he's not up here now. His ears must be burning. But also, he's very dumb, so probably doesn't even realize we're talking about him.
Must be. Did you guys hear about Kenny hoarding the twin-size mattresses? Does this have anything to do with the Lamarca mattress?
Gotta be.
Help me out here. I know I don't know if I missed a few things. I knew those were the size of his bunk beds before he got rid of that. But I'm checking in over here on the chat on YouTube. The Guru, Matt Silverman says Captain Landry. Good call for you right now. He's warming up. Let's see if Baker goes his way. Corner of the end zone. No, it's Hooper. Austin Hooper, baby.
Baker Mayfield gets the game's first touchdown on a big strike to his prized free agent tight end. Hooper was maybe expected to do a little bit more after signing a big contract, 8 figures per year, to go from Atlanta to Cleveland. In 13 games, only 46 catches, 435 yards. But there was a lot of competition in that tight end rotation for a guy like Hooper. Harrison Bryant, the rookie out of FAU, the pride of Boca Raton, had a solid rookie campaign. David Njoku, when healthy, still a decent burner. So all in all, that tight end rotation for the Browns had nearly 1,000 yards between them. You like what you see there, and a big part of why Baker Mayfield had a nice little comeback season last year. Kevin Stefanski, the new head coach in Cleveland, really found a way to play to his strengths, roll him out, get him on those bootlegs, and find targets on the run. Baker does it well, and that's the difference between a terrible Browns season and one that ends with the team's first playoff win since Bill Belichick was head coach.
That was quite a while ago, but now we're living in that Mayfield of dreams, dude. 7-3, 6:50 to play in the first half.
All right, Travis Anderson, don't know why you casually dropped in that you used to eat dog treats growing up, but I'm glad to know that bacon strips are more delicious than Jacqueline's beef jerky. Now we know. Now we got it.
Yeah. My mom tells me, and I do remember, that I too used to eat dog treats when I was a little kid. Just the regular milk bones.
Ooh,
Is it weird? Is it weird though that, like, thinking about that, like, I can remember the flavor of them?
No,
You know what I mean? It was like burnt into my memory.
Yeah, it's one of those things that stays with you. It's not taste, but smell apparently is the most common sense related to nostalgia. You know, you get a scent in your nose and it takes you back to, like, visiting your aunt's house on vacation, or you know, that one meal that your mom used to make way back when. So it makes sense that you can get that very, very vibrant sense of taste just thinking about those old milk bones.
My mom also says I used to eat toilet paper out of the toilet as a kid, which is, like, really, really weird. She has pictures of it.
Wow.
And she said, what the worst part of that is when she brings it up to this day, she loves to just bring that up when we're hanging out with everybody. Yeah. I'm like, why didn't you stop me? Like, you went and grabbed a camera, you were taking pictures, you enjoyed it, and then did you stop me? Like, that's nasty, woman.
You had done it so many times that you were clearly unstoppable. Like, she tried so many times to stop you that she realized it was futile, and she decided to expend her energy elsewhere and just shift the embarrassment of your terrible decisions back onto you. And I'm thankful for it. Your mom is a delightful woman, and I hope one day 17 or 18 better.
Oh, God. Thank you, Producer Drew. That's like Joey Chestnut dunking the hot dog bun in water first. You were just training. Just super, super weird, man.
Did you have real food in your house? Because that is where I'm like, okay, so did your parents just not feed you that the only things you could find were toilet paper dunked in potty water? And
really, really weird, man. I don't know.
There's a
Kids
lot-
do weird
there's a lot
stuff,
of
right?
Yeah. I would say it explains something about you, but it explains absolutely nothing. If anything, questions than ever.
First down on 2nd and 3. There's Scary Terry. Where are you at right now in the WTF WFT contest, dude?
The good news is I'm top 100 right now, but I am 92nd out of 136 with zeros from Dontrell and Odell. What about you? Where are you at?
Cooking in 37th. 37th, we had 136 people hopping the free roll.
Not bad. Not bad.
No, not at all. Not at all. And thanks to everyone who took time to make a lineup in the free roll. It's just for, ish and giggles, but bragging rights, always kind of fun to see how we all stack up against each other. As I'm looking over, I got to open up the large free showdown and see where everyone's sitting right now. Wait, that looked weird. I couldn't tell if he fumbled at it first. Yeah, he did fumble the ball. But did he scoop it up himself?
Looks like
Or
maybe
did the Browns recover that? That was super, super strange.
Hey, it's Brown's ball. Okay. Unexpected.
Wow.
Yeah. It looked like it was a real dicey pickup, but no challenge. All right, interesting. That's why you can't trust Peyton Barber.
Is that who it was? Because I have him as 25 on
Peyton.
my depth chart. It was Peyton? Okay.
It was Peyton, 34. Yeah, they changed up his number mid-season, so they got him in the new update.
Right on. No worries.
All right, I was going ahead and grabbing some coffee.
Okay, then. Well, Washington football team looked like it was going to be doing something positive nearing the red zone, and instead, Barber with the coughing up the football, and now the Browns are back in control of this.
On the positive side of the ball. So now Peyton Barber, the only player in negative points right now.
Currently a solo leader in the $250 free contest. North of 10,000 entries. But checking out who else is hanging with us over on YouTube. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Brian Anderson, what's up, dude? Spaz, Noah Moon, I see you. Robbie Noble, Tater Hater. Tater Hater, Emerson, there are some things that even the tight-knit Dream Stream Sim fan should not hear.
Yeah.
Very true, dude. But I'm an open book, Potato Chip, as Baker Mayfield gets absolutely popped. Steve L., what's up, man?
Yeah, man. No one can accuse you of not opening yourself to the DK Sim fam, letting them see your entire soul.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
That way, when we all get to hang out one day and have a ginormous Sim fam party, it's going to be just like we know each other, man.
Dude, it's going to be exciting. It's going to happen soon. Hopefully, I know the state of Texas is opening up vaccinations for all adults like next week. I got to hope that Wisconsin follows that lead. But yeah, currently remain unvaccinated, so I'm still at least a month away from being able to go out and enjoy the comforts of watching sports in an actual location rather than my own basement.
Not that being in a basement, in your man cave, is a bad thing at all. The beer's cheaper. You can kind of eat whatever you want. You're not paying $12 for a hot dog. You have a great seats. I mean, the TV's right there. I mean, the way the camera angles are these days, it's just as good. You're saving yourself some cash. But there is something about being in a stadium, at a ballpark, that energy. Tonight was supposed to be the first night that fans were allowed inside TD Garden. But the Bruins had a little hiccup over the weekend with COVID, so that'll likely be on Thursday. Red Sox open up here next week with the season opener. There'll be some fans inside Fenway Park. So I don't know, a sense of normalcy will be nice for a lot of folks. Has anyone been to a game yet? If you're living in an area where they allow a small percentage of fans, what is it like? I cannot wait. But looking at ticket prices, they're a little insane when only 12% of people are allowed in there.
Yeah. I mean, I can imagine, man, if people wanted to get out. That's why looking for these, vacation places, trying to get a rental right now is going to be absolutely absurd because, people with their Airbnbs have been waiting for this moment, and the demand is going to skyrocket. And now it's like, all right, do I want to drop $2,000 on a 1-bedroom apartment 4 blocks from the beach that has 0 bathrooms and just a sink in the middle of it? Like that sounds dicey. Maybe I'll just wait.
Neil Hatrick Harris, it's like the difference between watching fireworks on TV versus in real life.
Yeah.
No, because I'm not going to sit there and watch fireworks on TV. I'm just not going to. But I'll watch sporting events on TV. But maybe I'm just a little different.
I think I can appreciate that analogy. It tracks to me. Like I have the same, like, fireworks are kind of the thing I won't go out to see specifically, but if they're there, oh hey, cool. Like I'll watch fireworks. So it's the same kind of drop off in interest for me. The experience is what helps make it, especially for a sport like baseball. Like watching baseball on TV is fine, but like being there live seems to really, I don't know, make it more of an enjoyable experience. And especially if it's dollar hot dog day where I can go and try to 999 my way through it.
Tease, did you know? Pretty sure you watch fireworks on dates on The Bachelor, Emerson. It's true. Is it me or like every date they go on? I said, what is like? Imagine their budget with The Bachelor. Like the fireworks every night are insane. I said, slow it down. You don't need to be dropping $1 bajillion every night for this date. It's like these people who've known each other for a week. Get out of here.
No. Cash cow franchise. I mean, think of how much money it must cost to produce The Bachelor. Like next to nothing. You're not paying all these scrubs to show up and embarrass themselves on live TV. You don't have to pay. There are no actors. There are no writers. You basically like, oh, okay, here's a date. You invest a lot in editing and alcohol, and that's it. So that leaves a lot of money left over for fireworks, I imagine. Oh, all right. So Mayor of Flavortown, formerly James Farrell, tickets for opening day, Texas Rangers' new ballpark. They're going to be at capacity, 100%, because the state of Texas obviously opened back up and was like, you know what? We wash our hands of this. You guys do you, and hopefully you act responsibly. And I mean, good luck, man. Stay healthy. Stay safe. I know it's going to be a little wild, but you do you, as Washington about to kick what looks like a 55-yard field goal with Dustin Hopkins. Saw Hopkins miss from like 60 with a potential game tire not too long ago. Wasn't even close. The game does not respect Dustin Hopkins the way the real world does. Recently re-signed by the football team. And his kick here from 55 is up and
no good.
Looks like it was just a little bit wide.
Noah Moon, man. Miss it. He missed it, dude. 500, north of 500 people. Hell of a crowd here for a noon sim. First of 6 today. We're at 73 likes. You feel like tickling that like button, showing us a little bit of love? It's always appreciated, peeps.
Hail Mary attempt.
Let's
Tickle
go.
that like for a Hail Mary attempt.
Pull it down. Damn it.
Come on. Well, at least we went to halftime on a higher note than a badly missed 55-yard field goal. Browns 7, Washington 3, and the game has been exactly as exciting as that halftime score indicates. Just not a lot going on. 80 total yards for the Browns. It's been grim, especially if you stacked up the Cleveland offense like some idiots here did.
Yeah. David K. Emerson should be the next Bachelor. Well, if it wasn't for my lovely roommate over here. Unless I can get like an 8-week long hall pass.
What are you doing?
I mean, that's true.
So
and then you
like
break
nothing.
all that Bachelor in Paradise cash and think of all the shrimp. I kind of feel like if you're on the
A lot of
Bachelor,
shrimp. Yeah, if I went on Below Deck, you know how like all of these like super rich people put on like the food and the meals that they want, mine would be cinnamon toast crunch shrimp. That's what I want.
One of my high school classmates was a steward on Below Deck. I don't know if she still is or not. I never watched.
Oh,
it was a few
that may be
years
the most
back.
interesting thing about you, dude. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's fair. She's a nice person. I don't know, cat. I don't know. Anyway, through one half,
look at
Jeremy
Sprinkle.
looks good, and everyone else
Yeah.
looks bad. Although Austin Hooper does have that 126-yard touchdown, the game's only touchdown. And J.D. McKissick, 4 catches, a whole bunch of rushing yards. If you have those 3 guys in any combination, you're probably doing pretty well in the standings. I, on the other hand, am not 88th out of 136, thanks to the 0 from Dontrell Inman and 1 catch, 2 yards from OBJ, who cost you like 10-2 from the flex today. He was very expensive coming off a like 33-point game, 35.6 rather. And today, absolutely laying an egg, trying to carve out his spot on the babysitter Billy wall of shame in this one.
Darth on Twitch. LaMarca should be the next Bachelor. All the girls go to his room one at a time for their interviews because LaMarca like never leaves his room. It's the same. He's just in there. It's like they knock. He's like, just a moment, and he's like working on trying to land another Top Shot pack.
Yeah.
Okay, come in. Which I saw some of you guys talking on YouTube. Is I don't know if Top Shot is like down right now or something. But if that's the case, poor LaMarca right now is pulling out the hair, like pulling his hair out of his face right now.
Dude, I think it was LaMarca who challenged me to a trivia showdown, and I'm tragic.
Ooh.
It's going to be such a tragedy for him when he gets absolutely
Really?
Yeah. Well, because
all right,
I've been working on proposals to send up the flagpole and see if we can get a DraftKings trivia contest going, a nightly thing where you could, we'd have free rolls, but also you could buy in and have some contests related around that. LaMarca jumped on the idea and was like, I would ruin everyone at that. And my first response was absolutely not. I am an absolute trivia savant, and I will destroy you, LaMarca. Which, not the best way to get our relationship off on the right foot, because this is our first interaction ever, but I feel like LaMarca needs to know that he would be dominated in any kind of trivia contest.
Okay, so this isn't just like specific to a TV show. This just randomly go into your Tuesday night trivia at your local watering hole, and you just absolutely mash it. You're that confident because I know you know a lot of stuff, especially random stuff. I know LaMarca, he knows stuff. He knows a lot of random stuff. I would love to see this one-on-one, and I'm serious when I say this. I think it would be fun for all 3 of us to be on a sim together relatively soon, and we like do some fun trivia throughout the sim, and we'll see which one of you actually finishes on top. I think it's harmless fun. I know producer Drew would be about it. We'd have to have the higher up sign off on it. And I don't see why we can't do something like that. We put dudes on other dudes' back porches, for crying out loud.
We need all sorts of, we are team #content. If we're trying to expand the dream stream to meet all the demand out there, it's another big strike to Hooper. He's only got 2 catches, but they're 2 pretty good ones. I think we could absolutely make that happen, make that a thing for the showdown there. But
okay, well, producer Drew says he likes it, so that's the first hurdle you have to clear.
Yeah, and the good news is that we are getting trivia back very slowly at our local venues here in Wisconsin. We'll be taking over with Geeks Who Drink, my other part-time side gig employer. So the Buck and Badger downtown Thursday nights will be back and working, touch-free trivia. Everything's done on your phone. Don't know how we prevent cheating. I think it's just the honor system, but we'll be back at it in the start of April, which will be fun.
Okay.
I'm excited about it.
So I can just randomly pick. I could probably go to like a trivia question generating website and just grab like 10 of them. And we'll just do those. We'll do those throughout the sim, or maybe like in the quarter breaks or something like that. First off, it's a fun trio to call a game about. Talk a little bit of football. talk a little bit of LaMarcus selling all his possessions so he can land Top Shot.
Apparently, according to the YouTube chat, Top Shot is doing okay. Although some people not very happy about the general idea of Top Shot in general, comparing them to Pogs and Beanie Babies. So I get it, man. They're divisive, but I mean, some bubbles last. And hey, if people are getting in and out and getting cash out of this, you can't fault them. If it's working for them, why harsh that? Why crap on someone else's money making? Don't take food out of someone else's mouths. But
Yeah.
I get, like, if you're at the point where you're like, I'm just sick of hearing about it, sure. If you're like trying to crap on someone who's making money with it, I mean, why? Yuck someone else?
The only issue I have with it is how LaMarca has almost just given up. Him selling his saxophone was heartbreaking for me, because we shared that moment here on the Dream Stream, the DK Sim fam. He is big saxy for a reason, because he's damn good at playing the saxophone. Like, that hurt, dude. That was like Michael Jordan leaving basketball to go play baseball. Yeah. Except he stays in baseball. And LaMarca is never coming back to the land of music and the land of saxophone playing. We have ourselves another touchdown for the Browns.
Yes.
Oh, my God. Is that really?
No.
It is. It's Andy Janovich.
We got a fullback vulture touchdown. Hell yes. Oh, my God. I got so distracted by the LaMarca talk. I couldn't even properly appreciate the $1,200 flex play Andy Janovich, who has shown up in his last 20 sims, has 1.2 total points, 1 catch for 2 yards, getting the carry here, breaking the plane, and now your touchdowns in this game, Emerson, belong to Austin Hooper, 26 yards out, and Andy, by God, Janovich. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Son of a gun, man.
0.77% owned in the free showdown. Woo!
We are 8 likes away from the Century Club. Get in on the action. I need 8 of you when I count down from 3 to 1 to hammer that like button. Ready? Christian, 3, 2, and 1. Hammer away. 14-3. Cleveland with the win. You have the lead. You have a fullback, which I'm already handing them the win because of the fullback vulture. And what an epic moment here on the Dream Stream today. What a way to start things off, right?
Like a double rainbow. You don't see them often, but when you do, you know to immediately appreciate them. The clouds have parted, the sky is clear, and here comes Andy Janovich from 2 yards out.
Falcons at the Dolphins.
Oh my God, Emerson, you did
what?
It, buddy. 124 now.
We hit 124? Hot damn.
127.
Oh my God, guys. Stop. I'm going to have to change my pants here soon. I love when you like us. So we got Falcons at the Dolphins coming up. Kaufman and Zach will be with you guys and gals for the next 2. So that includes Cardinals at the Chiefs. Rossi and Kenny will be at 6 o'clock for Rams at the Texans. Glash and Rossi, 8 o'clock, Raiders at the Bucks. And then 10 o'clock, Lions at the Patriots with Glash and Brandon. I saw like a quick clip on Twitter yesterday. I saw Ducey was in a different location. I wasn't sure if there is a story behind that, or is he in a different location in his apartment?
Yeah, his race car bed broke down, so now he's sleeping at the mechanics.
Dad, I have a flat tire, Dad.
Producer Drew says he drove his race car bed through a wall.
not that beautiful exposed brick. Was his shoe rack okay?
Oh, that's right.
He's in a Turkish prison.
Oh, free oil samples over in that neck of the woods. Falcons and the Dolphins sounds like a delicious matchup, says Rossi's Fat Cat. Andy Janovich sounds like a tennis player, says Jay Barbs. You know what? When our boy Ducey's on later, I'm sure he can confirm that if there is a tennis player with that name. (14-3) here. 2.5 minutes to play in the third quarter. Washington in Cleveland territory, so trailing by 11, and McKissick on the carry.
50 yards now, so a decent day from him. Of course, adding those PPR points as he does. McKissick, one of those guys who turned it on late, thanks to the presence of Alex Smith, the league's foremost check-down quarterback. Now, Smith, don't really know where he's going to end up. I don't believe he's signed anywhere, and he might linger for quite a while. He might not sign anywhere until after the draft, and teams have gone out and inked their new young quarterback prospects. But I just don't know how much Alex Smith still has left in the tank, Emerson. It was kind of uncomfortable watching him last year because he's so immobile. You know everything he came back from. It's an inspiring story, and I'm very happy he made it back to the field. But every time he got hit, you just kind of like cringe in a way that it just felt uncomfortable watching him take shots in the pocket, and that's pretty much all he did because he's probably the most immobile quarterback in the league now, especially now that Phillip Rivers and Drew Brees have retired. As McKissick cakes all the way down to the 16 yards there. Let's see if he gets the chance to punch it in here, or if we're going to get another vulture touchdown and Peyton Barber will get the chance to make up for his second quarter fumble.
Yeah, he's listed as a power back too, Peyton Barber. McKissick's that third down running back, passing down back. And not too thrilled about it possibly being Peyton Barber here. But we'll see what happens with
the positives, and tough to tell.
I think that may be him.
Give me a fullback. Give me a back-to-back fullback focus. Come on.
We're good, bud. We're good, bud.
Peyton Barber smoked for a loss of 3. So Peyton Barber's 2 carries today, Emerson. Fumble, loss of 3 yards. He is quite possibly having the worst day in sim history if he finishes with more than -1 points. I've never seen anyone finish. I've seen plenty of guys finish with like -0.2 or -0.3 of those punt plays. They get 1 carry. They get stopped. Adrian Peterson's done it a bunch. Jimmy Graham did it not too long ago. But Peyton Barber finishing with like -1.5 might be the worst performance we've ever seen.
Get in
and
there!
There's McKissick Cakes. Oh, come on!
Give it to him! What the hell?
Review that play. Because I thought he broke the play in there. The nose hit the white of the goal line.
Absolute disappointment. My heart is broken, but now they can rest up. Take a few extra minutes here, guys. Rest those legs. 3rd and goal coming up from the 1. Be wise. They would be extremely wise to either hand it off to McKissick or have Haskins run it in, or Haskins can throw a touchdown to McKissick or Steven Sims Jr. That's what we're rooting for here.
We haven't seen him in a while. As neither
we don't really need that. We don't really need that. Those of us who didn't roster him don't really need that. But McKissick is up to 73 yards on 11 carries. Hunt now has 24 yards on the ground. Chubb's got 25. Good for you, Barber. You have 7 and a fumble lost. And then Janovich.
5 and a touchdown. A 5-yard.
Sims, 6 for 60. 5 for 47 for Sprinkle. All right, we're good. I thought you just were chilling for a second while I ripped through the stats. And you're back. McKissick, 4 grabs for 26. McLaurin, 3 for 16. Can you tease for me and the people at home, what is, if I go to your website today, what am I going to find?
Well, not only do we have a breakdown of how the Browns have improved this offseason by addressing their biggest needs, but tomorrow we're going to take a look at all the low wattage signings we like the most, which includes a Sim Fam favorite, how Josh Reynolds can replace Corey Davis in that Titans lineup. If you want to learn all about it, it's completely free. You can sign up at postroute.substack.com. We'll send you 3 emails per week breaking down all the latest things happening in the NFL. We'll also have breakdowns of pop culture and beer and anything you or your heart could desire. Subscribe for free at postroute.substack.com.
Oh, man, first time playing Fortnite says, I tweeted LaMarco how much pain he has caused you, Emerson. I've texted him, too. Hold on a second. Haskins in. Easy. That's how you kick off the 4th. Now an extra point away from making it a 4-point game.
Now they're going to go for 2 here, try to make a 3-point game, I imagine.
Okay, we'll see.
Give it a shot. Give it a shot.
YOLO, baby.
Yeah, that Haskins touchdown, probably a real bummer out there for anyone who invested heavily on J.D. McKissick. McKissick 67% owned, and then Dwayne Haskins 35% owned. So a minor vulture when it comes to rushing touchdowns there, but nothing to the level of an Andy Janovich 5-yard scoring plays. Oh my God!
Oh my God! You had
oh,
two dudes there.
Wide open. And he threw it right between them where neither guy could get it. Are you kidding me? I'm embarrassed for both of us.
He really couldn't decide. He said, oh my God, dude, you're so wide open. And oh my God, dude, you're so wide open. So I'm just going to throw it right down the middle between you two. And whoever wants it the most can lay out and sacrifice himself for the ball. People were like, no, dude, just throw it to me. We're both wide open. I said, okay. And no points. No points, no fun. 14-9, 7:58 to go in the final quarter of regulation. Man, that Cinnamon Toast Crunch story is really blowing up on Twitter. There's no way that's fake. There's no way that's fake.
It's just like people who find fingers in their children.
Oh yeah, no. And then there's been the stories in the past at other establishments where there's like a chicken head like found in like a chicken nugget bucket. It's all, life sometimes throws you weird body parts of animals in boxes and places that they're not supposed to be. Just got to make it what you can, make the most out of it. What are you doing the rest of the day, man?
Oh man, I gotta do a little grocery shopping, and if the weather holds up, maybe do a little bit of a run. I made the mistake. I got overzealous. Like I went out like the first 2 nice days. I ran both days and immediately jacked up my foot. So like the past 2 weeks I've been limping, but I feel like I'm finally okay again. So I'm gonna go out there and just jack up my foot again. Maybe I'm excited about that. Excited about the opportunity to injure myself in new and fresh ways.
At Publix down south, they would offer up like free scooters for anyone who in like position like yourself as Baker Mayfield takes a sack, 2nd and 15 coming up.
Rascal, where you like
yes,
yep,
yeah,
beautiful.
Yep. Like in Dumb and Dumber, like sweet little lady on a scooter.
Yeah. Filmed in the lovely city of Providence, Rhode Island. Dude, we were all so amped about that. They set a movie in Rhode Island, the Farrelly brothers. And yeah, the first half of it's there. It doesn't exactly paint Providence in a positive light when Jim Carrey gets robbed by an octogenarian, but we appreciate it.
Baker, first down.
Big
OBJ.
stretch. Yeah, the clock will keep ticking in OBJ after a regrettable first half back on the board here. So would like to see him get a little more involved, as he has currently fewer points than Andy Janovich. No, I'm sorry. He now has more points than Andy Janovich. Our Andy Janovich nightmare is now over, as Odell up nearing 10 points in the sim. So, oof, that was a close one.
I have over on Twitch, Retease Did You Know has slid into my DMs and has passed along a link with some highly recommended trivia questions. 92 of the best bar trivia questions and answers.
Wow.
Do we want to try a few of these with you, or do we want to just stuff these in our back pocket for a potential meeting with Lamarca? Oh.
Sorry.
All right. I'm gonna. You want me to?
Some.
All right.
Give me a sec. I'm gonna log out and log back in and see if that can't fix things here.
Wait a minute.
Oh, I did see that. Oh
wow.
Oh, I did
B,
see that.
J.
Oh, the connection came back just in time for that.
Oh, thank God.
Is it possible? Was that?
Are you there? I can't tell if you're there or not.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I feel like I'm here. I'm seeing the game in glorious high def. I did see that delightful OBJ touchdown from however many yards out that effectively crushed this game for the Washington football team. But I am intermittently getting your internet connection is unstable notice.
All right. Well, I need you to hang in there for 5 minutes and 36 seconds of simulated time. That's all I need from you right now. We're probably out of here in like 6 or 7 minutes of real time, possibly. It's 21-9.
I mean, fingers crossed. You know what? I'm gonna disconnect and reconnect real quick. I will be right back. Hold it down without me.
You got it, babe. I got you covered.
That's not. Minutes. Wait some more.
That's not a problem. Yeah, no, I'll do the trivia with everyone else in the chat. So currently, right now in the. Wait a minute. You're still here?
Okay.
No,
that was just a real easy click, like go to a different band of my wireless with very little service interruption. I'm as shocked as you are.
Okay. I'm going to give you 2 trivia answers. I know what you're trying to do. You're just trying to buy yourself more time.
Yeah.
So, now, ooh. Oh, man, some of these are good. Some of these I'm also learning. Okay. In which country was Keanu Reeves born? No, it was not, but I need you to, please, audience, everyone relax.
I don't know. I would assume Canada, but I don't really know. He might be some weird, like, European royalty we don't know about.
That's true. He could be. I don't know that he is. The answer is Lebanon.
Lebanon? Yeah.
Yes.
You could have given me
okay.
On that one. I would not have gotten there.
This one, I think you would know. Which sport has been played on the moon?
Oh, golf.
Great. Good. It was golf. Oh, here we go. I mean, I'm just having, I think this is great. This is great. What ailment kills the most fruit flies?
Damn, oh, man.
This I've never heard of, and I love it. And I'm now going to use this as my conversation starter at every Christmas party moving forward.
No, with that kind of context, I'm going to guess herpes.
No, something similar. Constipation.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So do
They become.
Do they just not have buttholes? Is that what I'm learning from this?
So under the more information section, it says they become constipated during pregnancy.
Don't we all? Oof! OBJ again? Is that going to be the bonus for? No, it's not OBJ.
No. That's Scary Terry. Scary Terry. It's okay. It's okay. When you logged out and logged back in, the teams actually changed uniforms.
Yeah, thank you.
So it was close enough.
That's what I was worried about.
What is Johnny Depp afraid of?
Commitment.
Clowns. So close. Wow. This is ridiculous. Oh, do you know what is Scooby-Doo's full name?
Scoobert Dubert Duovich?
I just have Scoobert Doo, so I would have given you that.
Oh, wow. All right.
Yeah. Every 15 minutes, cockroaches do what?
Poop.
Another kind of version of that, more airy.
Fart?
Yep.
Okay.
Bingo.
Partial credit.
Yep. So also, guys, great time to remind everyone, if you're new here, feel free to like the video, subscribe, hit the alert button, because we do it all here on the Dream Stream. 21-9, 3.5 minutes to play in the fourth. Washington football team, while the win may be out of reach here,
But
points for your lineup or not?
Standing up for you. So Run TMC doing some work here, looking enough like Odell Beckham that he's got me confused despite wearing an entirely different uniform.
Your commitment, well, that was funny. Commitment. The guy's a freaking legend, man. Thanks, everyone. 528 of you for being here. I'm hoping for, especially Team Always here, that you got some better sims coming up today.
This one is
in terms of
poor McKissick. Loses 2 there, so the bonus likely out of reach for him. He's going to stick around with a pathetic 70-something yards. And the clock keeps ticking, which means we're nearing onside kick territory. And Washington not out of this one entirely, but it doesn't look good. Ashley Edwards calling for that Inman touchdown. I do not believe we've seen Dontrell for 1 catch in 6 yards so far. He is currently the anchor at the bottom of my lineup after so many good value days. It's the sprinkler. So there it is.
Yep. There's a select
the sprinkler.
There's a select group, Christian, of DK Sim fam peeps who are Captain Sprinkler every time. And that strategy right now paying off for you guys and gals.
Dividends. I faded the sprinkler and I feel badly about it. In this sim, Washington has 2 touchdowns and it's Sprinkler and Janovich.
I was up as high as 7. I have dropped down to 66. Now, OBJ, not too shabby, 31.5 points in the captain spot. Baker's got 16. McKissick has 14. Hooper with 14.
I am all over the place. Janovich does not have a touchdown for the Washington football team. He has it for the Cleveland Browns, which is the team he plays for. My brain is broken by these trivia questions in my now very quickly working internet. I apologize to you, DK Sim fan. because my brain.
Don't apologize. Stop it. Don't apologize. Everyone, no one minds. You're good to go. We're used to your internet always being like this.
Fair.
It would actually be weird if your internet worked all the time. I'd say this is uncomfortable for me.
That's fair. If you have to just see this in HD, it's intimidating. I get it. Okay, you need that low quality, often freezing visage.
Yeah.
Or else you like it inspires awe, and then you wouldn't be able to do anything. You'd be too busy staring at this perfect complexion and beautiful hair. I understand. I get it, man. I feel the same about you. It's tough. Sometimes you get distracted because not only are we the best friend squad, we are also the prettiest lineup in the DK Sim Fam history. Although Reed T giving us a run for our money.
Hell yeah, kid. CB Money 2405 over on Twitch. Welcome home, Big Daddy. First week doing this DraftKings thing for Madden. Love it. We always got fun little free rolls that announcers will make for their games. Feel free to always enter those. Not sure if you got into the WFT contest. Just for bragging rights. We got a bunch of paid contests available as well. If you ever have questions about these sims, just Google Madden Streams information page. You can get all the player ratings, depth charts, player cards, so you can look at their past, what they've done in previous matchups with, whatever team a player you're looking into has performed against in the past.
Big strike to OBJ there. It's going to leave him just shy of the bonus, like 98 yards for him. Cleveland, with the first down, they needed to basically salt this one away. Washington has one timeout left, 1:52 to go. So, CB Money, you saying you are excited about that ATL game coming up next. Here is what you need to know about the Falcons. A, they're awesome in Simland. Like, they are like watching the real-life Chiefs the way they operate. B, Todd Gurley not washed in the sim world. In fact, Todd Gurley in Simland is like prime Rams Todd Gurley. So even though the price is high on him, he typically pays out. He and Julio are always play members there, and Calvin Ridley a little bit less consistent. There's a big run from Chubb there, but it looks like it's coming back. So instead of sealing up this game, Browns commit a hold and stop the clock. So Washington is still going to have a chance here. Unlikely return to the bench, but 2nd and 12, 1:44 left. Washington, if they can get a stop here, will get the ball back.
Yeah. Just hanging out with all my favorite peeps in the YouTube chat, and I see my good buddy, my good old pal, Matt LaMarca, Reed Fowler, way prettier than M-Dog.
Oof.
Matty?
Oof.
Well.
Wow.
Now the turntables. I know. So LaMarca he's in the chat. LaMarca is in the chat. So if any of you have any questions on the strategy about how to break hearts, feel free to fire away. Maybe Matt can answer them for you. Because Lord knows he has broken mine.
It's tough, man. It's a good thing you have the rest of the day off because you're going to need some reflection time on that one. The betrayal is real. As the Browns get the first down they needed there. Hooper with the reception. Here come the kneel downs. This one's going to be all over. Final will be Browns 21, football team 16.
Also, I have a big announcement to make in terms of what's going to happen on Sunday for our 1-year anniversary. Not sure when, but the Sim Anniversary Contest will be in the lobby today. So the 1-year anniversary of us doing the Sims on the Dream Stream is Sunday, full 6-game slate. And the Sim Anniversary Contest is going to be in the lobby later today. When it's in the lobby, we will have more information. So we're slowly getting to an
Strip.
actual real announcement and details about what is happening on Sunday.
Well,
That is what we do, baby.
And hopefully it'll be more exciting than this sim. Although Mayfield came on strong towards the end, 231, a pair of touchdowns. Dwayne Haskins, 2 touchdowns, 1 through the air, 1 on the ground. Both quarterbacks, not necessarily the problem here, although Haskins missed some wide open guys over and over again. McKissick, 14 for 75. Nick Chubb, 36 yards. End of list. 3.6 points today for Mr. Chubb. He is going to be your babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner in this one. And as far as there are a few decent candidates for the Krusty Koff MVP in this one, including Browns fullback Andy Janovich, OBJ 7 for 98 and a touchdown. Jeremy Sprinkle 7 for 64 and a touchdown. And Sprinkle, the cheaper option. He was less owned than OBJ. OBJ 56% owned. The Sprinkler down there at 34%. So I think even in a losing effort, we got to reward the Sprinkler. Jeremy Sprinkle, you are the Nooners Krusty Koff player of the game.
Huge for him. Absolutely huge.
Put it on the resume. Next time you have a contract negotiation, let them know how many Krusty Koffs did you win. What's the ratio of Krusty Koffs to babysitter Billies? Agents should know this stuff. They should have a database ready to go.
Looks like right now in our free roll, Germ.
Ooh.
Germ? You son of a gun. If scores hold, you would be the champion.
Wow.
I know.
Ooh, you love to see a member of team always here pulling down that free roll bragging right cash. So awesome to see it. You love to hear it. And how the rest of you guys do? Pretty well. I did not.
Yeah.
I finished in a rough 116th of the 136, thanks in part to my Nick Chubb, Dontrell Inman combination in their 5.2 combined points. Jarvis Landry with 10-9 in the captain spot. Not very helpful either.
Yeah, I got crushed. Currently in 70th place. Kareem Hunt, even with what do you have? 1 catch, 6 receiving yards, 24 rushing yards, 4 points. Had the just pure disappointment is what he delivered today. In the free roll, with some money up for grabs, $250 in cash prizes up for grabs, guys, north of 10,000 entries. Looks like Zip could hang on for the win here. Had Austin Hooper in the captain spot there.
Smart. Who killed it?
But you and I are out of here. Coughing Zach for the next 2, including Falcons at the Dolphins at 2:00. So that should be a good time. Producer Drew, much love, man. Andrew on the 1s and 2s. Frangelico from the ops team. Again, Sim anniversary contest will be in the lobby today. So just teasing the announcement of when the announcement will happen about the contest being actually available.
I like Midwest Feather's idea that we give away pizzas and DK gear throughout the stream. Let's see if we can make that happen. Some swag and some delicious pizza. I
love swag, man.
But I would extra watch if there were pizzas on the line. And maybe some of those fine Yeti tumblers that I can't get my hands on.
They're great. They're really, really great. They keep my beverage super cold or super hot. Whichever way you want your beverage to be, it'll remain that way for a long time.
Cool, man.
Hang in there, man.
Yeah.
I'll think about you when I sip out of it later. All right, guys, we're out. Christian, later, homie. Peace.
What's up, boys and girls? Welcome on back to the Dream Stream. And this, of course, Madden Simulation number 2 of 6 here on this busy day that we've got you for the next several hours. And we, in particular, z.thompson, Professor Z, and Adam Kaufman, we have got you for the next 2 Sims. Very excited about that. How are you, man?
Yeah, looking forward to it. Should be a good time.
So the Madden Matinee with lineups locking in about 30 seconds. Who would win a fight between a Falcon and a Dolphin free roll? Yeah, you know, I think the last time I did one of these, and the only other time I've done one of these, was with you. And
yes.
so as soon as I saw the
lucky me
involved and that we were together, I couldn't resist, you know, to allow this to become a thing again once again in the chat. So I'm looking at just
it was Eagle and Bronco last time.
It was an Eagle and a Bronco last time, and surprisingly, I mean, articles on Google, like you could find. People have really thought about this. I don't know if people have thought about the Falcon and the Dolphin, but you know, since the Winter Soldier is unavailable, we can dissect the 2 of these. But tell me, what kind of lineup you got here?
Yeah, so both the times that these 2 teams played before, they were fairly low scoring, but they were very competitive games. The Falcons won both, and Todd Gurley went off in the first meeting for 31 fantasy points, came down to earth in the second meeting, but I like him to go off in this one as well. The Dolphins do have trouble stopping the run. Gurley very involved as the third down back, catching the ball out of the backfield as well. He's the kind of running back you can build it around, and I did go with him in my captain spot. That being said, though, I actually ended up kind of stacking the Dolphins passing game in my flex lineup just because I like the way the salaries work together, and I do think you can pass on this Falcons defense.
Well, why don't you give it lineups of lock? Give us the full build.
Sure. I have Gurley in the captain spot, and then Tua, Gesicki, Parker, Wilson, and Russell Gage.
Okay. Well, we have a few of the same guys anyways. It's typical of the showdown. I think that's generally an expectation. So I didn't deliberately fade Todd Gurley. It just kind of happened that way. But I do not have him. I know it's kind of crazy. I looked at some of the depressed pricing on the Falcons side with some of the pass catchers, and I gravitated toward that. So my captain, although this wasn't originally the plan, it's just kind of how I maneuvered my salary. My captain is actually Matt Ryan. So if he ends up rushing for a score at some point today, I'll be all sorts of excited. I have Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley, and Russell Gage all with him. So a heavy Atlanta stack there. And then on the Miami side, I went with Tua, as you mentioned, and Albert Wilson, who you also have. So it's a nice, well-rounded lineup. We'll see what happens, though.
Yeah, and lots of differences between the 2 of us. My captain isn't in your lineup, and your captain isn't in my lineup. So that we should be at very different ends of the results here. And so really with your Matt Ryan, you're either hoping for him to spread the ball around and throw touchdowns to a lot of different people, or for him to run for one, like you mentioned, as we see Atlanta in their very red Tuesday alternates.
Well, thank you all for being here with us, and we appreciate you. Again, virtual Miami, South Beach, Atlanta, and Miami, even if it's not specifically South Beach. It's just more fun to say it that way. Tua, a quick completion, picks up 6 to get us started off, and it is Albert Wilson. Must capitalize.
Hey.
Again,
Albert Wilson was a COVID opt-out in this last season for real life, but obviously all the COVID opt-outs here in our Madden 21 Sims. Wilson, the wide receiver 2 for these Dolphins. Going to go to the air again, first down. Like I said, you can throw against this Atlanta defense. It has not been as bad as it was in real life in these Sims, but it has been beatable through the air.
First and 10 from the 40, about a minute gone by. If there's anything that you guys would like to get into here, happy to do it. Throw it on out in the chat. I did see, and it's not at all related to these 2 teams, but for the sake of just incorporating some other NFL news.
Yeah.
Ian Rappaport, a few moments ago, if you haven't seen it.
Mariota.
Yeah, well, don't get people excited. The way you said that is like, was he traded? He wasn't traded. No. Marcus Mariota, he's still a Raider. Marcus Mariota.
I actually think that's more of a surprise, though.
Well, that's a fair point. It says expected to sign a reworked contract with Las Vegas. Sources say he'll get a 1-year deal worth $3.5 million, with a chance to make up to $8 million, including incentives. It was up and down the last few weeks, but he recently made the call to stick around. The original pay cut offer, $3 million. Mariota negotiated up, giving him a chance for some real upside. And should be noted, the contract is also tradable if the opportunity arises, but for now, a resolution. So, I mean, let's go right there. Do you think that this was done, regardless of how this maybe is being spun in part by Rappaport, do you think this was done with the idea of trading him in mind? Because I do think this is a more tradable deal than what he had before.
Yeah, I mean, I think it definitely is done with that as a contingency plan. I think also, I was reading, he negotiated up those incentives. So in his mind, and the contract itself becomes much more valuable if he does get that playing time. If he does get that playing time with Las Vegas, almost called him Oakland, but caught myself, or a different team, right? Like wherever he ends up, if he gets that playing time, there's a higher ceiling to this deal. And we know that every year in preseason, there's a quarterback that goes down, and then it's like, oh, now that team, which we didn't think needed a quarterback, needs a quarterback. So we'll see if that's the case, if they wait until that long, if they maybe wait until we see how the draft shakes out, right? Because there are a lot of teams in the market for a young quarterback, but I don't know that there's that many quarterbacks to go around, depending on what the top of the draft, how that shakes out with teams moving up and possibly targeting a quarterback very early. They could all be gone pretty quickly, and there might be a team, whether that's our team, the New England Patriots, or whether that's another team that isn't able to move up in that bidding war, that then goes, well, we didn't get the quarterback we wanted in the draft. Maybe the trade up cost too much, whatever. And instead, they go the other way and have to find a veteran, whether a starter or to compete for the job. And then that Mariota would be a trade target at that point. I do think it's a tradable deal, but I also would be not surprised at all if they do keep him there in Oakland. I didn't catch myself that time in Vegas, and end up having him compete with Carr.
Raiders.
All right.
Don't even worry about the city.
Wherever they are, the Vagabond Raiders. Long field goal here, 56 yards.
Yeah, let's see if he can do it. Give us the first points of this sim here as we approach the midpoint of the opening quarter. Not even close. So. I mean, barely even reach the end zone. Just disgusting.
Not his best effort there for sure. Atlanta takes over with great field position in the early going. This is their first possession of the game, and they'll take over right on the Dolphin at midfield. What do you think of these cherry red unis here for the Falcons?
Don't like him at all, not one bit. Especially when the Mean Machine style jerseys are just so good. They're just so good. You know, give me the black and the red, not the red and the black, if you will. I'm not big on them. Okay. If Drew, our technical director. Okay, fine. I'll restart. If I may share, as we're halfway through just about this first, what I'm coming to realize, and I will fully admit, I spend more time. People know this. I'm not talking out of school here. I spend more time in the YouTube chat than I do the Twitch chat. It's nothing of the Twitch chat being less important. It's more a factor of, hey, there are more people in the YouTube chat, and so I tend to gravitate toward that. I realize, though, that may make the Twitch fam feel less important. So I did earlier.
Love you, Twitch fam.
I did earlier open up the Twitch chat, which I don't always do, because I know the producers always have an eye on it, and obviously whoever is producing, Drew in this case today, will send over anything pertinent. Here's what I'm coming to find in reading both chats. It's like the like the devil and angel on your shoulders. Mm-hmm. It's like the angel, I think, is YouTube, and I think the devil is the Twitch chat right here. I can tell you nothing but hellos and good mornings and how are you and happy birthdays and YouTube. Well, on Twitch, Germ says, I wish Koff read Twitch chat. Maybe we could talk him into announcing the 1-year thing. Reed teased, did you know? If you give him free stuff, he'll pay attention to you, Germ. And then first time playing Fortnite, but he won't ever follow you on Twitter. He's very cautious with his Twitter follows. Reed T. He also doesn't go outside. First time playing Fortnite. Stingy might be a better word than cautious. Better than catching cough's taste buds, says first time. I'm under attack. I am under attack in the Twitch chat. What's happening here?
I'm sorry.
Gerb, you're the devil, Cough.
They're after you. I have nothing but love for the Twitch fam. And the YouTube fam, for that matter. Everybody, thanks for being here, Sim fam. However you're joining us. I love the people watching on Playbook.
If we had likes, Cough would be here, the jerk. Yeah, hit the like button on Twitch or give us a follow or something or other.
It's a heart. Just hit the heart.
Yeah, hit the heart. Got 56 people watching along on Twitch.
We appreciate you.
On the YouTube, we got about 400 right now. Our dude,
we appreciate the fam so much. Let's give them a PGA pre-lock today, special, right after this. Let's do it. We can do it. Come on, Paul.
You know what? Especially with the match play that we got going on this week.
Yeah.
Starting up tomorrow. I mean,
starts tomorrow.
How could we not?
Get that lineup locked.
Had a great chat earlier with Jason Sobel from the Action Network.
Yeah.
You'll see that on the Dream Stream tonight to get you ready. You'll see our guys coming up.
Can you give me the spoiler alert? Who'd Sobel take? Did you ask him?
No, I can't. I asked him. I just don't for the life of me remember. But I bet we can look it up. Touchdown! Julio! Atlanta jumps in front, first points of the sim.
Matt Ryan to Julio Jones. Putting Atlanta on top. Julio was he was 9.6. So he was just under 10K. He now has 5 touchdowns in his last 3 sims. He's been red hot lately with over 25 fantasy points in 4 of his past 5. He now has 39 total in this, his 59th Madden 21 sim. One of the best receivers in all of Madden 21. A little boomer bust because there are some games where Matt Ryan throws to other people, and Julio does have some issues when going up against elite cover corners. But newsflash, the Dolphins don't have an elite cover corner, which is why Julio, good play, and a good play in this one so far with the first touchdown.
First time playing Fortnite says, too bad Julio has a porcelain hamstring in real life. Awfully dominant here in Simland.
There is that. But here in Simland, everybody's healthy. No COVID opt-outs, no injuries. We're all feeling, we're all like, it's like spring training. Best shape of our lives.
The Guru says, whooped me last night, Cough. 336? That was a big score. Yeah, how'd you do in NBA last night? Scores were inflated, man. I mean, there were great performances all over the place.
I had 3. I had 305, and I lost everywhere. I mean, I didn't lose ever. I feel like I lost everywhere because I was excited about my lineup. It did pretty well. And then everywhere I looked, I was like, oh, okay.
Fire emoji. Everyone.
Exactly.
Everyone I even had my lineup and took out went for fire emojis. It was everywhere.
What ended up killing me, or not killing me, but what ended up taking my lineup out of winning all the contests was I didn't have Holiday in my final build. I had him, and then when they ruled
Drew,
OG,
obviously.
Yes, correct. There are 3 of them in the NBA right now.
Correct.
I had Drew in my lineup, and then switched him and pivoted to Norman Powell when OG was ruled out, and Powell did not much, and Holiday of course went off, and so that was what ended up dropping me out of winning, but still over 300. It was a very high scoring night everywhere, just because of all the value that was available, mostly on the Bucks. Pretty much any Buck you played was a good play.
I won everywhere. To be honest, so I went for 330 something. I don't know if it was 336, but 330 something. And so I was a good night. I mean, it was a good score. I won basically everywhere I played. Some were closer than others. I beat Clash by 3 points. He was very upset, texting me afterwards. I lost to one buddy of mine by 1 point, which is just, I mean, that's like, you'd rather get blown out. Like, that's just aggravating. But
you'd rather him put up 400.
Right, exactly. What was pretty funny, though, you know, Drew had said, you know, those who did well, probably because you tuned into NBA Pre-Lock. Well, you know, good show. I tuned in for the last couple seconds of it for Chirag and Benny Bandana. Haven't seen Benny in a while. As we got a 2nd and 8 final play this opening quarter. Tua taking off, first down to the ground and more. He'll slide, get to the 29, picks up almost 20 on the ground. 7-0, taking us to the first quarter break. But so I tune in and I jump into the chat instantly. I'm like, hey, what's up, NBA tonight? And those two jerks, okay, like they see me in the chat, and Benny in particular, he starts going, oh, look who's come for advice. Koff must be looking for help with his lineups tonight. And like the gall of this guy. So I immediately text him. I said, head-to-head tonight? And yeah, like, you're going to come at me saying I'm tuned into you looking for advice? The nerve. So he's like, yeah, let's play. So I crushed him. I whooped him. Put a hurting on him, Benny Bandana. Touchdown for Julio Jones, 3 for 28, the only score in this game. And then I texted him this morning last night after it went final, I just sent, you know, I did the jerk thing. I just sent him the eyes emoji. But then I texted him this morning and I said, you know, so we going again? He's like, no, I got nothing left in my account. Well, fine. Let me know when you want to play again.
You got any advice for tonight or still too early?
Haven't even looked at it. Have not even. I couldn't even tell you how many games are on the slate tonight. I have looked at nothing today, but I will before. When is lock? 7:30?
Yeah, somewhere in there. I have not looked either. I've been focused on WGC.
El Paso #1 said he dropped 360. Nice. We'll do WGC. I just want to also mention here. Lindenbaum says, Koff, I played your last-minute NBA tourney the other night for the first and probably only one time, and I finished second. Since I don't follow NBA, I'll probably retire now. Keep jumping in, man. Keep working on that game. Hone the craft.
Yep. 6 games tonight, and they tip at 7 p.m.
Nice.
So there you go.
There we go. Yeah, check it out a little later on.
Denver, Orlando, Washington, New York, Los Angeles, New Orleans, Phoenix, Miami, Philly, Golden State, and then the late night hammer, 10 p.m., Brooklyn and Portland.
Yeah, I mean, I think it like this. I'm not giving you a hot take here, guys. I know James Harden's questionable, but obviously, assuming he plays, you don't have Kyrie, you don't have Durant. Like, lock in James Harden. I mean, don't overthink it.
Nope. Don't do it. Not against Portland.
Figure out the rest of your lineup from there.
Yeah. Yep. I know Russell Westbrook is on the front page of Playbook right now, so that means he's the top option in Chirag's rankings, which you can check out there. Playbook.draftkings.com. Since we're on NBA, I saw you asking Celtics Twitter what they thought about all the trade rumors. Yeah. And it made me laugh because I have a lot of friends who are Celtics fans. I'm a Celtics fan, not nearly as hardcore Celtics fan as I am a Red Sox fan. I enjoy NBA no matter who is playing. But that being said, I am a Celtics fan. The Marcus Smart and just the sort of, it kind of became the cool thing to do to say we wouldn't trade Marcus Smart for anybody in the world, and how quickly that has changed. Just to see the trends. It's totally flipped.
People there's no more polarizing player on the Celtics than Marcus Smart. It's not close. And those who love him, and he is untouchable. And those who can't stand him don't want him on the team. There's really no in between. No one is just like, yeah, he's okay. Like, you love Marcus
Which is where
Smart.
I would be, by the way. I would be like, oh, he's all right. But okay.
Most people are definitely not you in that respect. it's Marcus Smart's the god, or Marcus Smart, like, I can't stand his shot selection and he kills you late in games and like I'll give you Drew, our producer, just referenced a tweet that went out, and I'll read you the tweet. It's from just, I don't know, not too many minutes ago. Steve Bulpett, who long covered the C's for the Boston Herald, tweeted out, Celtics fans who get frustrated with Marcus Smart's game, shot selection, timing of shots, will probably be stunned to know how many teams covet him, as we have a touchdown from Miami. In the last few days, I've spoken to good teams who want his energy and bad teams who want him to help establish a culture. So, as you know, that score of Matt Breida there for the Dolphins to all but even up this game. We'll get a Jason Sanders extra point in a moment. This is it's a popular player, no doubt about it. But I put out a poll that, I don't know, almost 3,000 people have voted in at this point. I think that's a decent enough sample size, saying Celtics fans, would you rather trade Marcus Smart or the Time Lord, Robert Williams? And a year ago at this time, it would have been like, I don't know, 80-20, 90-10.
I was going to say 90-10. Yep.
Now, it's flipped. The tide's turned. People have seen what they've seen from, Rob Will this year, and the flashes, the potential, and they do not want to move him. And it's now like 60-40 Sia Marcus. And it's pretty, I'm not even saying I disagree, but it's pretty amazing to me at the same time.
Right, it just becomes so trendy, right? Like a year ago, it was we wouldn't trade Marcus Smart for anyone, and the Celtics fans in general, like if you even brought it up, it was borderline. You're not a real basketball fan if you don't appreciate all the intangibles Marcus Smart brings. You do even watch the games. I was like, no, I thought maybe we could upgrade if we.
You don't get basketball if you don't see all the things that he brings to the table.
Right, and obviously,
there's a happy medium.
I am not on that extreme, right? Like that is not where I am, but I do appreciate what he brings, and I do think there's a lot of what he brings that it does not show up on a stat sheet. I also don't. So I don't agree with the people that are extremely like he's worthless, get him out of here. But I also don't agree with the people that think he brings all this extra energy and intangibles and can't see trading him for anything. I have not watched all their games this year, but the ones that I have watched lately, they look like they need to change something. And I do think he's probably the piece that is movable that gets them the most in return. So that's why I would be more open to trading him than many Celtics fans would be. And I would definitely, and I would think I would have voted this way last year too, based on their relative value. I would keep Time Lord over him, and I would have at this point, and I think I would have voted that way a year ago at this point as well, just because at that point Williams had no value because he hadn't played.
Right.
We should Russell Gage with the big catch.
1st and 10, 3 minutes gone in this second quarter, 7-7 game midfield here.
Where are you on Marcus Smart? I know you have always been high on Marcus Smart.
Yeah, I mean, I love Marcus Smart. I mean, I've got the wooden block, the "In This House We Do Not Slander Marcus Smart." I'm high up there in the fan club. That being said, and this is the bigger picture thought that you just alluded to, but I think it really needs to be. And we won't turn this into a Celtics sim. I know we're like really getting into a tangent here, but this is. If for Celtics fans out there who are just probably mentally and emotionally preparing themselves for Thursday at 3 p.m. to find out that Danny Ainge got close and didn't pull the trigger on anything, because that's what historically has happened in recent years. I mean, he hasn't made an in-season trade, I don't think, since acquiring Isaiah Thomas in 2015. It's been a while, despite being linked to this guy and that guy and this guy and that guy every single year. And right now they're linked to Aaron Gordon, Evan Fournier, and John Collins, and Bogdan Bogdanovic, and Nick Vucevic, and list goes
anybody
on.
Who might get traded.
Pretty much. I mean, now you've got like Domantas Sabonis and Malcolm Brogdon's name being floated out on Yahoo by Vincent Goodwill. It comes down to this, Celtics fans. Okay, it comes down to this. If any of you are here with us, you can't in the same breath say Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, Marcus Smart, Robert Williams, any player of any true consequence is just completely untouchable, And at the same time, we want to upgrade and we want to transcend and trade that's going to make this team a contender. You just can't do it. And I'm not saying you need to be willing to give up Brown or Tatum. I think those guys truly are untouchable. But everybody else, you have to at least be willing to have a dialogue on and listen, because to get something, you have to give something. Unless it's
funny
just,
how trade works.
Because they're used to, we've become used to Ainge fleecing GMs in the past, and he's done it. He's done it with regularity without generally really giving up much in return. Like the guy, hasn't
Isaiah Thomas, for example.
He hasn't made a bad trade, honestly. Like, go pull up his history on Basketball Reference. Danny Ainge, the last time that you could argue he made a bad trade, like a trade that he lost, was arguably, and I believe this, some people don't, so I say arguably, the Kendrick Perkins trade back in 2011. That's the last time he made a bad trade, and some people think that was a good trade. I don't.
Jeff Green.
What's that?
Jeff Green, right, from the Thunder.
Correct. That was a bad trade. That was a trade that potentially cost you a championship, or at least real running for one. But it was justified because they weren't going to re-sign him, so may as well get something for him. That's why some people say it wasn't a bad trade. Perk was a little too high on himself at the time, and he has admitted that. I've talked to Perk, and he has admitted that. Danny Ainge historically does not make bad trades. He just doesn't, and that's great. That's what you want from your general manager. But if you're going to hold him to that standard, then there's a good chance that he doesn't make a trade sometimes, right? Well,
I think if you have to be okay with him not trading them.
If you're going to tell me Matt Ryan to the end zone completion.
Oh, not quite in the end zone.
Hayden Hurst came back out. He was in, he came back out. So stop to the three. If you're going to tell me that Danny Ainge can, and I don't even love Aaron Gordon, by the way, but if you're going to tell me that Danny Ainge can send 2 protected first-round picks, let's say they're both lottery protected, or one is top 10, one's top 20. So, whatever. They're not unprotected picks. 2 protected first-round picks, and Romeo Langford or Aaron Neesmith, and you can get Aaron Gordon, hell yeah, let's go. Let's do it. But I'm not sending 2 first-round picks and Marcus Smart for Aaron Gordon. No, that's nuts. He hasn't shown that he's that guy. Now, I would give up Smart and Time Lord in a deal for Sabonis. You're going to tell me there's a chance at acquiring him? Absolutely.
Yep.
There's no better fit. There's nobody I would lust to have on the Celtics more than Domantas Sabonis. But I just, at a certain point, and I am a Celtics fan, no kidding. We have a touchdown here for Atlanta and Calvin Ridley. Thank you very much.
This is working out exactly like your lineup demanded it. But go ahead.
Loving it so far. Yeah, should move me into the top 5. You have got to be willing to do something. You got to be willing, and this is to take it off the Celtics. This is true of any team.
Yep.
You want to get something, you're probably going to have to give something up in order to get it. You can't be stubborn about it. You can't be a stubborn fan about it. This is business. I am currently first place out of 178. I'm sure it's temporary, so I'm going to shout it out to the world while it is a fact.
Yeah, and that's the way trades work, and fans don't understand that sometimes, especially if they're really only watching their team and focused on their team. I do think fantasy sports has kind of helped everyone understand a bigger picture a little bit better than when 10, 15 years ago, before DFS was such a thing, and people were just watching their own team every night, and you didn't even know who was on the other teams. But as people are following other teams, you get a good picture of what the other teams are trying to do and what teams might be interested in a Marcus Smart as a culture piece or as a defensive specialist, where he fits it well. So it'll be definitely interesting to see. I know people are in the chat calling for Woj bombs, and I'm sure we'll get some of those, some ShamWows as well. And
I don't think you're going to get them before 2:30, 2:45 on Thursday.
I agree. We're not going to get anything. We're not going to get anything early. Yeah. But I think there will be movement before the deadline, right before the deadline. And a lot of times with the NBA, it's actually the deadline's passed, and then you find out just before the deadline they snuck this deal
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Those things will trickle out to like 3:30 Eastern time.
Right. Oladipo is the big name that's flying around today anyway, as someone who looks more and more likely to be moved by the Rockets, who are just ready to trade away anything they can get a future asset for.
Congo Cap says Celtics should be grabbing Drummond. That's the only logical thing they can do. Nobody wants Smart. All right, so like there are two things wrong with that statement, which is
I was going to say.
I think a lot of teams would covet Marcus Smart, for either because he is a good guy to have on a contending team for a variety of reasons on and off the floor, or because he is a culture building guy. No doubt about it. He is their de facto captain and emotional leader. That stuff is absolutely true. Some of that might be overstated based on the lack of heart they have shown this year, but he's also been injured a great chunk of the year as well. But no, especially at that salary, a very team-friendly deal. Marcus Smart is a coveted player, Congo Cab. There's no even Celtics bias in me saying that. He is a desirable player in trades. As far as Andre Drummond, this goes back to what Zach was just talking about, in terms of what we learned from fantasy sports. You would think in DFS, like if you just follow DFS and you don't really watch games, you would think Andre Drummond is an elite player.
Oh, yeah, 2020. He's a 2020 guy.
Andre Drummond.
Sign me up.
Andre Drummond kind of sucks. For today's NBA, he's not a good defensive player. He can't space the floor. Nope. He's slow. He
and it's weird.
There's no range. He can't really, do anything other than dunk or shoot within 5-6 feet at this point. Yep. He's a dinosaur for what the NBA has become. Now, I'm not saying he'd be a bad addition for the Celtics or any other team on the buyout market, but trading for him in that contract, no chance. There's a reason nobody has, and he hasn't played in weeks.
And with Drummond, too, Drummond gives up a lot of rebounds. Yeah, he gets 20 on his good nights, but the opposing centers always put up good rebound numbers, too. He's not a great team rebounder, even though he does put up good rebounding numbers himself. And there are some advanced metrics that measure that kind of stuff that do reveal how much of a liability he is when he's on the floor. But yeah, if you just look at his, points, rebounds, assists,
right,
he's got 2 of the 3 every night. He's putting up big numbers. So
well, and I heard my guy
and plus he's probably going to Brooklyn.
Wob say this last night. I was listening to this live stream that he was doing. And he's like, keep in mind with Andre Drummond, part of the reason he's getting those 20-20s is because like 7 of those rebounds are offensive off his own misses, which is, valuable for DFS. Not so great for, you'd rather he just hit the shot the first time for real life basketball.
Yep. Clang, and then he makes the third. Right.
Anyway, hit the like. We're just about at 200. We got about 500 people watching just on the YouTube. And yeah, Twitch, I see you. Got about 60 people watching there as well. So hit the like on YouTube. Let's get us up to 250. A big push as we close to the half. Hit the subscribe button on the DK YouTube page. Hit the follow button on the Twitch channel. We appreciate each and every one of you. Of course, we got the Drew Stack. We got Frangelico in Game Ops. And, of course, ZT, AK, here hanging out here with you. Scores pretty close to being updated with where we stand right now. I'm still sitting top 5. There was some confusion earlier about an Albert Wilson touchdown versus Matt Breida. That has been corrected, folks, so you can see it reflected there. You can try your damnedest to knock me out of 1 by doing things like that. It worked. Well, I'm going to get back, I hope. Right now, Slop is in front by about 1 point.
Good name.
It is a good name. That's Tater Hater. Slop.
There you go.
Talking the junk in the chat, too.
Well, he can do that right now.
Yeah, at the moment. Take advantage. Speaking of taking advantage, can we get ourselves a Younghoe Koo field goal? It is up. It is good. 10-point
lead. There you go.
27 seconds left here in the half.
That's more points for Tater Hater. He has him in his lineup. 17-7 now with just under 30 seconds left. You don't have Koo, right? You didn't have any kickers?
Nope.
See, there's still 30 seconds, and Miami does have their timeouts. With Jakeem Grant especially, they've had some quick drives. Let's see if they can put something together here. in the waning
if I
seconds.
may, by the way, I can't help but observe that the DK SimFam Friends League, which is steadily adding new members, we are just a few away from 1,600 members. So I'd be remiss if I did not remind the folks, especially with Drew here, because producer Drew, I mean, no one is better at adding folks to the DK SimFam Friends League than Drew, because he does it with such grace and such affinity for the crowd. If anyone wants to be part of the DK SimFam Friends League, who is not there yet, I see a lot of your names. I know that you're members already, but if anyone wants to be part of it, all you got to do is drop your DK username into the chat. Just leave your DK username in the chat, Twitch or YouTube, and we will add you to the DK SimFam Friends League. You will get an invite from Drew, and you can play against commentators, production crew, game ops, and obviously all your peers here.
Come on in, the water's fine.
Drew said there is a condition. You have to watch PGA Pre-Lock after this sim.
Oh, you should be doing that anyway, though.
Right.
PGA Pre-Lock is going to be awesome. Jeff and Reed, with all the information you need to know about DFS scoring in match play. It's different, people. Not the same thing as a regular golf tournament, so you want to make sure to find out the strategies you should be using as you build your lineups or as you participate on DraftKings Sportsbook. There's all kinds of different ways you can jump on in. Plus, the PGA Tour has their own bracket challenge in which you can enter. Try and predict the bracket. It is even harder than the NCAA men's bracket, though, because, man, we have had some low seeds make big runs in these tournaments before. Always a fun weekend and a great course there in Austin, Texas. I was born about 45 minutes outside of Austin. It's awesome. Beautiful, beautiful hill country there, right along the lake. Very cool course. Underrated course because a lot of people, they don't think of it when they think of WGC courses. This isn't a course that's usually near the top of people's lists as most recognizable because it is a unique format and maybe a little bit lower publicity behind it, but it's always a fun tournament and a fun week ahead down there in Austin.
I say this in a relative sense because, it's a pandemic, so you probably haven't done too much traveling in general over the last year. But prior to that, do you get back to that area often?
Not super often. We were able to go down a few years ago. I've been there probably twice in the last 5 years. And love the area. Great. It's crazy. It's just a very awesome part of the country. Great barbecue, which always helps. He got it.
Someone got that one.
Yeah, somehow sneaked it in.
Got 52 this time.
Still bounced out somehow, but it was good before it bounced out. So 3 points for the Dolphins. And there we go.
Neil Hatrick Harris says, I was born in Round Rock, Texas, about 15 minutes outside Austin. We were close.
There you go. Yeah. Yep. I was born in Blanco, Texas, which is about 45 minutes outside of Austin, 45 minutes outside San Antonio, up in the hill country. Very nice area.
Ryan here at the half, 143 passing, couple of touchdowns, 124. No scores for him just yet. Matt Breida did rush for a touchdown, so if anyone was unclear as to whether that did happen, it did. 9 for 13 for him, 4 for 26 for Gurley, your leading rusher, though no scores. 2 of the 1 rush earlier, picked up nearly 20. He's 1 for 17 right now.
Yeah, it's been a competitive game. We've got a 1-score game here at halftime. Both teams able to move the ball and add field goals late. The 2 touchdowns on the Falcons side of things, both passing scores. Julio with the first touchdown from Matt Ryan, and then the wide receiver 2, Calvin Ridley, adding the other score. Russell Gage has 2 catches for 33, and Hayden Hurst has 3 catches for 14. That's the Atlanta side of things for Miami. Albert Wilson leading the way, 3 for 29. Matt Breida, 3 for 37. And Devontae Parker, 2 for 36. So, we've had decent numbers across the board here.
Absolutely. See if it keeps up into half number 2. Again, we got the Drew stack, producer Drew, who is adding your names to the DK SimFam Friends League. And thank you all for obviously wanting to be part of it, which is, greatly appreciated. We talk about that all the time, but Cannot overstate it. Clearly, Frangelico, Game Ops, Zach, and I, we've got you not only for this sim but the next one as well.
That's right.
Jack, you're very kind. Appreciate you. Rossi's Fat Cats has seen WandaVision yet, Koff? I have. I've watched it. I will give nothing away because I know some people are still catching up. But what I will tell you is
just give us out of 10. Out of 10.
Man, I mean, nothing is perfect, so a 9. But
Okay.
you know,
It's a strong score.
Yeah, I loved it. I absolutely loved it. Even with so my sort of progression of WandaVision went like this. The trailer comes out. I'm not remotely interested. Don't really care about the characters. You know, certainly not enticed by the trailer. For anyone that remembers it, you know, it looked a lot like what you saw, obviously, from the first couple episodes, which were very good shows. But I think you tend to appreciate them more as the series goes on than you do in the initial watch of them in real time. You know, for the purpose that they serve going forward. And just how well done they are in retrospect.
Rewatchable, very rewatchable.
Yeah, I may even go check them out again just to further appreciate the goodness of it all. And then, you know, I watched it all at once. I did a binge. I watched it like over 2 days, I think. I didn't watch it week by week as it was released. And even with all the hype that I was hearing throughout, and there was a lot of it. It didn't. You know, it lived up to it. You know, it didn't exceed expectations, or I should say that the hype didn't exceed, you know, what
reality.
Reality. What I watched, I found it to be really good, really compelling. I mean, just another victory for the Marvel Cinematic Universe, man. I mean, they make you
as
care
if
about
they
characters.
Needed one,
right? I know, but they just make you care about characters that you didn't initially feel a need to care about. Elizabeth Olsen's fantastic. You know, taking nothing away from Paul Bettany, but Elizabeth Olsen in particular was just tremendous. Catherine Hahn, amazing. It was just
she's always good.
Yeah, she is. It was a really, really good show. And if you like that kind of thing, like if you watched all the Marvel movies, but you were kind of, I don't know about a TV show, I would say watch the TV show. It picks up pretty much right after Endgame, just to give you, you know, the positioning of it time-wise. And it doesn't. If you were to watch it like I did in the span of a couple of days, the 9 episodes, it feels like one really long movie as opposed to you know, a weekly show. And it absolutely is as good as some of the best stuff that they did in the movies, in my opinion.
Yeah, it was very, very strong. I would agree.
Drew says, smart, Clippers future protected first-round pick, and Carson Edwards for WandaVision.
I don't know. That seems like a high price to pay.
I would be curious to know, you know, I know Drew's thoughts. Drew and I have spoken quite a bit off-air about WandaVision. We've texted. We've really expanded our relationship in the world of WandaVision.
There you go.
West Wing and Psych. I feel like in another life, Drew and I would be best friends. I want to hear other people's thoughts here on WandaVision, yours included, obviously, since I rambled on and on.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I'm not a huge Marvel Universe guy. I'm not locked into, you know, I think I have seen them all, I think, but I you know, don't watch them and rewatch them and take copious notes on them or anything like that. I only do that for Sims. But I enjoyed WandaVision. Yeah, it was a fun watch. Catherine Hahn is somebody who I have liked in a lot of the stuff she's done, all the way back to when she was the secretary on Crossing Jordan, which was shot in Boston, TV show from a number of years back. Catherine Hahn then had several breakouts since then, and so she's always somebody I enjoy, and she was excellent in this. As we see Tua down at the 2. Should we activate the X Factor here?
Activate the X Factor. Let's see if we can light it up into safety territory.
Do it. So I enjoyed it. Again, like, I'm usually working on something else while I'm watching, but this one did keep my attention all the way through.
Oh, there's a nice healthy run, almost for a first, even with that 3rd and 18.
Jordan Howard, power back,
3 on the way.
Jordan Howard, the power back, in with that carry. Sorry, Matt Breida owners. No yards for you on that one, but a nice chunky yardage there to move them off the goal line and give their punter some room. 4th and 3. So CEH wants to know, should he watch some of the movies before the show?
So I think Drew said this right in our chat, which is, do you have to? No, I think it gives you enough backstory that you can watch it and enjoy it. But, I mean, if you want the whole experience to be exponentially enhanced and to get a finer appreciation of all the inner workings of everybody's character history, I think it's incredibly helpful. Like I think it goes from being like, yeah, it was kind of a fun show, to an excellent show if you have the background knowledge.
It's like watching these Sims without playing DFS lineups. Can you watch these Sims without playing a lineup? Sure. But are they much more enjoyable if you have a lineup and you're following the fantasy side of things? Yes.
It's like if you just popped in for a Sim today and heard Glash for the first time. Would you enjoy it? Sure, I imagine you would. But to really have experienced all of his quirks over the last year, to realize how he's gotten to where he is today, it's just that much better, is it not?
There you go. Yep, it adds so much more background to the character, and yep. That is a very good analogy.
Yeah. Jeff says, wait till you watch the first 10 minutes of Falcon and Winter Soldier. So, Jeff, I did. I decided not to binge that one. I watched the first episode of Falcon and Winter Soldier just because, what the hell, I finished WandaVision, I was ready. I'm saying this carefully to give nothing away, if by the first 10 minutes do you mean the cameo, then sure. Otherwise, I didn't feel like there was anything especially unique about the first 10 minutes. Really, I thought the first episode in general was kind of slow. But now after watching WandaVision, I feel like that was deliberate and they're just building towards something because that's what Marvel does.
Which is exactly where they want you to be, right? Because now even if they do mess up and something starts a little off,
by the way.
Right, but if something starts a little off, they have now bought your allegiance, right? Like they've bought they have your buy-in,
right?
Whether it's intentional or not, they're able to move at the pace they want, and that is what good storytelling will do. Todd Gurley starting to pile up some yards, but still no touchdowns in this one. For Gurley, obviously we've had
watch
touchdowns.
These Sims without a DFS lineup? Actually, no. The answer is no. Look, I'm not saying the majority of people do, because I'm sure that's probably not true. But some people, I've seen it in the chat. Some people do, say, "Ah, man, like lineups locked before I got my lineup in. I'm just going to hang out and watch."
Yep, people do.
So it
I think more when we did the tournament and the season, probably, than now when they're just exhibitions.
Right.
When the wins and losses mattered a little bit more. Now it's just fantasy points. And speaking of fantasy points,
second
Julio.
Yay for Julio Jones. He had 1 point in, and this is on me, folks. I will tell you exactly what I did, and hopefully I don't live to regret it, but right now it's not so great. Julio was my captain, and Matt Ryan is in the flex, and then I had the leftover salary to just flip it to maximize my 50K, and I did that. And maybe I shouldn't have, because that is now, I just figured, I'll get exposure to most of the touchdowns. I'll put Matt Ryan in the captain spot. But now look at Julio balling out. He's got 2.
Yep, Julio, another giant game for him. That is 6 touchdowns over his last 3 Sims, 2 against the Bengals, 2 against the Rams, and now 2 against the Falcons. Over 25 fantasy points in each of those games. And he had over 30 fantasy points in 2 of 3 before that run. So red hot Julio right now. Got to be in your lineup. I say as someone who doesn't have him in his lineup.
Trevor says, been watching since the beginning of The Sims, and now I'm watching from the hospital, still giving my likes, #dedication. Well, Trevor, in a perfect world, I hope you're there for, the birth of a child or something really fun, as opposed to other reasons one could be in a hospital. But if you are there, obviously, for the alternative, we wish you well, and we thank you for listening. Get well. Third straight multiple touchdown game for Julio Jones.
He's been really good. I'd say he's in the top tier of wide receivers in all of Madden. I mean, unless you say the top tier is only Tyreek Hill. And then, okay, then he's not in the Tyreek Hill tier. But he's pretty much right behind him.
Okay, no, we've been corrected. It was not Julio, it was Ridley. Ridley with the second touchdown of his day. They each had one before that. It was Calvin Ridley. We had a poor view of the numbers for us lousy commentators. Calvin Ridley with that
Ridley
touchdown, not Julio Jones.
Okay.
Either way,
so
they're both in my lineup there, Zach. So
it doesn't matter to you. Yep, flex points for you either way.
That's right. Ground Sports Los Angeles. These announcers are too confident. Peace of mind. Are you guys even watching the sim? Wake up, cough. It was Ridley, says TK.
We apologize to Mr. Ridley. We believe it. Or not.
We believe it. Slop. Tater Hater is in front by about 3 points with that touchdown. I'm still hanging out, top 5. Striking distance, although about 10 points back.
Like I said, we were going to be on opposite ends of the leaderboard just based on our very different lineups. And since you are in 4th place now, I am the opposite of that. I am in 176. Ouch. Ouch.
Hit the like for Game Ops being more on point than the commentators.
There you go.
They got your touch.
They usually are.
Well, I mean, they kind of have to be, right?
It's good.
I mean, we can screw something up and we just get like chastised in the chat. Game Ops screws something up, affecting people's cache, and the people all of a sudden there's a revolt.
We don't want that.
Which is why we always say,
which is why they're on
this case here today. Like, we are not nearly as important as Frangelico.
Nope, that is true.
Not even close. Tater Hater says, again, he is in front in our free roll here.
Keep it up.
You're hanging in there, Koff. Like to keep you close to the top. You're like a mouse and I'm the cat. Ryan 193, 3 touchdowns. Tua 144, no scores. So the Bundy is very much in play here for Matt Ryan. Breida 11 for 13, a touchdown. Gurley 10 to 50. He's halfway to a bonus. Problem is he only has 1 quarter left, but he can break one off. It is not out of the question whatsoever for Todd Gurley. So we'll see what happens there. And we will take a look here. Oh, look, Frangelica in the YouTube chat. Julio 6 for 71, a touchdown. Again, Ridley,
he has 1 touchdown. Ridley has 2 touchdowns.
Yes.
Just in case everybody was listening to us instead of paying attention. Ridley has 2 touchdowns, 3 for 34. Julio Jones has 1 touchdown, 6 for 71. I guess bonus still in play for Julio if Miami can score and force Atlanta to put more points on the board instead of just running the ball with Todd Gurley.
Yep.
We'll see how things play out here in the 4th quarter.
No one else with
Miami does have the ball.
Receiving yards other than Julio, obviously.
Right. Yep. And just the 1 touchdown. So, yeah, it's been a pretty quiet. We said the numbers were pretty solid at halftime, but that was a very quiet quarter for everyone except Ridley. And Gurley had some good yardage, but again, no score. So not much there from a fantasy perspective either. But 4th quarter still to come. Miami does have the ball just about at midfield. They've been moving the ball pretty well. That missed field goal early on, and then a couple drives that have stalled out at around midfield. They've got decent yardage, though. As you mentioned, Tua with 144 through the air, still looking for his first score.
My man, Jared Kilgore. I love when the chat calls out the commentary errors. The chat's like a tiger lurking in the shadows, ready to strike.
Here's something that don't let this sneak up on you like Calvin Ridley's touchdown snuck up on us. The PGA Tour just announced that due to potential for inclement weather, the tee times for Wednesday have been moved up. So they will now tee off at 7:45 Central, which would be 8:45 Eastern. Instead of, they were teeing off at about 11. So they're going off about 90 minutes ahead of time to beat the weather. So that means your lineups have to be locked in a little bit earlier. So don't leave last minute
early riser. Just do it before you go to bed.
Yeah, that'll work too. And at this point, especially for this event, you're not normally going to have somebody pull out at this point for this magnitude of an event. It would have to be a pretty major injury. So your lineups can pretty much be locked in at this point. Not too much going to change. In theory. Tua on the move. He's actually a very good passer on the move in these sims. Moving either direction. And that time moving to his right, rolling out and finding Jakeem Grant for the first down.
First and 10 from the 31 now. About a minute gone by here in the fourth. 24-10. Hot Atlanta in front. Tua, the southpaw. Short pass completed to Breida. About halfway to what he needed.
Is he the only starting quarterback in the NFL who's left-handed right now?
I think so. I can't tell you that with certainty, but I think he is.
I think he is as well. I'm going to check that out.
Google left-handed quarterbacks.
Yeah, I don't think there's any other current ones.
Brendan Glasheen in the chat
What's up, Glash?
says, will you cry on the stream if Marcus Smart gets traded? It's just a rude way to start a
Would you?
Don't you think?
I noticed you didn't say no, though.
Maybe. This is important actually. What's my schedule? Oh man. I am on Thursday.
Are you on the stream on Thursday?
On Thursday for The Sims at 2 and 4.
Must watch TV.
I'm gonna be on when the Celtics do or do not make a trade. So
I think I'm on one of those. Am I on one of those with you?
Yeah, we've got the first one, and then I'm on
okay
for the second one. So
we will probably be live on the air
yeah.
as the trade deadline hits. Obviously, news can break before or after that, but
yeah.
Isn't the trade deadline 3
p.m.
There you go.
Eastern time.
What sim will we be enjoying at that point?
I'm happy to tell you, but first, 2nd and 7 from the 8, and it is a 4-yard rush for Matt Breida, who was looking for his second touchdown. Still may be. 3rd and 3 on the way. We will be doing the Cowboys-Vikings.
There we go.
That matchup very recently.
I think we have, yes. Yep, we have.
Zeke and Cook.
Running back central.
3rd and 3. Tua passes back in the end zone. Got it. Touchdown, Miami.
Gesicki closes it down to a 1-score game here with just under 5 minutes left.
And going back to Marvel, by the way.
Yes.
Because this is relevant breaking news from Disney Plus's Twitter account. The Black Widow movie, which of course was delayed, is going to be in theaters July 9th and on Disney Plus with premiere access, additional fees required. So I know they did that with the Mulan movie recently, but I didn't watch that. So how does this work, the premiere access? What am I going to have to pay to not leave my house and watch Black Widow on Disney Plus?
It is an additional fee. I don't remember the amount because we did not either. I think it's like $20, $30, somewhere in there. Yeah.
I'm going to wait. I don't need to see it that badly.
I think most people will. NFL breaking news as well. Rap Sheet just tweeted out that Isaiah McKenzie will be back with the Bills on a 1-year deal.
That is literally less important than the Black Widow news that I just gave you.
He scored 3 touchdowns in Week 17.
It's true.
When did Black Widow do that?
It's also relevant to the sim. When did Black Widow do that? Huh? Huh? Well, she could. You can tell
It's
me
true.
you don't put limitations on Black Widow.
I'm not going to tell you she can't. I don't need that heat.
I don't need that heat. I don't need all those Colin Jost fans coming at me.
That's what I'm saying. Nope, not touching that. All right. Well, 1-score game. Atlanta's moved the ball pretty well. Let's see if they can do it one more time to put this one away. Have been able to move the ball both on the ground and through the air. We talked about Gurley with those 50 yards on the ground. I would think they will rely on him here if possible. Pick up a couple first downs and burn some clock. But can't just run the ball because it is just a 1-score game.
Drew, yeah, those Colin Jost fans, real rabid fan base. Swifties, the Beehives, Beyonce, obviously, and Colin Jost fans. Huge.
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap there, too. The Venn diagram is just a circle. Actually, no, not at all. Just the yard there.
More and more people are writing about this Disney Plus, Premier Access thing. Does it at least for the $20 or $30, whatever it is, does it give you? I don't know that the movie's so good you'd want to watch it multiple times, but does it at least give you like a 24 or 48 hour window, or is it a one-time view kind of thing? Like when you rent a movie on demand, you usually have it for 24, 48 hours.
This is a good question to which I do not know the answer. I'm sure the chat will inform us.
3rd and 4.
They're going to throw it.
Come on, Matty Ice.
Got it.
First down.
Able to pick it up. Pick up the first down there. Couldn't see who made the catch, but it was enough for a first down.
Say who it wasn't.
Who wasn't it?
Matt Breida. Matt Breida did not have that catch, but he did have a touchdown earlier today.
That is true.
Contrary to what you may have thought. Russell Gage with the grab.
There we go. I don't know if it's the red jerseys or the resolution of the stream that we're watching, but I am struggling with these Falcons jersey numbers.
1st and 10, incomplete. You don't need numbers to tell you that.
Am I colorblind? What's going on?
I can't tell if my 2-year-old is colorblind or defiant or dumb, but I don't think that's the case. I really don't. So I'm going to say it's one. I'm going to say it's one of the first two. He thinks everything is orange. Everything.
Really?
Like any color, he thinks is orange. And it's this orange, and it's like so clearly blue or green.
Right.
I'm not talking about like in the orange family, like a red or a yellow. No, it'll be like purple. Is it orange? No, it's not. How many times do we need to go over this? And so I think at this point he's just trying to push my buttons.
Is he a Syracuse fan?
It's too early to tell.
Okay.
Drew says you're going to feel real bad when he's colorblind. It's not that I'm going to feel like there was a reason behind it.
Yeah, that's true.
Obi-Wan.
Gurley with the first
Always
there.
Obi-Wan. I asked the question about Disney Plus before. Do your own research. Okay. Thanks. Richard, with Premiere, you can watch over and over after paying the $30. So do you get it? So does that mean you get it for life? Like you've effectively bought it?
It's like it's a DVD on a shelf behind you.
Well, I mean, obviously, at a certain point in time, it just hits Disney Plus, and
and then it's on Disney Plus.
As long as you have the subscription, so I guess that would make sense. You're just paying $30 to get it early and have it for ever, for as long as you have the subscription. I don't remember what it was for Mulan. How long does it take? Obi-Wan, could you do this research for me? How long does it take for a movie to go from premiere access to just being there? How long do I have
with another big run there. Good yardage for Gurley, but all the scores coming through the air in this one. Matt Ryan, 2 to Calvin Ridley, 1 to Julio Jones.
BW Parks is probably defiant. I used to spell my name weird and would get upset when my mom corrected me, LOL, and I was around that age too. BW Parks, I'm talking about a 2-year-old, man. Do you you couldn't possibly have any real memories of...
Wait a minute, his name is BW? And he spelled it wrong?
Yeah, I would say BW is not it's WB Warner Brothers over here.
I would assume there's
unless that's just a story that you've been told over time by your family, in which case sure. At least I personally have no memories of when I was 2 years old. I mean, my memories of like elementary school are foggy at this point in time, let alone when I was 2.
Gurley with another carry there.
Houston Rockets, according to Adrian Wojnarowski, by the way, are progressing on Victor Oladipo trade talks ahead of Thursday's deadline. Man, Oladipo just can't stay put, huh?
Yeah, bouncing all over the place.
Lewis says Wonder Woman 84 Terrible was available for free the same day. That's HBO Max, different service. And yes, it was awful.
And there's the bonus.
See? Why you don't count the guy out? He had 50 through 3 quarters, and now he's had more than that here in the 4th.
The bonus and enough with that first down to pretty much put this one away. A couple kneel downs if they choose to do that, or they might run it again. They are in range of a touchdown if they were to do that. Down well inside the red zone now, I think even, inside the 10. So see if they do decide to run an actual play or just kneel it down. We've seen the AI do both here. Looks like they're just going to kneel and call it a day. Big day on the ground for Gurley yardage-wise, but not any touchdowns. So it was mostly a Matty Ice day, but Julio Jones had a nice total as well. So
24-17.
Have to see
Atlanta.
How things break out here before we give out our end-of-game awards and get things over to the PGA Pre-Lock Show. Give you all the...
That Gurley tutty, not going to happen, sorry. That's right, standing by, not only for you, but in the Zoom in front of all of us. Geoff Ulrich, Reed Fowler, you will have them coming up for you. The Pre-Lock Live for PGA with the match play tourney starting early tomorrow, as Dak outlined earlier, even earlier than planned. And so make sure you save your questions. Don't spam the chat with them yet, because you want to make sure they are fresh to be seen by not only your commentators du jour on the way, but also the production crew. So Matt Ryan, 19 of 23, 199, 3 scores, one shy of a Bundy, a touchdown for Tua, 19 of 25 for 194. Comparable days for the two of them, although obviously the extra
except
points
for the touchdowns,
those scores. Gurley, your guy, 11 for 112, showed up late but hit the bonus on the ground. Breida, 12 for 17, he had a touchdown. Tua, 17 on the ground as well. We'll look at the receiving numbers also, and we'll also check in on how our Madden Matinee contest went. We didn't even answer our question. We can do that real quick before we get out of here. Julio, 6 for 71, a touchdown. Hurst, 5 for 29. Breida, 5 for 54. Parker, 4 for 54. Gage, 4 for 39. Grant, 3 for 33. Gesicki, a touchdown, 3 for 19 for him. Obviously, Calvin Ridley had multiple scores, not a lot of yards. He went 3 for 34. Wilson, 3 for 29. Gurley, 1 for 26, so didn't do much in the air. Adam Shaheen, a 5-yard pickup on his lone catch. Tater Hater, percentage point victory, barring any stat adjustments. Slop in the driver's seat here with 98.91 points to...
Less than a point.
Yeah.
Over DW Nasty. Yeah, a very close game.
Parks, that's DW. Different person.
Right. Different altogether.
Finished for me. Where'd you finish?
Not in the top 15. I finished not in the top 150. So yeah, not great. We had very different lineups, and I ended up with Gurley, who was not a bad play, but did not have enough of the Falcons passing game. And that's where we got to go for our Krusty Koff player of the game. I am going to go with Ridley as the player of the game because he is the lowest owned of Ryan Jones and Ridley. And you really needed all three to do well in this contest. So Ridley is the player of the game. Not my kid award. There really weren't any total busts. I mean, not of the big names anyway. Most guys with a few catches that we expected to. I think I'm going to go. Gage. I mean, Gage was 7.9. Sure. What did Parker have? I feel like he was quiet.
That's true. We could look at him. Gage was 12% captain, 53% owned overall. Devontae Parker, 9%.
4 catches,
captain,
56. Yeah.
Yeah. 36.
Yeah, we'll go with Gage. Gage is the Not My Kid award. Also because there were plenty of yards and touchdowns to be had in the Atlanta passing game. They just all went to his teammates, leaving him a disappointment.
Speaking of leaving, we're going to do that. We have got a sim on the way. The two of us will be back for, though. It is the Cardinals and Chiefs. Looking forward to it in a little less than an hour, 50 minutes. You will have plenty of golf chatter on the way before that, though. Our thanks to the Drew Stack sticking around for Angelico in Game Ops. I ask you, as we get out of here, the Mad Matinee, the who would win a fight between a Falcon and a Dolphin free roll. Who is it, Zach?
I am taking the Falcon.
Yeah, I think
I'm not sure what the Dolphin could do to the Falcon.
Could go underwater,
Falcon,
and swim away is what it could do.
It could escape, but how is it going to bring down the Falcon? The Falcon could dive under and get the Dolphin. That's where I would go on that.
Willie could jump right out and swat you in the air on his way back down. Just you got to time it right. Well, let's see what our guys say.
Free Willy was not a Dolphin.
Koff, is that your professional transition
Thank
here?
You for pointing that out.
It's good enough. Go ahead.
Doesn't understand amphibian life.
Who's going to win, guys? A Falcon or Dolphin in the fight?
Okay, bye, Koff. Clearly a Dolphin would win. It's smarter.
Thank you.
The mammal.
Exactly. The dolphin knows its own reflection. It's the only other species outside of human beings that can recognize its own reflection. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
It also enjoys, having sex, just like humans.
Whoa!
So, I mean, again.
Oh, hello! Oh, golf talk! Wow!
Speaking of
which, package, Dolphin.
Speaking of which, let's get to the match play, huh?
All right, let's go.
All right, you two, thank you very much. Get out of here, Koff. Zach, it was a pleasure hearing you and seeing you. Koff, not so much. No, I'm just kidding. Love you, guy. But this is, like Koff mentioned, like the guys mentioned too, the tournament starts on Wednesday. The PGA Tour Communications Twitter handle just came out and say they're pushing back tee times, I believe, right, Jeff? They're moving tee times. I don't know if it's back or forward because of some inclement weather. That shouldn't matter too much, right? But for all you guys who are placing bets, doing one and dones, make sure you do it tonight because the tournament starts on Wednesday. We got about 35-ish minutes since the guys talked about Dolphins and Falcons for 45 minutes after the game, what it seemed like. But get your questions in the YouTube chat and Twitch chat. We'll make sure to get those answered right away. And what we did last time, Jeff, a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about what was that? That was the players, I believe, that we did this first. I like to do something because the course previews and all the stuff that the players that Jeff and I and Mayo and everyone likes are already out on DK Nation. That's all out there for you guys to take a look at. What's one thing that we're not looking at that we should be focusing on this week? What's something that no one's talking about that you're kind of honing in on?
So, I mean, this week's completely different. It's the match play. We got pods. I think you've got to go and really dive into. I think you got to use the DraftKings Sportsbook a little bit this week. I think you got to dive into those pod odds, so to speak, and you kind of got to give yourself it kind of gives you a reality check here, right? Like of how just how big an underdog even the favorites are in these pods. I mean, I know someone threw out this week, I think it was Justin Ray, who's the stat guy for the PGA Tour. It's something like 30 to 35% of the favorites get through in the pods. It's not a very high percentage. You're going to see a ton of chalk busts this week. And again, just going through them, you've got a guy like Xander Schauffele. He's up there around 10K in salary. He's plus 150 to get out of the group. Like those aren't good odds, for a favorite, for a guy you're paying up for. So I think you really got to kind of go there and look and just realize like the favorites here. I mean, you got Colin Morikawa plus 150, he's 10,400. You can leave a lot of money on the table. You need to get a little bit crazy this week. I think that's the biggest thing with the match play.
Yeah, so speaking of that Justin Ray tweet at Justin Ray Golf on Twitter, 36% of groups were won by the top seeds, so players 1 through 16 at this course, right? This has been played here since 2016, and so only 36% of the top seeds, again, 1 through 16, have advanced. That goes, and then 25% for the second seed, 22 for the third, and 17 for the fourth. So like Geoff was mentioning, there's guys out there. This is not like what we're seeing right now in the men's basketball tournament where chalk usually advances, right? 16 usually does not beat 1 unless, what was that one year? Virginia lost. I forget who it was. But we don't see that. But we see that in this match play. And, what I'm looking at here too, Geoff, is something that I've noticed is, right, when you take a look at the course history or current form, excuse me. We talk about experience in match play. I think that's vastly important, but current form is also extremely important, not just every week, but maybe more so this week than we're thinking about. If you look at the past 5 winners, I believe in the match play, at least that they won, or something like the past 4 winners, they've won at least one tournament. They've won in their past 5 starts. Right. So you can kind of take that, and Geoff, your article is really good at looking at the trends, the winning trends of the golf tournament. Guys who are playing well usually do well in this golf tournament. It's not like some guy comes out of nowhere, a la like maybe Bobby McIntyre, Lucas Beauregard a couple of years ago, where you don't notice, right? That's a dime a dozen.
Even Beauregard was playing well coming into that event.
Yeah.
Like he really was. You could see it a little bit with the form. And I think a guy with another funny name who's playing well in a similar fashion, Christian Bezuidenhout, is also playing pretty well and could surprise. So again, Reed's right. I don't think you want to go so far off the map that you're taking guys like, let's go down. I mean, just to pick someone out here, like Mark Leishman coming in off 2 missed cuts. I'm okay, fading that. He's been really inconsistent kind of over the last 6 months. Maybe a guy like Andy Sullivan has been even okay. Maybe like Mackenzie Hughes, for example, as a long shot. I don't think you need to go that deep, but you got guys like Bezuidenhout, who's plus 300 in his group. I kind of like that for a bet, and I kind of like that for the DraftKings as well. You could think about a guy like Siwoo Kim, who gained 8 strokes on his approaches in his last time out. Did top 10 at the Players. I love that. So, yeah,
it's something that, again, this week, embrace the chaos. Right, embrace the chaos. And so we'll go to that right now. If you look at the highest projected ownership, and I believe the site that I use quite a bit, and I'm sure Geoff you use, and you hear with Mayo and all the guys that on his show is Fantasy National, you see the projected ownership. You take a look at who's coming in as the highest owned guys, projected owned guys, right, for this week. And you have, your quintessential top guys, right? You have your Jon Rahm, who's projected to be the highest right now. Bryson, you see the graphic up right now. Paul Casey, a guy that you and I liked at the Players, who should have fared well for most people's lineups at coming in close to 20% rostered. DJ and then Abraham Answer. And so when you take a look at those guys, and I think this is kind of ties in a little bit to this question from the Guru 805, is how do we adjust from normal classic play? And then, well, like you mentioned it, right? Sort of like you can leave a ton of salary on the board. Is this a complete fade at the top, you think, where you don't think these guys could potentially go through? Or are you maybe chasing a guy like Bryson or chasing maybe Jon Rahm, who's got looks like a pretty good path to the quarterfinals at least? What do you think?
So you don't have to fade the complete top. But again, this is where the strategy parts of it. And this is, again, something else that we could have talked about off the top, just with this tournament. You need to look at the bracket. You need to look who's where. I mean, part of having a good lineup this week is just going to be having guys on the right side of the bracket. You don't want to pay up for 2 guys who are going to meet each other in the round of 16, right? So that's legitimately the most important thing about this week. You can play Jon Rahm, just don't also pay up for Daniel Berger, because if they both win their groups, they're going to meet in the next round and you're going to lose one of your studs. So it's really counteractive in that situation. So you can definitely pay up for the studs. I think the most important thing with the studs is if you're going to fade one of the studs, look at the underdogs in that group. Like if you're not playing Bryson this week, look at who the underdogs are in that group and consider playing one of them, because everyone, like Bryson's still going to have a lot of ownership, but again, since you're not playing him, someone else has to win that group. I mean, it sounds so simple, but that's the way you should be thinking about your lineups. Okay, I like Dustin. And look, the favorites have done well at this. We've had a Jason Day win when he was like number 1 player in the world. Dustin won when he was basically number 1 player in the world. It's not like the favorites can't get through here, but if you can't play all of them. So the groups that you're not using the favorites in, make sure like you're really considering the long shots there, because again, all these guys are live. The favorites are sitting up plus 150 again, like underdogs basically, right? So, really consider that when you're making lineups. You got to put some thought process into the construction this week. You don't need to worry about the stat models as much and the birdie rates and things like that, but you got to look at that bracket.
Yeah, you're seeing right now on the screen how the scoring breaks down, right? So this is how it's different than classic from a logistics standpoint, where it's less about birdies, bogeys, right? The score. It's holes won, halved, which is a fancy way of saying this hole was tied. So each player gets that 0.75, and then holes lost, right? You lose points, and so that's how it's accumulated across however long your player goes, right? So the same way, if your guy doesn't make it out of the group stage, is the same way as if they missed a cut, right? That's essentially what you have to be thinking about, and you want to get the guys clearly who are going to win and who you think are going to go all the way to the Final Four, but also the players who you think who have a good chance of absolutely dominating early, because you also get points that if, let's say, Bryson does beat Tommy Fleetwood, 6 and 5, he gets points for those holes that weren't played for him. So it's like a birdie bonus for what you get. You mentioned, Jeff, that group with Bryson, Tommy Fleetwood, Siwoo Kim, and your boy Rosenaire. It's like, right? You start to think about that, and then below that, Tony Finau, Kokrak, Zalatoris, Fratelli. Fratelli kind of getting the short end of the stick there, even though it's kind of a home course for him. That's something that's very interesting. I go on going on Twitch. We have a lot of people first time playing Fortnite. It says, this is my first year playing golf, and I'm so confused. What this match tourney style of golf is? It's match play. First time playing Fortnite, so you kind of just heard the how we break down the points. You're still choosing golfers and staying below the 50K or within the 50K salary cap, but you want to choose the same way you want to choose. If you're doing the NCAA brackets, you want to choose the players or the teams that are going to advance, and based off of how many holes they win, right? That's how you get points. So if Matt Wolff gets a triple bogey, which is probably going to happen this week, that doesn't necessarily carry over, right, to his next hole, because it's not stroke play. He just loses the hole if his opponent gets a double bogey or better. He just has to beat Matt Wolff. So there's a lot of strategy involved, especially with the golfers. One thing that I mentioned in my article, which I think is something to take a look at, is strokes gained off the tee and like driving distance, right? This is not a long course at all. So what I like about that is, can your guy get past the other player, right, their opponent, to now have his second shot after his opponent's second shot? Gamesmanship is huge in match play. If you're Dustin Johnson, Bubba Watson, these guys who have won, Jason Day, and you're driving it past your opponent 65, 70% of the time, you can play off of what your opponent is doing. That's a big thing in match play. And so that's a couple of tidbits of strategy when you're looking at choosing golfers right now. And again, you hear us talk about it all the time with strokes gained. Like Jeff mentioned, it's not as important this week as it is usually, right? Like, and it works both ways. Ian Poulter has lost approach in 7 straight tournaments, but he's the best match play player that we've had in our modern era.
Yeah, I think there's two things with match play. I think the distance thing obviously helps, and we've seen big hitters, use that to their advantage here. But you still got to putt. Like, it's the guys who can obviously combine the two, like a Day or Dustin. So I mean, again, the last finals we saw here was Kisner and Kuchar. So I would say that, like, you don't need to discount someone who's not that big a hitter, but like make sure they're in some kind of form with their short game or putter, that they can put pressure on their opponents, with that putter or something like that. Because You don't want a guy who's short and then also not putting. That's just like the worst combo you could target. So I think someone made a good suggestion here. Do you want to just go through the brackets here quickly?
Yeah,
and just like kind of give our thoughts quickly. Obviously, throw up your questions as we're talking, but why don't we start here by we got the Dustin Johnson group, DJ, Nah, McIntyre, Long. I think I saw you liked McIntyre. Is that right?
Well, Bobby Mack, I think he's a popular just because when you take a look at what he's done on the Euro side, he won last year. You think he's top 3 already this season. He's someone that I think could surprise a lot of people. More so, like, here's an introduction. You and I know who Bobby Mack is. Most of the industry, we know who he is. But the general public doesn't know who Robert McIntyre. We've seen him in WGCs and some of these other tournaments, like the Players in the Masters, or some majors. But he's someone to consider. But Kevin Na, like, he's probably the one that, if I truly had to think about it to upset DJ and advance in this group, he's someone that I'm maybe taking some shares off of Bobby Mack and going with Kevin Na.
Okay. Let's do this. Let's go. Give me your. Should we do favorite plays, or should we just do like who you think's going to win the group?
Yeah, let's just do who's going to win the group.
Okay. I'm going to say that there's going to be an upset in that one, and I'm going to take Adam Long.
Ooh.
I think one of those bottom 3 are going to win that one. So do you have McIntyre or no?
Yeah, I'll go McIntyre that one.
Yeah, okay. I think those bottom 3 guys are live there. I think DJ might actually be a good fade. I don't think his putter's working as well. So let's go to the next one, which is
Sanjay, Victor Perez, Mark Leishman, and Russell Henley.
Okay, so
I had issues with this one.
This
Victor
one for
Perez,
me comes down to 2 players.
Yeah, I think. I mean, Russell Henley is hitting the lights out of the ball, and Sanjay M. I think it comes down to those 2.
Yeah, me too. It's between those 2. I'll play both. I'll pick my boy Henley just because we're making picks, but I'd like to have exposure to both guys. Obviously, don't play them in the same lineup, but I do like both those players this week to potentially make a run. Bermuda greens for Sanjay.
Yeah,
like we said, Henley's putting well too. So,
although Sanjay not really playing that well, like he's not playing like
just
typical
putting
Sanjay.
well, isn't he?
Yeah. So I think Russell Henley is someone that you can definitely take a look at. Mark Leishman again is someone who's been playing a lot better at the start of this season like he was last. But yeah, I'll go Sanjay just for parity when you go Russell.
Okay. Sounds good. I think we're both kind of on the same page in that one. Next one, Webb Simpson, Paul Casey, Mackenzie Hughes, Taylor Gooch. Any chance you're getting off Casey or Simpson here? Because I'm not.
No.
I'm not interested in Gooch or Hughes this week. Gooch is decent, but I think Simpson and Casey set up really well for this course, and I'm just not that interested in going against them this week.
Yeah. In Paul Casey, I'm running a contrarian article right now.
Yeah.
And Paul Casey is projected to be one of the highest rostered guys. He's been lights out, man. He's been on a heater since for the last 6 to 8, 2 months worldwide. But Webb Simpson, uncharacteristically losing strokes and approach in 2 of his last 3. But I mean, when you get him on a short course like this, a Pete Dye, a Wyndham style course, he could be dangerous. He could be someone that could upset Hatton, kind of jumping to the next group. I like Hatton this one. I think this is interesting because you have all the Euros in this one group.
This is an interesting group.
Yeah. Boy, Lee Westwood, again, people are saying, can he keep on doing it? I think he can. But Tyrrell Hatton is the guy that I'm going with. I just like where his odds are. I like his price on DraftKings. It lines up, talking about match play. He's great in match play. So yeah, give me Hatton.
Yeah, this one is hard to figure. Even Matt Wallace, who I don't think is playing as well as the other 3 guys, but he can get hot with the putter. He's a pretty big competitor. He could just pop up and win 3 matches in a row. It could happen. I think I'd side with Hatton here too. This one is, you can make cases for Sergio. Sergio's coming off of great players, but I'm going to side with Hatton here as well. Maybe a little bit chalky there. You'd like his price at 8,600 as well for DraftKings, so I'll side with him there. This is going to be an interesting one because Bryson, Tommy Fleetwood, Siwoo Kim, Rosner. I just feel like everyone's just going to just be like, no, I'm just playing Bryson here, and they'll eat the chalk.
Yeah. I told Bryson
very live in this group.
I told Bryson I'm not playing. If you're in the same group as Finau, Bryson, I ain't playing you. I'm sorry. No.
Are you playing them then?
No, I'm Jeff Finau. like Bryson is, look, I'm going up against, and this is the one thing you also have to consider, right? When talking about DFS sports betting is you have to take emotion out of it, unless your name is Louis Oosthuizen for Jeff or Tony Finau. You see there in the graphic, it says Tommy Fleetwood, but
no, it is Fleetwood. Finau's not in.
Or excuse me, Finau's in the other one. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead to the next group.
Okay,
but yeah, Bryson in this one, you mentioned Siwoo Kim. He's someone, again, Pete Dye. The guy always plays Pete Dye courses very well. I'll give you the floor for the next group, but yeah, Bryson, just looking at how his ability to drive the ball, and like his short game is fantastic. But I'll take Finau on the next one.
Yeah, no, for sure. I like Siwoo in this group. Bryson doesn't have a great match play record. I don't think it's going to be like his favorite format. I think he likes the stroke play. Just measure himself, and he doesn't have to worry about taking chances or get psyched out by his opponent. A Siwoo on a Pete Dye course, I'll take that all day. I think, I really like him as a live dog there. I kind of like him as a bet as well. The next one is Finau, Kokrak, Zalatoris, Fratelli. I think this group's wide open. Obviously, you're gonna side with Finau, and Finau might not get that much love this week because I think people are gonna look at this group and be like, I know Finau kind of, he's not that great a putter. He is really that much better than Kokrak and Zalatoris. I mean, he is. So I think Finau is going to kind of go under-owned. If I'm playing someone else, I almost just want to play Dylan Fratelli, to be honest, and just take like the cheap guy from this group because I don't really have a huge lean here. Maybe you can talk me into playing Finau. I don't know.
Well, I mean, we take a look at Finau, right? The ball striking, if we're just taking that into account, he's the best. I will argue, though, that Kokrak probably is hitting it the best, over the last 3 or 4 tournaments of these guys. Like Kokrak is playing it, very, very well. But when it comes down to it, I just think, yes, you need accuracy, but I think length in a game like match play, in a format like match play, is such a huge thing. And we've seen Finau go absolutely ballistic with his irons, and his putting has gotten a lot better. Like, and that's the thing. A lot better.
The more I think about this group, the more I kind of want to play Finau. He can bounce back so quickly, right? Like, do we care if Finau makes 1 bogey, if he makes 3 birdies for every bogey? Like, maybe this is the event where he just breaks through because he's certainly talented enough. I'm gonna have to inject some Tony Finau into this lineup.
There we go. Tony Finau coming in, I believe, at plus. I think he was 2,500 on DK Sports.
I've done my first 360 because I didn't really have a favorite from this group, but now that I think about it and how people are going to be viewing this group, I kind of really like Finau. So guys, throw up those questions. I'm sure there's people watching. I know there's people watching because I can see all. So throw up the questions if you got them. I mean, Reed and I are going to keep going through the groups, but if you got specific ones, throw them up. We'll get to them. So I think we're both on Finau in this one, though, it sounds like.
I think Fratelli is someone that really got the short end of the stick in this group because all 3 of these guys have been playing well.
It is a tough group, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
Next one is Victor Hovland, Abe Anster, Bernd Wiesberger, and Kevin Streelman. Yeah, I think the chalk is Anser.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone loves Anser this week.
Everyone loves Anser. He's great on Pete Dye courses. I know Feinberg. We were talking earlier this week, and he loves Anser as like his new Pete Dye guy, right? Like anytime we're on a Pete Dye course, and it's true, Anser is second, I think, in strokes gained tee to green over the last
he's got a runner up at Hilton Head.
Yeah.
He's got a runner up at the TPC Stadium. He might even have another top finish at another Pete Dye course. Doesn't matter. Anyways, he plays them really well. He's going to be a tough out if he putts well. Absolutely. Hovland is Hovland. He's kind of got that Finau. He can just bounce back with like 3 birdies in a row and just bury you. But if he's a little bit off, I could see Anser getting out of this group. I'm not that interested in the underdogs in this group either. I'll probably just eat the Anser chalk. Or I think Hovland sets up a lot like Finau though, where people just like play Anser and kind of forget that like Hovland has been just lights out lately. So again, kind of a Tony Finau, a guy I don't mind paying up for with lower ownership.
Yeah, Anser is top 5 in projected roster percentage. He's coming in close to 20% roster.
He's going to be popular. Yeah,
he's going to be extremely popular. And look, we've seen Anser completely chalk bomb. We've seen it before. Like that's his MO. Like when you're on Anser, when the industry is on Anser, he usually doesn't pan out. So Victor is definitely there at plus 2,500. There was a question about why is EVR, I believe, plus 150 against Berger on DK Sportsbook tomorrow. The only thing I can think of, if that's true, is that Berger's coming in with an injury, right? Like he's coming in with an injury right now.
I mean, but I think the question was like, why is Berger such a heavy favorite? Because he's injured. Because like that, because EVR is plus 150, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that was, I don't know. I don't know exactly what the question was getting at, but I do like the odds on EVR. Like I'd much rather be on that side in that match. We've seen Berger just like hit a shot and pull out of WGCs before too to get the chip paycheck. So who knows what his mentality is for this week? If he's healthy, man. I mean, he could be a great value, but I'm probably going to be skipping Berger for sure.
Oh yeah,
and no burgers in here. I'm on a diet this week. Yeah,
I think that's why Rom, which we'll get to in a little bit. That's why I think he has the quickest path to the quarterfinals.
Yep.
It could be rested. Going up top now on the other side of the bracket, you got JT, your boy Louie, Kevin Kisner, and Matt Kuchar. This is the Pete Dye group, right? Like this is the Pete Dye group. JT just one of the players. We know the other three guys play extremely well on Dye courses. Mm-hmm. I mean, Justin Thomas, based on momentum and what he did in the Players' Championship, I just like going with him and getting plus money now too to win the group. I believe at plus 130 or plus 150. I can't remember exactly the number. I think that's great. I know I know Louis and these guys can absolutely play these courses well, but I think JT is now, after that win, is going to come in and absolutely dominate.
Yeah, I think a little bit too much hype is being around this group. Like Kisner and Kuchar really haven't been playing that well. I mean, Kisner's like putting well, but he always putts well. The rest of his game has been kind of meh. Louis is actually playing pretty well too, and he's putting well. So for me, I'm kind of the same opinion. Like you either pay up for JT or you just play Louis. I think there's a pretty big difference between the top two and the bottom two right now. So yeah, I'd rather get my underdogs elsewhere. I don't really want to trust, even though Kisner is just a match play wizard. I still don't really want to trust them to like upset. I mean, like two other guys who are good at match play too. Like Louis is one of the top 5 match play records in this event as well, right? So I think paying up for Louis is actually pretty, like taking bias out of it. I think just when you look at this group, like he's clearly playing the second best. His price isn't that offensive or anything. And, if you want to fade Justin Thomas, and look, Justin Thomas's putter can get really cold at times. So, and Louis' putter has been hot. So I think he makes the most sense. I think all these guys are live, but I don't really have like much desire to play Matt Kuchar, who quite frankly has been pretty bad. So
he's been horrible.
Yeah.
I think the next group here, Jeff, is very intriguing for the opposite of what like the Finau group was, which is Fitzpatrick, Matt Wolff, Corey Connors, and Jordan Spieth. Where are you going in this one? Because Jordan Spieth is coming in as a favorite, which 2 months ago would have never been the case.
He's the favorite.
Yeah. So where are you going here? I got a hot take, which is not really a hot take.
Oh, okay. I mean, I don't mind paying up for Spieth. I think his salary is going to keep people off him from DFS. I mean, I'm not probably going to bet him in the group or anything like that, but I think for DFS, it should keep him off there. Matt Wolff is pretty interesting at 6,900. He's the most talented player in this group, quite frankly. So I think Connors and Fitzpatrick are out for me. I think it's kind of a case where I'm either just going to play Jordan Spieth and get that lower ownership on a top guy that I don't think many people are going to play, or I'm going to just maybe take a YOLO with Matt Wolff.
Yeah, do it.
I don't have a huge hot take here. Yeah.
It's not a hot take. Matt Wolff playing at his ceiling right outside of Spieth is the best player in this group.
He'd be the clear favorite here. He'd be like 99.
Clear favorite. Right? You got to buy the dip, and the dip is bad. The dip is bad on Wolff. Like he is like at rock bottom right now. But having said that, look, I mean, I would, and especially in the match tomorrow against Connors, I think that's a prime position to potentially, get a pretty solid number on him over Connors at plus really 150.
If Matt Wolff comes out and like birdies the first 2 holes, he could bury Corey Connors in like 12 holes, easily do that. So Connors has never played match play before, going up against the guy who's more talented than him, tee to green, which is kind of his jam. Like, I really like that play from a match perspective, just like a single bet perspective as well. So Matt Wolff, I think we're both kind of seeing that potential as well. Yeah,
triple bogey, like I mentioned earlier, it doesn't matter as much as a stroke play. He can just pick up his ball if he's in the what. So I like him. I know Fitzpatrick and I think all of these guys outside of Matt Wolff and playing well. I think that's a perfect zag position for Wolff. And I would argue that he's closer to match play experience than Corey Connors is. Corey Connors hasn't played match play since probably his time in college, because he hasn't played in this event and he hasn't made a President's Cup. He hasn't made anything.
Yeah.
So I like Matt Wolf there. This next one, Cantlay, Matsuyama, Ortiz, and Harmon. And I'm going to follow up with a question that was asked on the Twitch here, first time playing Fortnite on the Twitch stream. I need someone under 6,600 not named Adam Long.
Okay.
Is it like, I know Harmon, I believe, is close to that price. I can't remember exactly what his price was. Maybe he's not.
No, I think he's a bit higher than that.
Yeah.
So
who do
for
you
me,
think?
what am I looking at here? I'm looking at the wrong tournament. So for me, let's see, under 66.
I think Bobby Mack's my favorite.
Robert McIntyre's. Oh, but McIntyre's. Okay, I don't know how. Anyways,
yeah,
I would probably say Eric Van Rooyen or Sebastian Munoz for me. Now that depends on your lineup. If you're fading John Rahm, I think Munoz is fine. Again, someone's got to win the group. If you're not playing John Rahm, you got to think about it that way. I think Munoz is just as live as the other two guys that aren't John Rahm in that group. So I think Munoz, and I think Van Rooyen just has such a good draw. Harris English coming off a back injury, Daniel Berger coming off a rib injury, and Brendan Todd, who really hasn't been playing very well. Van Rooyen can get hot with his irons as well. So I would say EVR there at 6,400, probably my favorite, but I would consider Munoz as well if you're fading John Rahm in that lineup.
Yeah, I agree. I think Robert McIntyre is my favorite. But like we talked about, right? I mean, like even looking at a guy like Kevin Streelman, who's not in this group, right? These players have played well in match play. Like there's guys like Victor Perez at 6,600, I think is someone you can also maybe consider if you want to dip down this low, like 6,700 Ian Poulter. We talked about him earlier, right? I know it's more expensive and you're looking to fit the exact price to get 6,600, but then that means that a lot of people are trying to do that, right? If you have to find someone exactly on that price, unless you're trying to fit like under the salary by a certain amount of money, it's probably, it's probably going to be the case where someone else has that lineup, right? Or if you're going to 50K and you got $0 left of the remaining salary. So take that into consideration. Like Geoff mentioned earlier, you can leave a ton of money on the table and have a unique lineup in this format. Next one here, Patrick Reed, Joaquin Niemann, Christian Bezuidenhout, or Bubba.
So I already kind of went over Bezuidenhout, who I like as an underdog play. I think he's 7,600 on DraftKings. I think he's coming in around plus 300. Again, I went to the wrong tournament. So yeah, Bezuidenhout is 7,600 plus 300. Obviously Reed is going to be a tough out. Patrick Reed might even be going a little bit under the radar.
Mm-hmm.
Niemann, I feel like, just at 8K, I think too many people, I think he's going to get overplayed a little bit. Christian Bezuidenhout's a very, very good putter. He's got a great short game. I think he's going to be a really tough out, so to speak. If Reed is even a little off, I think he's going to be live. Bubba is Bubba. Who knows what he's going to do? If he shows up, sure. I'm not going to go there personally. I would rather target Bezuidenhout, who has been playing well, has a little bit of that Beauregard kind of mojo with him right now, I think. So that's kind of my take. I'm not really huge on anyone in this group, although I do see the value in just, targeting Reed and being like, well, he's really good at match play, and then, looking for value elsewhere. Yeah,
I think this is another one. Like, I like Harmon to actually come out of that group previous.
Right, and I like Cantlay. I don't think I said that, but I really like Cantlay for a bounce back. He's a good P-type player too.
Yeah, but Patrick Reed, I think, has the right type of game style here. Next one is probably my most, like, the most interesting to me and my favorite one to kind of break down here. Yeah, Xander Schauffele, Jason Day, Scotty Scheffler, and Adam Sullivan. So I really like Scotty Scheffler. I think Xander and Jay Day, right? You're going to have to face those two guys, right? And Jay Day, two-time winner here. Xander, world number 6. And Scotty comes in, kind of not really like he's out of the sort of the rhetoric right now of the tournament of golf, because he hasn't played consistently like we saw him towards the end of last season, like towards the end of the playoffs where he was playing well. Mm-hmm. But talk about a guy this is sort of a home game for him. Went to the University of Texas,
right?
Played extremely well against your boy Aaron Wise in 2016 NCAAs. He beat Aaron Wise, even though University of Oregon won the national championship. He beat Aaron Wise, I believe, 3-2. Again, like he doesn't have experience playing here or like playing a match play in this style. But I would argue that out of the guys that we're taking as newbies, he's one that I'm really, really excited about. I think Scotty Scheffler can surprise here.
I like Scheffler. For me, it's Scheffler or Day here. Sullivan is just up against it. He's scrappy, but like, my God, like I don't think he's getting 2 wins here. To me, it's Scheffler or Day. Schauffele is, obviously live as well. It's not like he's playing that bad. He missed 1 cut. It was the players, but I think Scheffler is I like the price on Scheffler. So I'm going to mix in Scheffler and Day. Obviously, again, you don't need to play them together. Don't play them together. Day coming off a players where his T35 gained a ton of strokes on approach and off the tee, but lost 7 strokes putting. So swinging it well. But Scheffler has a really good all-around game going right now too. Those guys are both live, in my opinion.
Yep, a little less than 10 minutes, and we got a few more groups to go. One quick question here, Geoff. Under 7,700, this is from Germ on Twitch. Favorite play, $7,700 or less. And that's a lot. It's a lot of guys under that price tag. We've mentioned a handful of them. I think the chalk for going cash is Abraham Ancer at 77, right on the dot.
Yeah.
But again, I think there's one guy that I mentioned, Matt Wolff, 6,900. I don't necessarily think he's going to win this. But I do think that he can surprise a lot of people here and potentially be a GPP.
The more I think about Matt Wolff, it really feels like he's gonna have a really good shot at winning that pod. I mean,
right.
I think you're dead on. Like, I don't know if he's quite there where he can just put it together for like a full 4 days or whatever, 5 days and come out with a win. But I think you'll see him rebound. I mean, this guy's just too talented to sit on the sidelines. And realistically, this is he dominated in college in this because his game is just so lights out. So I think there's a good chance you'll see a rebound there. I like that call. I do like Russell Henley at 7,500. Again, this is all going to be group dependent for you too. Like, again, Matt Wolff's a good play if you're not on anyone else in that bracket. Russell Henley's a good play if you don't have like Sungjae Im in your lineup. So I think both those guys are live. And Siwoo Kim at 7,300 would be the last guy under 77 with the qualification. As long as you're not playing Bryson, he makes a ton of sense. So
yeah, perfect. Like it. Next group, Rory, Cam Smith, Lonto, and Ian Poulter. Rory's one of the best on die courses, if not the best, over like the last handful of long-term, statistical categories. He plays die courses extremely well. Everyone is off Rory because of what he's been doing. It's how widely publicized how bad he's been. So I think, if there's anyone up there that you want to play a contrarian, it's him, at 10-2. And like, again, if he plays at 85% of his talent level, he will lap this group, right? Poulter is my next, my other favorite guy, just because his match play record, he just turns on a switch. And I'm going to be very excited to watch Rory Ian tomorrow in that matchup. But I like Rory in this group.
Yeah. Rory's a guy too. Like I could see him maybe just winning a group and like having a decent week, but maybe not getting through. I just don't know if he's quite there.
Yeah.
I really don't have a hot take about this group. I don't really want to play Rory, but every time I look at this group, I'm like, I don't really want to play anyone. I like Cam Smith, so I guess I'll de facto down to him. But I feel like Cam Smith's going to be pretty heavy chalk too, because I think, like you said, most people won't want to play Rory, so they'll just be like, "Oh, Cam Smith is the next best guy."
Right. Or the match play guy in Ian Poulter, Exactly. And so maybe no one's going to play Lonto. Is Lonto below? This is the Rick Gaiman. Is Lonto below a certain price tag? Is he below 7K?
I know when I talked to Pat, Pat Mayo earlier in the week, he liked Lonto. Guy can get hot with his putter. To me, I think I might just eat the Cam Smith chalk and move on, or maybe I'll just play no one from this group, quite frankly.
Yeah,
because I kind of like the Scheffler Day group anyway, so that could be a strategy. I'm just ignoring this group for me, to be honest.
Yeah, you don't have to pick anyone from a specific group, even though there's going to be a winner, right? So you don't have to. But yeah, Lonto $6,900. So that fits the Rick Gaiman below 7K for Lonto. He usually outperforms his price tag. Next group, Daniel Berger, second to last group, Daniel Berger, Harris English, Brendan Todd, and EVR. I like this one. I'm scared of Berger's injury. Todd is a guy that can make 1,000 feet of putts, but it's Harris English. When you look at the ball striking, when you look at what he's done so far this season, he's $7,300. Remember when we had Harris English at $9,800, Geoff, beginning of the year? Like, now you're getting a huge discount again on a guy who's not playing well at all. but has the ball striking to win a golf tournament with other really good players, i.e. the Tournament of Champions. So give me Harris.
Yeah, I don't mind that call. I think that's kind of where I was looking at as well. I mean, he withdrew with a back injury, but I mean, it's 2 weeks later. It doesn't sound serious or anything like that.
Right.
It sounds like he's probably just looked ahead and he's like, well, I got the Masters coming up. I haven't played in the Masters a bit. I would much rather be well rested and perfect for the Masters than play in the Players where I don't have a shot because I'm a little bit, banged up. So I think you're right. I think you're kind of dead on. He actually looked okay at the Arnold Palmer too. He was like T25 there. So I think English kind of is the play. And like I said, I think EVR is live, but I again, this is a good group to look at the bottom. Harris English 7,300. That's really cheap for a guy who's like the second seed.
Yeah.
So I'm with you. I am. I think that's the right call in this group as we head to the last one.
Last one is John Rahm, Ryan Palmer, the Zurich Classic boys here trying to defend.
Right.
Shane Lowry and Sebastian Munoz.
Yeah. And look, I brought up Munoz because, to me, Palmer and Lowry, especially Lowry, is a terrible match play player. And he's a terrible match play player because he's terrible at short putts. And Palmer, quite frankly, has the same disease. They're just not really built for match play. They're built for being steady, playing tough courses. I don't think this is a good format for either one of them. Munoz, though, can light it up. If that putter gets hot, the irons get a little bit hot. Yeah, you might throw in a quad. Who cares, though? It's match play. I think Munoz is a very, very good cheap play. Again, if you don't have John Rahm in your lineup. If you're putting John Rahm in all your lineups, you can just play John Rahm. Forget about this. If you're not playing John Rahm and you're looking for a cheap play, I think Munoz is very live in this group. So I do like him as a punt. The more I think about it too, and this all comes down to strategy. If you're not playing Rahm, then you're looking at guys in this sector to play. Who else makes sense? EVR is okay, but I think Munoz, quite frankly, is has a little bit better upside. So I think he's a very good cheap play in this quadrant of the last quadrant here we're going through.
Yeah, $6,100 on DraftKings, plus 15,000 on the DK Sportsbook. So you're getting him at pretty good odds to win. Which again, stranger things have happened in this type of tournament. Jeff, before we get going here, I want to get your dark horse. It feels like any bracket form, we need a dark horse to win and maybe your chalk to win. So who you got?
Okay, so first of all, we did have a question earlier about Corrales. They wanted some 7K range players. You got Uline there at 7,800. He's got a really good birdie rate. It's a stroke play event. Camilo, I really like actually this week. I'll probably bet him 7,600 on DraftKings. You got Paul Barjon at 6,700 as well. Pretty talented player down there if you need someone. Obviously, it's a really weak field, but I just wanted to throw that out because I didn't want to miss that question. So you want a dark horse and my pick to win? Is that right?
Yeah, and we'll throw the graphic up because you got some picks here from your articles and just what you've been talking about. So walk us through who you think's going to win, who your value plays are.
I like Cantlay. I really do. He's under 10K. I think he's going overlooked because of the missed cut. He's got a pretty good draw. Hideki is terrible at match play. He's got to get by Harmon, but that's definitely doable. Cantlay's been putting. Short game's great. I think he can get out of that bracket. I think he's just sets up well. I think he sets up well for this event. He's a good die player too. So give me Cantlay as kind of like the guy who can come through, bounce back really quickly and grab the biggest win of his career. I think he knows he wants to bounce back. I really do like Russell Henley this week. I think that's winnable. I'm like kind of like you. I'm not 100% sold on Sung J M. I could definitely see Dustin getting upset this week. I think that's on the table. So I think Henley could come through that group and have an Adam Long or a Kevin Na in round two. And then it's just it's off to the races. So I like Henley as probably one of my favorite underdogs. And if I'm going to throw out another one, again, Siwoo, man. On a Pete Dye course, Bryson sucks at match play like he does. I'm sorry. I love Bryson for the Masters, but I'm not picking him here. So give me Siwoo as another underdog.
Yeah, I like that. You also had Eric Van Rooyen in there at $6,400. I think that's a great play as well. Guys that I like so far, I think Tyrell Hatton is probably my favorite to come out.
I like Cantlay, who's bad players, probably going to bounce right back.
Right, exactly. Tyrell Hatton is going to be my favorite. He's plus 3,300, I believe, on the DK Sportsbook. A good price on DraftKings, $8,600. I just like where his game's at right now. He's been playing fantastic worldwide. He's got that edge, right? He's got that edge that you want in these type of tournaments. Scotty Scheffler, man, $7,900. I love playing Scotty Scheffler, especially in these tournaments where all the guys are here, right? WGCs, FedEx Cup playoffs. Give me Scotty because he has the ability in these tournaments to shoot 59. We've seen it before. I want that upside from a guy like Scheffler. And Brian Harmon, we saw what he did at TPC Sawgrass. He's another great die player. He's played well in match play before. And he's always a guy, again, when push comes to shove, and when you get these tournaments with a bigger, higher strength of field score, he tends to raise his game quite a bit. And so those three guys, other than the ones that we've talked about previously, are the three that I like this week, Geoff. So yeah, it's going to be fun, man. This is PGA's, PGA's version of the bracket. If you're doing one and done, you want to do well in this tournament. I had Dustin in the last WGC. Good time for him to have his worst putting outing of his entire career. When the one time I wasted my Dustin one and done. But this is the time, right? This is the one that you want outside of the majors. WGC, there's a ton of points, ton of money to be won here. And so I hope you guys like this.
Who was your pick to win? Was it Scheffler?
Yeah. So my pick to win is Hatton.
Hatton, right? Okay.
Yeah, pick to win is Hatton, and then my dark horse is Scotty, which is not really a dark horse.
Oh, but I like that call. I do.
Yeah, he's someone. The price tag is not necessarily that of a guy like EVR or even of Siwoo, but I think Scotty having that home field advantage a little bit is just something that I really, really like. And so those are the guys that I like. But yeah, this is, again, like I was mentioning earlier, I think this is going to be a fun tournament. It's good to see these guys play in this style of format and get out of the stroke play just a little bit.
And again, guys, don't forget, the tournament starts tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Make your lineups now.
DraftKings lineups in. There's still lots of them, but they'll probably fill up quickly tonight. So
yeah, I'm surprised I haven't yet missed a one and done selection. This would have been the week, but I did it on Monday. I already locked it in on Monday. I'm tinkering a little bit, but my picks, at least of when I started, are in there. So I made sure to do it because I knew it was early. Next game up here for Matt and Geoff, Cardinals at Chiefs with Koff and Zach. They're coming back fairly quickly to make sure that they get the pre-show down. And then, put all of your comments in the YouTube chat. Put all of them in the Twitch stream. We want to see who you guys think is going to win. And I'm very excited to see who comes out here. And maybe Finau. Maybe Finau gets through, and maybe we see a Finau Louis matchup. I don't know what I would do.
Handle that? I don't know. I think the stream might break. So
yeah, I think we need to have an emergency live. So all right, that's it for Geoff Ulrich, for Reed T. Fowler, myself. Thank you very much, guys. Good luck.
What's up, everybody? We are back. Zach Thompson, Adam Kaufman, and what a treat it was to have Reed and Jeff for Pre-Lock Live, getting you ready for match play. Obviously, a lot of fun, a lot of great information. If you missed any of it, I encourage you, not right this moment, but when you have some time, scroll back on the YouTube feed. You can relive it and get all the expertise, all the knowledge you need to set you up for tomorrow. But it is right back into Simland for the two of us, and early bird special. The Kaufman Professor Z return to their roots free roll because, yes, we are together for a cards sim right here, Z.
So good to be home. So good to be home.
Isn't it? Cardinals,
yep, we
love it.
We did so many of these back in Madden 2020. It felt like we had every Cardinals game ever. Yep. We were there for the highs. We were there for the lows when they beat the Raiders 7-0 in the rain with no offensive touchdowns. So it is good to be back on a Cardinal sim. And to commemorate the occasion, I've gone with Kyler Murray as my captain, which may be a little bit of a contrarian play just because there's so much star power on the other side of things with the Chiefs. And in fact, I'll hold off on my full lineup here, but I have all Chiefs aside from Kyler Murray.
Break it out. Lineups have locked.
All right. Well, I have Mahomes, Hill, Watkins, Robinson, and Ricky Seals-Jones, one with the punt play, tight end 2. Who does get involved from time to time. Yep. So all the Chiefs and Kyler Murray, because let's be honest, the Cardinals offense, mostly Kyler Murray. So went ahead with him in my captain spot. He's been really good lately. Still a little underrated overall in Madden, especially in these week 1 ratings that we use for these sims. But he's been doing better lately. 3 of his last 5 games, he's had over 30 fantasy points. And we have seen teams put up good numbers against the Chiefs in general, just because you have to score a lot of points to keep up with the Chiefs, to hang with them. So they usually come in with an aggressive game plan. And that's why we've seen quarterbacks like Daniel Jones have big games against these Chiefs. So that's why I went with Kyler. Who did you go with?
So your punt play, Ricky Seals Jr., has played in 36 of 66 Madden 21 sims. So obviously, kind of a hit or miss play. I respect it.
Totally.
If I were to guess, and I know I could look it up, and I will look it up, but just off the top of my head, without looking it up, I wouldn't be surprised if he's, 15-20% owned. If he's a really popular punt play, just knowing that he does show up from time to time, and he is super cheap at $2,400. My lineup, so.
1,600
similar
actually in a flex.
What's that?
RSJ is 1,600 in a flex.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm looking at him. His captain.
You're looking at captain, yeah.
So that much cheaper. So kind of what I talked about with the last sim with the Julio Ryan flip is what happened to me with this one, just because I had the extra salary. So I figured, what the heck, I'll use it. Originally, I had Travis Kelce in my captain spot and Patrick Mahomes in the flex, but I flipped them. So Mahomes is my captain, and obviously, as we know, he is a threat to rush for scores as well. I've got Kyler Murray, Travis Kelce. I do not have Tyreek Hill. Hopefully that won't burn me. And then cheaper guys around those 3, as you would expect. Demarcus Robinson, Christian Kirk, and Harrison Butker is, kind of a punt play, not in the Ricky Seals-Jones sense, but, obviously a cheaper guy who should get some points. We'll see.
Yep. Yeah. A solid lineup build there. You have Kelce and not Hill. I have Hill, not Kelce. Both of us with Mahomes, although you have him as your captain. I have Murray as my captain. So, yeah, some nice differentiation there between our 2 lineups. We'll see how it all plays out. Should be a fun one.
And look, wow. And I sold him short. I just looked it up. Ricky Seals-Jones, 25% of lineups that punt.
There we go.
So there you have it.
Yeah, like you said, he does get involved. He is their tight end too. He's had some pretty big games, quite honestly, but then also does totally vanish other times, and that's what you get for 1,600 in a flex spot. Spotty production.
Emerson's forehead. You don't have Tyreek Hill? That's going to burn you, Koff. It probably will. But I'm
there's a good chance.
Virtual Arrowhead Stadium, home of the 2-time defending Super Bowl entrants. They won a couple years ago, obviously fell short to Tampa Bay, the Gronkateers, last time around. But as we know, Chiefs are going to be there annually, at least for the duration it feels like. Thank you for being with us here with Zach Thompson, Adam Kaufman, the Drew Stack, Frangelico is our game ops extraordinaire, and we are grateful to have all of you here with us. Brian
Just an
says,
interesting
no
note
choppers
as well.
Today? I like the quiet. Get to the chopper. You were saying, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I was just saying that this is a matchup we have not seen yet in Madden 21. Cardinals
Ever?
and Chiefs have not played.
Wow.
So it's kind of unusual after this many Madden 21 sims to get a matchup that hasn't already happened, as we see Patrick Mahomes scramble for a few yards there to bring up 3rd and 3. But yeah, have not faced each other.
So we have 182 entries in this early bird special free roll that we're doing. I bring that up because I think this is actually a good talking point, especially for someone like you who is just so in tune with all things Madden that we do here at DraftKings. Captain Blood brings up RSJ is only 8.8% owned in the larger free roll. I mentioned that in our much smaller one is 25% owned. Now, oftentimes, for more mainstream guys, Mahomes, Hill, Kelsey, Kyler, guys like that, ownership percentages are fairly close, or maybe not at least wildly off from our small sample versus the much larger free roll. In this case, very, very different. Do you attribute that to the people who are part of the DK Sim Fan Friends League, that are many of whom here in the chat and playing the contest along with us? They're hashtag team always here. They're just more astute to the patterns of this game. Is that the difference?
Yeah, I think so. And I think they probably have more of a history of, they know that RSJ has had some big games, and they know that there was a little while there during the holiday season where he came, it seemed like he had a big game every game. He had a nice stretch there, including some touchdowns. So I think I would chalk that up to the DK Sim fam just being a little bit more long-term players than those that play in that larger free roll. The other way you could look at it is those playing the larger free roll might be taking a flyer on a different punt play in a attempt to further differentiate their lineup, right? Like if you're going to go with a punt play, Ricky Seals-Jones, like you mentioned, is kind of a chalky one. So maybe you go with another option in that same price range just to differentiate your lineup more in a larger GPP. I could see that being a strategy, but I would still lean towards just the Sim fan being that much more dialed in.
We got a 1st and 10 from the 46 here. Scoreless game, almost 3 minutes gone by here in the opening quarter. Again, virtual Missouri, and a completion for a 4-yard pickup by one Patrick Mahomes. That was into the hands
there he is.
Your guy, Ricky Seals-Jones.
5-yard pickup. Our guy. He's
Are the DK Sim fam?
Yes, there we go. One catch early. At least we won't get a bagel. No goose eggs allowed in the Ricky Seals-Jones fan club, at least for this game.
Congo Cavalry ain't scored yet. Let's go. Well, I mean, in fairness, nobody's scored yet, but I get your point. There's an anxiousness. Robinson with that grab.
Yep, Robinson in both our lineups. Very popular, cheap play as well. He's another very chalky value. It is nice to have Robinson because whenever the Chiefs play in a classic slate, if you're going with Mahomes and Kelsey and Hill, or even just two of those three, you can get pretty stretched at other spots, and Robinson's always a nice, cheap play with a good ceiling. And he's a little bit of Tyreek Hill insurance, too. In the games that Tyreek Hill has not gone off, it's usually because Demarcus Robinson has. So it's kind of a nice counterbalance there as we see a nice catch and run from CEH, who can also be used in that same role as kind of like a counterbalance. Keeps your lineup a little bit safer because, again, if Hill's not going off, it's usually because CEH or Robinson or both is the one getting all the production instead. Never a bad thing to stack the Chiefs. They've very rarely disappointed as far as offense in these sims, and also the defending Madden holiday season.
CEH with the short run there. 2nd and goal from the 4 on the way as we remain scoreless. 3.5 to go here in the opening quarter. See if we get those first points. Will it be Clyde Edwards-Helaire again, or will Mahomes hang on to this one? He is going to drop back to the 10. Patrick, wide open, back in the end zone. Demarcus Robinson. We celebrate.
Robinson. We do. There you go. Although you celebrate a little bit more than me because you have Mahomes as your captain. I just have him in a flex. Robinson is owned in 44.2% of showdown lineups. I honestly would have thought it would be higher. Captain in 7.8%, and he has the first touchdown of the day. Sorry, Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce, showdown captain owners. But
so, and to that point of what we were just talking about, as you said, the larger free roll, he is 44% owned, 7.8 in the captain spot. And our smaller one, he is about 49% owned, so similar enough.
Mm-hmm.
But 15%, double the captaincy. What do you attribute that to?
The fact that he has had some big games, and if you put him in the captain spot, you can still fit in Hill and probably Hill, Mahomes, and Kelce with Robinson in a captain spot would work. I don't have the numbers right here, but I would think that that's a build that would work. And obviously, the Sim fam very dialed into his ceiling because we have seen him go off for some monster games. And Arizona secondary, not great. They've got Patrick Peterson, who maybe is matched up on Tyreek Hill. We'll have to watch that. But they just don't have a lot of depth. Like, besides Patrick Peterson, who's obviously no longer with the team, left as a free agent. But they don't have a lot of depth.
So 1st and 10, a few minutes left here in this first quarter. Jim says, hate this classic. We had ourselves a pretty good game. I don't know about the nooner. We had ourselves a pretty good game here for the last one that we were together, the Man Matinee.
Mm-hmm.
Kenyon Drake.
Here
from the 32 coming.
Kenyon Drake, another Cardinal that left via free agency. Drake and Peterson, as well as Hassan Reddick, the linebacker, and Dan Arnold, the tight end, are the notable free agents that have departed Arizona. Obviously, some pretty big additions there as well, with J.J. Watt coming in, Rodney Hudson, and A.J. Green. So Arizona going for it now, it would appear, with Kyler coming off a solid season of development. Fitz with the catch on that short jet, kind of like a jet sweep, but apparently a pass, so a little shovel pass. Would you take Arizona or the Rams right now? I think we've had this discussion, right? And you said Rams, I said Arizona, or was that with somebody else?
That wasn't with me, too. Are you talking about just which team is going to have the better year?
Yes.
Boy, I feel like if I pick Arizona, it's with bias. Like, I just like Kyler Murray much more than I like Matt Stafford, and therefore I'm giving the edge to the most important position on the field, the quarterback. That being said,
that's what I did.
You know, but I do think the Rams have the better defense, and I do think that matters.
Mm-hmm. I do too. I do think J.J. Watt will help Arizona's defense quite a bit. I do think he's still got enough left to be a difference maker. He was graded pretty highly by Pro Football Focus last year, and I think he will be a huge boost to them, even just from a morale standpoint. Getting Chandler Jones back, obviously, another big boost to that defense. I think they'll be better than they were last year, and they were, a Kyler Murray ill-timed ankle injury from being in the playoffs last year. I think both teams have a very good chance of making the playoffs, and I would lean slightly towards the Cardinals, but that's probably a little bit contrarian. Like, I just don't want to pick the Rams because everybody's picking the Rams at this point too, so maybe that's why. Plus, I've watched a lot of Cardinal Sims with you, so they're kind of my team.
A great many.
Yes.
2nd and 10 from the 6.
Oh, they got it.
And 10-yard
you know who that is.
Yeah, I sure do. R.S.J.
There he is. A couple catches now for Ricky Seals-Jones, who's already delivering value, and we still are in the first quarter.
About 90 ticks left of the clock. 1st and 10 from the 16. And nice run.
Nice run there by CEH. Tyreek Hill was not being shadowed by Patrick Peterson on the last few plays, which should put him in a very favorable matchup if the Chiefs do decide to throw the ball. if they keep it on the ground with CEH. It looks like they're just fine with that plan right now, too. The Cardinals are dropping pretty deep in coverage to probably contain Tyreek Hill, which does leave them vulnerable to the runs up the middle like that. Let's see if we get a similar situation here. You can see Tyreek Hill is easy to find. He's the one with the X in the slot to the top, not where they threw that ball. That's a first down pickup to the outside receiver, probably Sammy Watkins, although I didn't see the number.
Yeah, Watkins. First and 10 from the 41 here. Chiefs trying to double up their advantage. Early touchdown by Demarcus Robinson. That ball caught midfield, but a fumble. Arizona's going to get it. How long have we been talking about this Arizona defense, huh?
Sammy Watkins. Got to squeeze that one, buddy. Sammy Watkins still a free agent, actually. Doing some visits and then expected to decide on a team probably this week, I would think. One of the few, probably the biggest name wide receiver still out there. Oh, we are going to get a review, though, as to whether this was actually a fumble or not. Looked like it to me, but we'll see. Well, maybe not. You see anything there that makes you change your mind?
No. Watkins doesn't look happy. I can see that. Sammy. Oh, bringing it back.
They get it back. Yeah, they get it back. They're going to say he was down. So no Watkins fumble, no turnover for the Chiefs. The Cardinals defense does not force. And then they give up a big run to Patrick Mahomes up the middle for the first down. They did force, what was that, third down, but they weren't able to get the stop. Budda Baker eventually stops Mahomes, but not till well after he picks up the first down and a whole lot more down to the 32. Keeps this drive moving and takes us to the end of the first quarter.
Well, I will credit the chat. The chat was on it. Down. He's down. Yeah, down.
Well, they were correct. He was down. 95 yards passing for the Chiefs, who really have all the offense right now. Kyler Murray is 1 for 2 with -1 yard passing. Not a good start for him, but still plenty of time. They've only had the ball one time in this first quarter, and it's really been all Chiefs. Mahomes just one incomplete pass, and CEH has run twice for 18. Patrick Mahomes has run twice. He's actually our leading rusher right now with 26 yards. Travis Kelce with a couple catches. Ricky Seals-Jones with a couple catches. Sammy Watkins with a couple catches. Demarcus Robinson with a couple catches and the touchdown. CEH with a couple catches. You know who doesn't have any, though? The man you faded. So far, not coming back to bite you. But we'll see. There's still a long way to go.
Really, how often have we seen Tyreek Hill do not much in the first half and go for 150 in the second half?
Yep. We've seen him do that in a quarter, right? End of the third quarter, you feel pretty safe. Yeah, I faded him. It worked out. And then he goes off for 2 touchdowns and over 100 yards in the fourth quarter. We'll see if that's what happens here.
All right, quarter number 2, 7-0 Kansas City. CEH had some
big hole.
Got himself to the 24, 8-yard pickup.
Cardinals continue to drop their safeties deep in coverage, and when they do that, they just leave a lot of room in that front for CEH to pick up significant yardage, 5 to 7 yards almost every time. See if that continues. Eventually, the Cardinals might have to adjust to it, and when they do, they'll drop that safety Budda Baker into the box, and when they do that, then they'll be vulnerable to the deep ball. They don't here, and CEH with another easy gain. He's getting 4 or 5 yards before contact.
I enjoy this back and forth in the YouTube chat. Jordan says, Koff's eyesight's even worse than mine. Brian says, ZT is the top announcer, actually, in my book. Brian says, Koff's also 48. Jordan says, yeah, ZT knows his stuff. Also, Koff's 60 in spirit. And here I thought I was younger in spirit.
I don't know. You got to say, get off my lawn. And then
Get
I'll tell
there.
you how
Touchdown. Casey again. And Sammy Watkins. First of the day.
Sammy Watkins makes up for the fumble that never happened by scoring the touchdown on the end of that drive. That's 2 touchdown passes for Cap'n Patrick Mahomes. That's 2 touchdown catches for my 2 wide receivers. I have Watkins and I have Robinson. Still a ghost performance from Tyreek Hill. Plenty of time, though. We'll see, though. The way they're running the ball, now that they've got a 2-score lead, it might just be a whole ton of CEH against this soft Cardinals front. Unless Arizona does adjust, we'll have to see as this game unfolds if that's what they do. Yeah, you can always tell how old a person is in spirit if you yell, "Get off my lawn!" Because that's like, you can
Old man shakes fist at cloud. That's me.
Exactly. Yeah, okay. Cool. Looks more and more like we're going to get some pretty significant names moved before the trade deadline in the
What are you
NBA.
looking at?
Just continued reports from Woj mainly saying that, Oladipo and Gordon and all these guys are expected to be traded. I mean, obviously, it's still nothing as far as exactly what those deals would be. Probably going right down to the wire, as we said in our last sim. When we'll be together, so that'll be fun.
Be a good time.
But yeah, and we'll see. And yes, Tristan Thompson probably going to be moved as well. Who had that earlier? I saw that. Was that Kevin O'Connor from The Athletic?
Yeah, it looks like Kevin O'Connor. I was sort of reading about it a little bit as we've been doing this sim, that he is he said on, I think, on a Ringer podcast earlier that basically Tristan Thompson is, I don't see all the details. I'd have to probably listen to the podcast, but just some of the headlines, basically that he's not loved in the Celtics locker room.
Gotcha. I think
exactly
too,
what
if
that surrounds, though,
especially if the Celtics are looking to bring in a big man,
right,
it makes sense that they would move Thompson, because you can't, and I mean, no relation, just in case you were wondering. My cousin Chris is the running back for the Jaguars. This is not cousin Tristan Thompson, no relation. So yeah, I think that it would make sense for them to move on from him, especially if they're looking at a LaMarcus Aldridge, or even in the buyout market, there's going to be some other bigs available. Drummond, yeah. Who is it? The other Cavs big man name I can't remember right now. No, they're not moving him.
No,
somebody else. They were McGee. McGee might be available again.
Oh,
JaVale McGee.
JaVale. I was going to say Kevin Love.
Well, I feel like he's always available, but nobody wants that.
Good luck
contract.
Find someone to take him.
Yep.
Let's see, we got I like this. Rick James is in front in our free roll right now.
There we go.
What the 5 fingers say to the face? Rick James is in front at the moment by about half a point. I'm 37th out of the 182 in the early bird special. The Coffin Professor Z return to their roots free roll. How about you, sir?
4th and inches, and they're not going for it. You're down 14-0. I kind of think you got to go for that, unless you can punt it like that. That is an impressive punt for the Cardinals, pinning the Chiefs deep. I mean, it's Patrick Mahomes, but at least you're making him go the entire length of the field. Let's see, where am I? Right now, I am in 30th. And where did you say you were again? I'm sorry. I forgot.
37th.
Okay.
Same
Right.
general vicinity.
Frangelico, just ahead of me.
Nice.
27th. Big run here. CEH.
CEH to the 33.
Doing damage. Yeah, big run there. It gives him plenty of space. CEH on his way to a huge game unless the Cardinals adjust and bring those safeties up. We'll see if they do that. A lot of times those adjustments do happen at halftime, but boy, might need to make it a little bit sooner there. Virtual Cliff Kingsbury.
Time to make a change. It's like Tupac said.
Okay.
Time to make a change.
Gotcha. Still keeping the safeties deep, at least in their pre-snap formations. Yeah, they drop back.
Patrick.
That was a very good play action. It did fool the defender in the backfield. Did you see the defender in the backfield just standing there right next to Patrick Mahomes, who had the ball, but not making a play on the ball? And so that was a very good play action, and then took off for a 1-yard gain. But yeah, the defensive lineman definitely bought the handoff.
I honestly wonder if I should be looking around to see if I can switch with anyone on Thursday. The level of distraction that I am going to be dealing with while we're doing that sim, and the one after it to some degree, but mostly that first one at 2 o'clock is going to be, it is going to be painful.
Yeah, I hear you. It will be, we'll be watching Twitter in the corner of the screen, maybe. I don't know.
More like watching the sim in the corner of the screen. Just glued
I don't think
to
you're
Twitter.
supposed to. I don't think you're supposed to say that out loud.
Oh.
4th and 1. They did come up with the stop.
Sorry, undercover boss Tom, if you're listening. I apologize.
Noah Moon not happy that CEH didn't break one off there.
Well, he did break one off, just not quite all the way.
Well, right. Didn't clear the way.
Yeah, there we go.
Drew says, I think we're having an NBA deadline pre-lock live on Thursday. Well, you may as well just put me on it. Then at least then it makes sense that I'm talking about it. Here's the 4th and 1. It's a punt.
Do it right after the 2 o'clock sim. You can just keep rolling. You have the 2 and the 4, right? So
yeah. Let's just stay on.
Do you need a snack break in there or something? All right.
Only my sustenance is Twitter. The only breaks I'm going to need are to send tweets.
Is that typically where you get your sustenance?
Yeah, I feed off of Twitter mentions.
There we go. Nice DeAndre Hopkins involvement here on the short shuttle pass.
Do you
don't see him?
Well, so you're just going to say you don't see him do much often here in these Madden.
That is true.
Do you think that Madden 22 that changes coming off the year that he just? It's not like he has poor ratings in Madden. We know. He's an incredibly high-rated player, but for whatever reason, both Madden 20, Madden 21, he's not the force that you would expect him to be. Will that change? Do you think in these somewhat unpredictable simulations of Madden 22 when those roll around?
Right. Obviously, we have no ratings, we have no playbooks, we have nothing to really base this on, but I would hope so. And I think the big thing to watch is actually going to be Kyler Murray's rating, because we're still using week 1 Kyler Murray rating. So all the growth that he had this last year working with Hopkins, it's not reflected in what we're seeing here in these sims. And as we see Kenyon Drake with a nice first down run there. But I think because his ratings will be adjusted, that he will be more in tune with Hopkins, and hopefully they add some of the playbook plays that were used to get Hopkins so open, and really just the volume that he got in real life. We don't see that at all in these sims, and it would be great if we did, because I don't know if you remember in Madden 2020 with Houston, he was pretty good in some sims. He still had some bust sims, but he had some pretty good sims when he and Deshaun Watson would get going. He had some big playability. So the ratings are there, like you said. I think it really depends on if Kyler's ratings are adjusted up to where they should be. And even during the season, the Cardinals' official Twitter was giving EA Sports some grief over Kyler's ratings on Twitter. Like they were tweeting at each other about Kyler's overall ratings, which did, again, go up during the regular season. Yeah, it was poor awareness by Kyler on that. Poor awareness rating, stepping out of bounds before throwing that one away, which makes no sense at all.
3rd and 14, just past the 2-minute warning opening half. 14-0.
There we go.
Guards trying to trim the deficit. They got a first down pickup there, and it is D-Hop.
Not a great pass accuracy-wise. Did not hit him in stride, but Hopkins able to go down and scoop it off the turf. Remember the one Cardinals sim that we had with Hopkins where we did the entire pre-show about how you have to be fading DeAndre Hopkins? How in the world are so many people owning DeAndre Hopkins, then he went out and had 3 touchdowns?
Mm-hmm.
That was fun. And then he immediately disappeared and was not heard from again. Max Williams, I believe, with the catch there.
Backstory, by the way, on Tristan Thompson. I just was digging around. I wanted more information on this forfeit in the locker room thing. Apparently, he's just been, and I don't know this to be true. These are just the reports. Apparently, he's been going out after games and just saying, screw it to COVID protocols, and has not been the most popular guy internally as a result. And people who play NBA DFS may be aware that he's currently on the team's COVID list. He is in COVID protocols right now. So those two things kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah. And
this is what you get.
The Celtics have had issues with
a Kardashian on your basketball team.
And the Celtics have had issues with COVID a few times this season.
Yeah.
So you could see why the players, other players, could be not a fan of that for sure. If that is the case, I don't know that to be the case, but if that is what is happening, that would sort of make sense to me. Nice run there by Kyler for the first down. Let's see if they can get a touchdown here before halftime, make this a 1-score game down to under a minute left, but they're inside the 5 after that completion.
.14 second and 1 from the 4. Timeouts available both sides, if in fact either team should elect to use them with less than a minute to play.
2nd and 1, they are at the 4. That fits in the slot to the bottom. They're going the other way, and I think they got stopped short of the first down.
M. Roach, we're so glad you're here. See your comment in the chat. Join the party, right? About 250 likes right now with the 500 watching on YouTube. Smash that like. Let's get to 300. Let's be able to hand it off for the late classic with 300 likes. Big push. Let's get there. 3rd and 2
I have
from
confidence.
the 4.
Let's do
What's
it.
the move, Kyler? He's keeping it. He's passing it. Back of the end zone. Touchdown. And into the hands of Christian Kirk.
Christian Kirk.
That'll help me out.
Who's on your
Both
roster?
those guys are in my lineup.
There you go. I do not have Kirk, but I do have Kyler in a captain spot, so that will help me as well. Not as much as it helps you probably, but it will help me. I'm still top 30.
Yeah, that jumped me from the 50s into the 20s, so I am right around you. I'm sitting 26th now.
And I am 29th, so yeah, just less than half a point behind you as of right now, but scores continue to be updated manually, as is always the case in these sims, so give it a few minutes to kind of catch up. We are going to get a booth review on this, but I have never seen them overturn one of these that was scored a touchdown. Have you ever seen them take a touchdown off the board?
Once.
You did? Okay.
And I can't even remember when it was. I just remember I saw it one time because I was floored that it actually happened.
I have seen replays that look very clear that they were out of bounds, and then they still stand. And there we go. This one will stand, and there's the extra point, and it's a 1-score game. So the Chiefs have dominated, definitely in terms of yardage, but the Cardinals able to score there and make it just a 1-score game with under a minute left to go, though. You know Patrick Mahomes is going to be aggressive. Maybe we get a Tyreek Hill sighting here before halftime. Still looking for his first catch of the day.
14-7 late in the opening half here. So we have, I shouted out Undercover Boss before, Undercover Boss Tom. He's sitting tied for 4th right now. T-Bike, 65 points, 6 points off the lead. Terry Bitt is in front right now. Comfortable lead, about 5 points over Rick James and company. See if the Chiefs can find any points before the break.
See if the Chiefs can, 75 yards to go for a touchdown. all 3 of their timeouts, though, so still plenty of time. Tyreek down bottom of the screen there, stacked with Sammy Watkins. And that is Patrick Peterson opposite of him now. So interesting that now the Cardinals have made that adjustment and moved their safety up, which doesn't seem to make much sense because at this point you're not really worried about the run. But they were in man coverage, so maybe that was just for that one play.
We got a 2nd and 1 from the 35 on the way. Just about at those 250 likes.
There you go. Great work, SimFam, as always.
Push to 300. I'm greedy.
First down there. Is that Kelsey on the catch, I think? It was. Not in my line.
So far, 3 for 26.
Not as quiet as it has been for Tyreek Hill.
True.
Unusual to see Tyreek Hill shut out like this. Especially when he's not being shadowed. Like, we've seen him get shadowed and shut out before, but he's not being shadowed in this game, at least to this point, as we see CEH with a catch and run for a first down. He's had a big first half. That will be the Chiefs' final timeout. They're at the 43, so they'll need to either get out of bounds or if they're just going to take shots at the end zone. I mean, let's be honest, when you've got Patrick Mahomes, as long as you're around the 50-yard line, he's got the arm to get it to the end zone, no problem.
First and 10 from the 43 here, about 20 ticks left. Mahomes, quick release, quick completion, but didn't really get anywhere, and probably going to
that play call doesn't
before the
make
break.
Much sense. Honestly, it just doesn't make much sense because you're not going to get another playoff. I don't think. Cardinals aren't going to take a timeout. Nope, not going to get it off. I'm sure that play would have worked, but it doesn't matter. And that takes us to halftime.
Quite a bit of NFL scouting going on. Just looking at some of the tweets coming out. Mac Jones vertical at 32 beat Mayfield, Darnold, and Mahomes, and only a half-inch less than Watson. 40 faster than Mahomes, Baker, Darnold at 4.79. Haven't seen the hand size yet. This is Connie Carberg. Josh Allen ran a 4.75. Herbert 36 vertical and 4.68 amazing. Lamar and Burrow didn't test. All that to say, I think that, hey, Mac Jones is maybe a better prospect than we're giving him credit for.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of the fifth of the 5 big rookie quarterbacks expected to go early in the draft. It'll be interesting to see if he does go 5th of those 5, how far down he slides, because there's some interesting teams, including the Patriots, in kind of the middle of that first round that could be in the market for a young quarterback. Will somebody move up past them? Will they move up to get Mac Jones? Because after Jones, like after the big 5, there's a pretty significant drop off to the rest of the quarterback class, at least from what scouts are saying. So, you know, it'll be very interesting to see how that drama plays out with Jones, if he is indeed the 5th taken, or does a team talk themselves into him instead of one of the other 4 quarterbacks who are widely considered a little bit better prospects than him. Tyreek Hill does have a catch, 1 catch, 7 yards. That's it. Very quiet first half for him. 3 catches for Ricky Seals-Jones. Don't forget. 1 for each name.
Here's a buy stream trash that is not movie or pop culture based. It's right here in the scope of sports from, let's see, who had it?
Although I don't mind them if they are in other fields as well, but
we welcome them all aspects, all varieties of buy stream trash, but it's good for halftime here. We've got from Edward Pride, buy stream trash, off seasons, NFL, NBA, other. So I guess just your choice right there.
NBA,
NFL, or the field, so to speak.
I think I'd have to say NBA number one, NFL. So, sorry, it's buy stream trash. I'm going to do this right. I'm going to buy the NBA. I'm going to stream the NFL, and I'm going to trash the rest of them.
Yeah, I'm going to do the same thing. There's just so much news, so many reports.
NBA is
movement.
Yeah, NBA is next level just because it feels like a fantasy team. Like you're just moving stars with much more regularity than they do in the NFL. And this offseason has been amazing, which is why I'll stream it. But it's not like this every offseason, right? Like we don't have Deshaun Watson being rumored to move every offseason. We don't have so many quarterback changes
Russell
every
Wilson.
offseason. Yeah, I mean it doesn't happen every offseason. NBA every offseason you've got big names changing places and major shifts in power, east, west, teams moving up, moving down, players that make significant impacts. And maybe that's a result of the fact that there's fewer players on the court than there are on the field. So you kind of get more, any movement of a starter even is going to make a bigger impact than it will. So, but NBA would definitely be number one for me. I would assume the same for you, but
same for me. Although I'm curious to hear from Drew. Producer Drew has decided to buy NFL, stream NBA, and then he's trashing the field. I want him, and no opinion is wrong. That's just his opinion. But I'd be curious to have him make his case. I'd love to know why he chose to buy NFL. Maybe just because it's so busy. There's so much going on between the off-season camps and movements and OTAs and the draft and combine and everything else. He says NBA offseason is more rumors than substance. Yeah, but I love the rumors. I'm all in on the rumors.
The rumors are fun.
It's perfect. It's great. Says the rumors are great. They don't always come through. On the movie kick, though, Jacob throws out a buy stream trash for Nacho Libre, Blades of Glory, Balls of Fury. And this is my kind of trio right here, Jacob.
All right. I'll let you take this one because I'm not familiar enough. I think I've seen them all, but not familiar enough to weigh in.
I've seen
them
all.
All you.
I for sure own one, possibly all three. I'd have to verify with the wall. But I'd go right in that order. I'm buying Nacho Libre, which I think is a somewhat underrated movie. Not grossly underrated, but somewhat underrated. Blades of Glory, I'd put in the stream, and then Balls of Fury is a really enjoyable movie. I like it a lot. I just, of those three, I'd put it in the trash. Drew says this is why we can't be life best friends, because he went the other way. He's buying Blades, streaming Balls of Fury, and trashing Nacho Libre. Are you just not a Jack Black guy, Drew, or did you just not like Nacho Libre? Look, I really enjoy all of them. I hate for us to fight about this. Drew says he just didn't like Nacho Libre. It's okay. I enjoyed it. Opposites attract, Drew. Haven't you heard? We can still be friends.
This has been the Kenyon Drake drive as we've been doing our buy stream trash. It's been buying lots of yardage on the ground for Kenyon Drake, up to 60 yards now on the game.
A lot of Kilgore jumping into the chat, hanging out with us for a hashtag chat party. Buy stream trash, Wilson footballs, Nike footballs, Nerf footballs. Would you like to take that one?
I will buy Wilson, stream. Yes. See, for me, I will stream Nike and trash Nerf, but here's why. All our Nerf footballs have been consumed by my puppy.
Yeah.
So right now, Nerf footballs do not work at my house because she, eats them. So there you go. So that's why I would go, I would trash those right now because If I don't trash them, she will eat them, and then she will not feel well, and I will not have a football. So I will go Wilson, Nike, Nerf. Although Nerf footballs are fun, don't get me wrong.
So
what about you?
Both Drews have gone Wilson, Nerf, Nike, and I'm going to go with that. One, because my dog does not destroy footballs, which I think is important here. As we do have a touchdown, as you noted, and into the hands of Max Williams. So, congrats, Arizona. You're about to be all tied up. Also, I just think that, I mean, you don't have such a wild drop-off from Wilson to Nike in terms of quality of the football. So for the sake of variety, just Nerf in the stream for me.
There you go. I will say that the Nerf ones with the whistles in them are kind of cool because you get that spiral going, you can hear it coming. That's fun.
Jordan says he used to like the Nerf Turbo. You could launch those things. Alana notes the puppy buys the Nerf. That's true. That's
true.
Trash and everything else.
Literally eats the Nerf.
Buy Nerf, stream Nerf, trash Wilson and Nike.
Yep. And then eat another round of Nerf. So tasty.
Crackle here says School of Rock is a fun Jack Black movie. Otherwise, Jack Black's just kind of meh. I get it. I do get it, but I like Jack Black. I enjoyed him in the Jumanji movies, most recently. Obviously, School of Rock. I like Tenacious D. I like some of that music. I don't necessarily need the Pick of Destiny movie, but I like some of the music. He's good in Orange County. What else have I readily seen Jack Black in? I'd have to pull up his IMDb. Take a look at some of the other Jack Black entries that have come across.
Oh, see, I thought that was just what I had to do. Whenever we talk about these guys. Wait, I know I've seen them.
Frangelico says Nacho Libre, if you didn't say that. Frangelico, pay attention. Stop doing your job scoring.
Numbers.
That's how we got onto this, Frangelico. The whole thing started with Nacho Libre.
Patrick
Tropic
Mahomes.
Thunder, for sure.
Boom.
Tropic Thunder. Kelsey.
Well, that didn't take long.
Touchdown.
Airing it out. They don't like being tied. They will now score.
Nope, not
and
into
that's
that.
exactly what they did. Travis Kelsey, 16.2%, captained the tight end in the free showdown. 56 ownership in the flex, 56%, which, pays off there. Big touchdown.
Oh, no, no one's mentioned Saving Silverman. How about that one? He was tremendous in that. That's a fun movie. You know what? I'm starting to think Jack Black is going underappreciated right now. Drew says that touchdown should vault me into first unless Frangelico's still thinking about Jack Black.
Nacho Libre?
We're going to find out.
Here's some breaking news from a sport we haven't really talked too much about, at least not in our Sims today. Not good news for the Blue Jays, kind of all around. The Blue Jays, Kirby Yates, who's supposed to be their closer, is likely headed for season-ending Tommy John surgery.
Oh, no.
And George Springer went for an MRI that revealed a grade 2 oblique strain, so he's sidelined for a few days. Opening day not ruled out, but an oblique strain is not something you want him to be messing with during the season, so it wouldn't surprise me if they take a very cautious approach with their free agent addition. And then in addition to both of those injuries, Robbie Ray was carrying his child down the stairs and slipped and fell. Don't worry, the kid is okay, but Ray bruised his elbow and will miss his next start at least, hopefully not anything longer than that. And in related news to everything I just said, the Blue Jays are now looking at additional pitching options in the free agent market. So that went sideways on Toronto in a hurry.
Man,
that was all in one press conference from the GM. He talked about all those things. So whoa, glad the kid's okay, by the way.
I'll say
falling down the stairs with a kid. Not a good situation.
No, that's a bad situation. Crosses my mind almost every time I'm walking down the steps holding a kid.
When it's
Man,
icy.
I hope I don't slip here.
Mm-hmm. Because you're going to make sure the kid is okay and land on your arm or your whatever to make sure the kid is okay. And that's what happened in this case. Robbie Ray, who the Blue Jays are counting on to be a big part of their rotation. Gonna miss it again. Just a spring training start at this point, but...
Good dad, bad stair walker.
Apparently. And I mean, it's not like they're in Toronto, right? They're in Dunedin, Florida. I don't think it was an ice issue. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say.
We've got a three-way tie for first, and producer Drew is in the mix. He's right there. He's with M-Ski 120.
We're cheering for you, producer Drew. Go get him.
Midwest Heather's there. Rick James is there.
Kyler gonna run for it.
Mike.
Easy first down.
Not to
Pick
be
up.
confused with T-Pain. Undercover Boss Tom is hanging out in the top 10. I'm 23rd right now.
I slipped to
Frangelico's tied
77.
for 21st. Oh, you're not even relevant, man.
I know. Sorry. It's because I didn't have Kelsey.
Yeah, this has gone all the way around. Varder says Jack Black is a great actor and very unappreciated. Somebody else brought up, I don't really care for Shallow Hal personally. Someone else brought up High Fidelity. Strong in that movie too. Yeah. Get out of here, anyone that says Jack Black was only good in School of Rock. Crackle. I'm just kidding. You can stay.
Please. You don't have to go. He was just kidding.
Don't go. Hang out. Drew, really good in year one with Michael Cera. Kidding. I remember it. I did not see it, but I remember seeing. I remember for some reason I remember the poster. I remember the movie poster for it, and then the trailer. Yep. He just sent the poster. It's exactly what I was picturing.
In other breaking Major League Baseball injury news that we hope is not anything that we ever have to talk about again, Fernando Tatis just got pulled from the Padres game. He was making a play in the field and landed awkwardly after also having an awkward slide the inning before, and they removed him from the game mid-inning, which is never something you want to see in spring training to somebody you just signed to a major extension if you're the Padres, or if you're just a fan of baseball and think Fernando Tatis is a lot of fun to watch, which is basically everyone. Murray with the first. He's basically the Kyler Murray of Major League Baseball. He's a lot of fun to watch.
Prince of Darkness. You don't get 163 IMDb credits for being meh. That's a big boy number for Jack Black. If we had played our game with that one, I wouldn't have guessed that high.
I would be very bad at that game.
I don't know. What would your guess have looked like, do you think? I might have been around 110, something like that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would be very bad at this game in general, but I would have put him at over 100, but not over 120.
Nope. That's wild.
Busy.
People calling for a Drake touchdown. It's really not people. It's just Ashley over and over again.
A lot of video shorts. That makes sense. Yeah, because vocal actor too, right? Does show up on IMDb, so he's done a lot of that.
He also showed up in, what was it, one episode of Community, so there are one-offs like that.
Oh, yeah. Touchdown. Kyler. That'll help me. That's my captain. Rushing touchdown for Kyler Murray. Tie game again. Patrick, it's your move.
Wonder if that's going to give us a new leader. I know, obviously, people in front had Kyler in the flex, but any captains for Kyler going to lift them? Doesn't look like it.
You don't think I'm going to catch him? I did jump quite a bit.
But... 2 in the air, 1 on the ground right now.
Yep, solid day for him in a captain spot right now, getting 37.47. in my captain spot and in anyone's captain spot who went with him against the Chiefs rather than one of the Chiefs' big high-priced performers. But, I mean, at this point, Kelsey's been a great play. Mahomes has been a great play. Still a very quiet day, and we're going to keep saying it until he does something a little bit more. Tyreek Hill, still surprisingly absent.
Final seconds here of this third quarter. How much more offense do you think we're going to get here in the fourth?
I don't think both teams will get over 30. I think one team will.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Sure.
I think the winning score will be either 31 or 35, depending on if they get one touchdown or two. Mahomes' X factor is illuminated, which means he can throw the ball even further than he already could. Look at this. Oh, my God. And it's picked off. Picked off.
Intercepted.
At the 4.
Threw that ball
he
a country
threw that
mile.
50 yards. 60 yards. Like he was beyond midfield when he threw that. He's beyond the 20. He threw that almost 80 yards. And I mean it's not only a punt, it's a really good punt.
So we got a 1st and 10 from the 4, safety range. I don't think will happen, but nope. Yeah, it's definitely not going to happen. Almost out to a first there to the 13. Drake, a 9-yard pickup. I like this.
I got to be honest.
Who used to hang out with us in the YouTube chat. He's now living it up in the Twitch chat. Which, hey, pick your chat. We're all for it. Says rare moments. 1, players listening to me. 2, me reading the Twitch chat. 3, Moose knowing what's going on. 4, Ducey having good takes. 5, Rossi calling people's names right. The players, that is, not obviously people he works with.
It's okay. I did not appear on the list, so I'm okay.
Which might actually
I avoided.
Be a
Yeah, which might actually be a good thing since none of those were positive. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to think you're just a consistent presence here, bringing all that you bring, which is quite a bit.
I enjoy being here for sure. I think this sim is fascinating. Can Arizona really pull this off at this point?
Well,
are we going to get an upset?
We got to remember Kansas City as a team, not great in Simland. Basically a 500 club.
Except during the Madden holiday season when they were unbeatable.
Correct.
Like not even close.
But since the tournament.
Since the tournament, they have tailed off, yes.
Mediocre.
Yep. We've got Kyler still in play for a bonus. We've got Travis Kelce, who's 3 yards away from a bonus. So plenty still to be decided here in the fourth quarter. Plus, the game, it's 21-21. So the game has to be decided as well.
Yeah.
Tyreek Hill, 1 catch for 7 yards.
We still have our 3-way tie for first with producer Drew right there involved among the trio. Kelsey in the captain spot, Mahomes, Murray, Williams, Robinson, Kirk, all having solid days, all part of that leading lineup. I am top 20 at the moment, 15 points off the lead.
I am top 50 now after Kyler's touchdown vaulted me back from way back in the pack. Now I am tied for 49. Me and A-Rich.
Undercover boss Tom is hanging out top 10 right now in a tie there. Kyler completes a pass out to the 7.
Bullet pass there on the run. Puts a mustard on that one. Kenyon Drake hauls it in and gets the first down.
That's not a ball, if we're talking real life, that I would be able to catch.
No, not from 5 yards away. Bullet
That's
pass.
What I mean, like a quarterback legit firing it at you from 15 feet away. Like, no, I'm not going to catch that ball. I might not even try. I might duck out of the way.
That's why you are not a, in this case, running back who's catching the ball out of the backfield. That's the only reason, I'm sure, because you would just refuse. You'd be like, no.
It's funny. I mentioned that I was chatting with Jason Sobel from Action Network earlier today, talking about the match play stuff. So we were.
Yes, Sergio, by the way.
Sergio, that was who we went with. Excellent.
That's who he went with on Twitter. I did not see the interview yet because it hasn't aired, but
yeah, I like to
that's
think
who
he's
he
pretty
went with on
consistent. So
Usually
I'm gonna say,
is.
yeah, I think he's mindful of that. Actually, I've asked him about that. He said that he really tries to avoid, like picking someone to video with me or anyone else that he's talking to, and then later in the week he'd rather just be consistent, even if he locks himself earlier in the week into something he doesn't necessarily believe in by the time the tournament rolls around. He'd rather just be consistent with his picks.
Right. Otherwise, it's like, well, yeah, I picked that guy, but I also picked these other 5 guys in other situations.
But to the kind of related to the point that you were just talking about with the, this is why you're not an NFL, pass catcher.
Yes.
I was talking to him before we were going on, and there was the first question I had to ask him was there was just a lot in there, and I just kind of tighten it up so I wouldn't have to remember as much, and just hit him with a simpler question, not as much detail. But I said to him before we went on that man, like if this is what prevents me from being an actor, is that my memorization ability just brutal. It can't memorize. He's like, no, that's if not for that, you're Tom Cruise. Said, yeah, it's the only thing stopping me.
That's it. That's the one thing.
Yeah. Just can't memorize.
Other than that, you're good to go. Another nice drive here by Arizona. Kyler's got to be relatively close to the bonus after that long run earlier on this drive.
Man, now you
did not see his
cat
rushing
talking about
yard.
burgers for dinner. Like now, guys, why you got to do that to me? Now I'm going to be thinking about a burger. It's already 5 Eastern.
It is. It is. It is not burger night here. It is Taco Tuesday. So
yeah, you guys are committed to the cause. Murray 7 away from the bonus.
Thank you.
Now he's now he is firmly in there.
Incorrect. That was Larry Fitzgerald. They did a little. That was a little.
Oh, yeah, he's up.
RPO.
He's up over 100 passing.
Correct.
Yep. Got it.
Yep.
Where are his? Yeah, 138 passing, 93 rushing. Just to definitively give you those numbers. Thank you.
Yep, and there's some more passing right there. Our Cardinals, they're coming here to Kansas City.
It
on
makes
the road.
sense that 2 of us get to, return to our roots.
Of course.
Get a Cardinal sim, and they upset the perennial contending Chiefs.
We will see. Let's not. I mean, we can't count Patrick Mahomes out of this one yet.
Oh, I'm done. It's official. It's happening.
They're just gonna. Okay, they did it. All right.
Needed you there, man. Needed another touchdown out of you.
That would have been huge.
I'm putting burgers on the grill tonight. Ashley also writes, Drake. I'm just kidding, Ashley.
She's been writing that, yes.
Yeah.
What kind of burgers you got going on, Ashley? Talking ground beef? We talking mixed? I know people like to mix different meats sometimes. Pre-packaged, fresh. I'm a grill guy, so if you're going to talk about throwing burgers on the grill, you got to tell me more information. And there's Drake to put on top of
that rushing score. So coveted by Ashley
Boom.
and others.
And the Cardinals take the lead. Still plenty of time, but they're up now.
So Sean says, how about we talk real football for a second? Sean says, diehard Cards fan here. Where is Larry going to fit in this lineup? Sort of feeling like he's not, isn't it?
I mean,
never
if he
say
wants
never,
to play.
obviously.
I mean, if he wants to play, I think they'll have him on the team. How much work is he going to get? Yeah,
right.
Probably not.
You're talking about a wide receiver 4 at best.
Yeah, I would agree. Not going to be a lot of work for him. I do think, though, if he has any interest in playing, they will have him. Plus, wide receiver is a position where you need some depth. Throughout the season. There's going to be guys that get nicked up, banged up. Maybe you put in some formations that have him in there. Such a great locker room guy, too, from all reports. Just very, and obviously a very recognizable presence there for both players and fans, just for the whole organization. Such a great career he has had there with Arizona. Feels like he has been there forever. I mean, he's been through multiple iterations of the Cardinals when they were good, and then when they were bad, and then when they were good, and then when they were bad. And really been there a long time. All right, Tyreek Hill, you gonna show up here? You gonna do something for us? Under 4 minutes remaining. Tyreek Hill in the slot to the top of the screen. They're going to throw it the other way.
1st and 10 from the 38 coming.
CEH with the catch there. A bunch of NBA news breaking. Make sure you follow at DK Live on Twitter for all the injury updates you need as you set your lineup tonight. The news breaking is not any trades. It's just people being ruled out. So you can go check all that out there at DK Live. You can also keep up with what I'm writing as well as the rest of the contributors on the playbook.
So our man Drew here has dropped into a tie for 3rd behind Brooklyn.
Come on, Drew.
And Brooklyn Bum. So something about Brooklyn is really given success to this free roll here. Drew, have you won one of these before, or is this a really intense sweat for you right now?
He's seen everything. We know that.
He's seen it all. He's been around. He's done hundreds upon hundreds of sims.
I would say thousands.
No, he hasn't done thousands. We haven't even done 2,000. We haven't done thousands plural yet, but he's done many hundreds.
All right, fair enough.
He says, I think I have. Let me check. How do you even check? Your history in the DK, on the app and whatnot only goes back so far, unless you like screenshot it or something.
If you won.
Drew says, the other Drew, our technical director, says he's checking his trophy case.
Yep. That's what you got to do.
That everyone screenshoots it. That's not true. I've won 2 of these, and I didn't take a screenshot of either one. Now I kind of wish I had, though.
Maybe you can go back and find it.
(28-21) here. We've reached the 2-minute warning. 1st and 10 for Kansas City down to touchdown, 34-yard line. Kelsey coming off that grab. I've fallen to 34th place. Great to see.
That'll be a good finish.
Thank you all for joining.
Are we finally going to see Tyreek Hill here? Nope.
Robinson.
Tyreek Hill. It has been a long time since he has had a game this quiet.
Drew's got a victory. He's got the screenshot.
And he's tied for 1st right now.
So lineups, 7 o'clock lineups lock in NBA and NHL tonight.
Yep, it's true. Oh, dropped. Hit him in the hands with it, and he dropped it. 2nd and 10. Still plenty of time. 1:29 left.
Mm-hmm.
So Tyreek Hill, just 1 catch for 7 yards. Usually such a volume monster in these sims. That's not him either. So we have done, because the Chiefs made that long run in the Madden holiday season, as well as the run to the championship game of our preseason tournament, we have done 66 Chiefs sims. How many of those do you think Tyreek Hill has 1 catch in?
I thought you were going to say we've done 66 Cardinal sims. How many of the 2 of us?
No, you and I have done all of them.
All of them.
66 Chiefs sims.
66 Chiefs sims. What was the question? How many is Tyreek had gone for a goose egg?
Okay, we'll start there.
2.
0. Guess how many games he has only 1 catch in?
I guess we have a touchdown right there. Who's got it?
And that's Tyreek Hill.
No, Hill. Tyreek Hill has it.
Well, good. He kept the streak alive. He has never had a game with only one catch. He has never had a game with only 2 catches. So this would still be his lowest number of catches. He's never had a game under 3 catches. And I guess now we've got overtime in play. Maybe he will still rebound in this one as well. But yeah, he's never had a game under 3 catches in 66 sims for the Chiefs.
That's wild.
There was, in Madden 2020, I remember he had a 0 catch game against the Falcons because the Falcons were absolutely awful against slot receivers. They were the best matchup for slot receivers. It was whatever the slot receiver is against Atlanta, you play that guy. Tyreek Hill is the best slot receiver. So the matchup was beautiful. And then Tyreek, no catches. I'm not sure why. They never even threw the ball.
Drew and his comrades back to a tie for first with about a 5-point cushion here and 30 seconds left, albeit in regulation, because, again, we are tied. So overtime may very well be brewing here. And dang it, this game deserves it, 28-all. So for Tyreek Hill, and granted,
Yes.
like I said, this thing is not over yet. But based on what he has done, let me just scroll all the way back. Okay, so he has 11.5 points in the flex right now.
Okay. You had to scroll all the way back to find my lineup. Is that what that was? Hey.
Given his price point and ownership, is he still, barring, obviously him, I don't know, with a game-winning touchdown in overtime or something like that, is he tracking for your Not My Kid award at the moment?
That is a very good question.
Thank you. That's what I get paid for. The best ones.
Yeah. I think he is, but only because nobody else has really had an awful game. DeAndre Hopkins feels like
maybe we won't go to overtime. Timeout.
Feels like DeAndre Hopkins you could put there every time in these sims, but also not because nobody plays him, right? Like he's always a disappointment to anyone who plays him, but nobody pays $9K for him since he's such a low producer.
Right.
He's only got 1 catch for 18 yards. So it's not really that big of a surprise that he hasn't done much, but he's definitely been less of a factor even than Tyreek Hill.
Okay.
And your dog, as we know, is a Cardinals fan, so I'm glad we get to hear her.
He's so excited the Cards are going to walk this thing off.
It's looking that way.
Woo! There's the timeout.
Cardinals take the timeout.
Took it all the way down to 5 seconds. They're just positioning for the winning kick now.
Yep. Going to be about a 44-yard kick for the win. Zane Gonzalez.
Do you hear that K9 crowd?
I don't know if you can on the stream because of the crowd noise, but I can definitely hear it here in the virtual booth. She's pretty fired up for her Cardinals to get the win. I mean, yeah, I think it's got to be Tyreek Hill just because we expect so much more from him. I mean, it's unfair expectations, sure. But 11 fantasy points for him, that's about as bad of a game as he ever has.
Kicks up, it's good, and takes us down to just one second left. The Cardinals with a 3-point advantage, and the Chiefs will have an opportunity to return this ball as far as they possibly can.
And we've talked about him way too much already, but you know who returns kicks for them.
It's true. Will Tyreek Hill get an opportunity? All
right, Tyreek Hill. If you return this for the game-winning walk-off touchdown, I will not make you the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award recipient.
Might even give him the Krusty Koff MVP.
Can we put it all on one play? Can we put it all on one play?
I think we do. There he is.
All right, let's do it. There he is. Tyreek.
Knows we're talking about him.
If it goes all the way, he becomes the Krusty Kaufman player of the game. If not, he will be. And he's going to get a return on it. Look at this. Nope. Not going to happen. How awesome would that have been if we called that? Instead, he is the Not My Kid Award winner in this one. Very quiet game for him. Did set a new Madden 21 low mark for him as far as passes caught with only 2 catches. Did get one for that touchdown, though, so not an awful game for him. Did probably sink your lineup, though, if you spent almost 10K on him in your flex spot, and even more so if he was your captain. But the player of the game award, I mean, look at how close Mahomes came to the bonus. 297.
With a Bundy.
With a Bundy.
4 passing.
Yeah, so he had 29 fantasy points.
Oh,
but
poor Drew. I'm sorry. Poor Drew. Booted out of first place by the Zane Gonzalez field.
Oh, Drew lost.
Fell a point and a half back. That's
Zane Gonzalez is not the player.
Screenshot of that one.
You can screenshot that and send it to him when he sends you the other one. Player of the game in this one, I'm going to go with Kyler, though, because Kyler, even though Mahomes had the Bundy with 297, Kyler Murray had more fantasy points. He had 31.3 in the flex spot. Did not quite get to the rushing bonus, finished with 93 yards on the ground, but did throw for 2 scores, run for 1, and finish with just a little bit more, and also was a little bit lower owned. So Kyler Murray, the player of the game, as his Cardinals are Cardinals, Adam, pull off the upset.
How about Max Williams, 9 for 10 with, or 9 for 100, pardon me. That's way better than 10. 9 for 100 with that touchdown. Kelsey, bonus as well, 6 for 112, the touchdown. Sammy Watkins, 4 for 43. Score for him. Obviously, the touchdown for Christian Kirk. Could have had a couple. Would have been nice.
Would have helped you out for sure.
Yeah. Drake, 3 for 16.
Would it have helped Drew out? Yep, would have helped Drew out.
Yeah, he could have used it too. So what were the final numbers on Tyreek Hill? Just for any discrepancies in the chat for those asking and complaining.
I'm fairly certain.
With a touchdown.
Okay, so 325 in the touchdown. Yep.
Yeah.
So he ties his season or season being all the Madden 21 sims that we've done. He has not had less than 3 catches, and that's still the case after this one since he did catch that touchdown pass. And obviously the touchdown helps his fantasy production as well.
So STBK is our projected winner, barring any stat adjustments. Max Williams in the captain spot, Mahomes, Murray, Kelsey, CEH, and Zane Gonzalez, and some huge games, obviously.
Zane for the win.
Yeah, unbelievable. 18% own, 8 points. Far and away the worst play in that lineup, but he did enough to win it. And that's
at the last minute.
Man, last second. Williams, 42 points in the
actually, not quite the last second because there was
penultimate second.
There we go.
Mahomes goes for about 30 in the flex. Murray, 31. Kelsey, 26. And CEH, 17. 33rd for me. Where'd you finish up?
67.
Okay, so
played Hill instead of Kelsey. That was my mistake.
Yeah, neither one of us was excellent. Really, is the point.
Nope.
So we are going to get out of here. As much fun as it was, and it always is. We're both going to be back tomorrow, albeit separately. But first, to tell you about the rest of the day today. Coming up at 6 to kick off the late classic, you will have Jason Rossi and Kenny Ducey together for the Rams and the Texans with the happy hour sim in just under 45 minutes. At 8 prime time, you will have Rossi sticking around with Brendan Glasheen for Raiders Bucks. And then at 10, Madden After Dark, it'll be Glash and Brandon Cristal. Brendan and Brandon, Lions and Patriots. So that should be a good time. Tomorrow, I've got you for the first 2 of the day with Christian DeAndrea, CDA, hanging out. Remember, subscribe to postroute.substack.com. I don't know, I always get tongue-tied when I'm saying that. And Zach will be with Glash at 4 o'clock for a one and done tomorrow. So should be a good time.
Yep, and then the 2 of us are back for your NBA trade deadline lead up. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll be here.
By our crew. Post-rack, you need a sign. Post-route. Wait, hang on.
Oh, boy. All right. And then we'll have your NBA trade deadline sim at 2 o'clock on Thursday. I'll be here. Kaufman might be here, or he may rotate off to go watch Twitter instead.
Might rotate off just to be left alone while Marcus Smart gets traded, and I shed tears. Go ahead, take a screenshot of this for Christian. There you go. Postroute.substack.com. This is my Christian. like Wilson in Home Improvement. All right, we got to go. Thanks to the Drew Stack for Angelico, ZTAK. Appreciate all you hanging out. Have a good time. I'll see you. Whoever wants to play NBA later, shoot me the contest. You know how to reach me. DK-A Kaufman. Let's play. Let's have ourselves a good time. Till then, see you later.
What's up, Sim fam? Carolyn Azak back with you tonight for another edition of the DraftKings Dream Stream. If I could talk, happy Tuesday. I'll be here as your host for a 3-game late slate of Madden Sims and some of the best content DK has to offer. So those Madden Showdowns are featured in our Madden Stream 5K Tuesday night special. Check it out. This classic contest is $10 to enter and features 5K in prizes, including $1,000 going right to first place. Let's take a quick look, though, at tonight's schedule. First at 6 p.m. Eastern, we get the Rams and the Texans. They're kicking off our night slate with Jason Rossi and Kenny Ducey on the call. They're waiting for you for that one. Then at 8 p.m., the Raiders and the Bucks taking over the stream with Brendan Glasheen joining Rossi in prime time. Finally, at 10 p.m. Eastern, Glash is making his way back from Madden After Dark. Of course, he can't miss out. He'll be joined by Brandon Cristal to call the Lions and the Patriots. All of that is right on the way for you. But first, here's what else you can find in the DK lobby and over on the DraftKings Sportsbook. A 6-game NBA slate is available right now in the lobby. Our featured contest for the main slate is the $450K pull-up jumper. That pays out $100K to first for just a $10 entry. It's locking at 7 p.m. Eastern. And in the NHL, we have a 5-game main slate locking at 7 p.m. as well. The featured contest there is the $80K kick save that pays $20K to first for just a $15 entry. And of course, we get the NCAA tourney has reached the final 16 teams. So you can go check out the odds for those games and tournament futures right now on the DK Sportsbook. Plus, you can get all of your action up to the minute odds and lines for NBA, NHL, PGA, UFC, NASCAR, and plenty more where that came from. Well, I will be back with more after the game. I'll go hydrate like Rossi always tells us to do. But right now, it's time for me to send it over to Rossi and Ducey for the call of the Rams and Texans. Take it away, guys.
Cheers, Carolyn. Always stay hydrated. Kenny Ducey, what's up, dude?
Nothing much since I last saw you. I have really not been able to leave, but I'm
You've been in that same spot for the last 23 hours, locked in.
That's absolutely right. Yeah. Took a drive down to Cooperstown today. That was about it. Yeah. How are you doing?
Nothing better. The weather's great still. I listen. The early spring weather in the Northeast. I don't think there's anything better. I really don't.
I went on a 10-minute rant last night about how spring in the Northeast is the best season. So
it really is, especially this time when we think like 60s is super warm. Like it's like I was popping the top. I was walking around getting cat calls all day. It was incredible. But speaking about cat calls, we'll see who's going to be getting them in this game. What's your lineup just locked? We have the fantastic matchup of, I'm not going to pretend like I remember because I already have a lineup for my next game. Oh, I remember.
The only reason I remember is because I don't know if I have ever had a Rams sim.
Ooh.
Ever. Maybe like one or two, but I don't ever have Ram. I've had plenty of Texan sims, but no Ram sims. So I had no idea about this lineup.
Okay. So I'm fascinated. As someone that believes they've never done a Rams game, you never know. Could have snuck one in there on you, but the memory doesn't serve you all the way. What does your lineup look like?
Yeah, I really don't think that I have. Randall Cobb, captain. He just, from doing a lot of Texan sims, he just generally is involved. Stacked him up with Deshaun Watson and Brandon Cooks and Will Fuller. And then I came back with Robert Woods and Eleanor Higbee himself.
Ooh, so Eleanor Higbee. I went with Cooks and the captain, Deshaun Watson, and I also have Randall Cobb in my flex. I went with Sloman, Henderson Jr., and Robert Woods. So we both avoided Goff. We'll see how that works. He's a real boomer bust play here.
I don't know about rostering. Like I said, I don't normally roster quarterbacks. I've talked about that a lot, but I don't see the value in rostering quarterbacks. They're too much money for what you get. Watson is an exception. He's been kind of bad, but he has a very high ceiling. So we'll just see what he gives us today. I'm hoping that it's another 40-point outing, but you just never can be sure with this guy. You really can't.
Nope. Smash that like button, DK Sim Fam over on YouTube. Appreciate you joining us on this Tuesday, 6 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock West Coast. By the way, shout out to Michael. I could hear the beautiful wind chimes because we have a Zoom channel. I talk about this, and they're all behind the scenes. Bunch of cowards, never showing themselves. Not Daniel. But Michael, I know I always predict, like Zach in our ops team. What's up, dude? Definitely on the toilet. Daniel's inside the internet, and Michael sitting outside, feet up, just slaying the game. also helped me out, letting me know what the game was that we're calling. So we got Texans. We got the Rams. Kenny Ducey at Kenny Ducey on Twitter. Jason Rossi at Jason D. Rossi. We see you over there on YouTube. Luke, Jordan, El Paso, Matt Silverman. Rossi's Fat Cat is just shouting at everybody to feed him. We also have, look at this. Symbols of Fire. I like that. Bandit over in our Twitch chat. So we're going to have some fun here tonight. Kenny, as we will see.
Yeah, we always have fun.
It's the name of the game, baby. So Rams will start. Here comes Jared Goff. Here he comes. Bandit asks, can I pile drive the like button? Dude, pile drive it, choke slam it, tickle it, do whatever you got to do. We just, every like means a ton to us.
Suplex it.
Ooh, yeah. Angle slam. You do literally anything you want. You can even give it an ankle lock, which is really bizarre.
Give it the people's elbow.
That might be the best one to use.
It could actually work. You could actually just elbow the
just
keypad or the
mouse,
trackpad.
just like.
Yep.
Or if it's on your phone, you just elbow your phone and hope it
Break
works.
it, sure.
Shane's up. Here's Jared Goff, first play, drops it off. What a play. Coop. Oh.
Oh boy. Well, glad I didn't roster Cooper Kupp. First catch curse.
Oh, here we go. We'll see if it's in effect. Daniel says you can Cobra clutch it. I like that too. Just yank on that neck. Figure 4 lock. The like button says PP. I'm going to call him PP now. That'll make me laugh more.
Peyton Pritchard?
No, it's P. Hooligan, but everyone else calls him Fooligan, I should say. Because it's correct to say it the other way.
Michael pointing out that the Cooper Kupp 36.7% owned, so 36.7% of people out there really holding their breath.
See if it pays off. Matt Silverman says, Woods! See if we can get him there. 2nd and 10, Goff under center. Gives the handoff here. I think that is to... Yeah, Malcolm Brown, who is now the latest Miami Dolphin. Who the heck? Sorry, I was getting a FaceTime.
Oh boy, was it me?
No, it was not you. I wonder what would happen if I answered. Like, would you be able to hear it, or would I be able to do both at once? I'll try that another time. Here's Goff on a 3rd and 5. Oh, look at this. Higbee.
Boom. Eleanor.
Yeah. Big play there.
Eleanor Higbee.
You know, it's one of those songs, obviously huge Beatles guy. You asked my favorite bands, I said, good thing I didn't say the Beatles, because that would have been a weird one for you to analogize with. That's a word. But that's one of those songs, you know that part, and then you don't know any of the other words.
I don't know the words.
Writing a song in the front of somebody's home. Nobody knows. There's a pass out. That's Henderson coming out of the backfield. It's the grab down to the 18-yard line. Nice drive thus far. Quick one getting down the field for the... Oh, is that Malcolm Brown, actually? Getting down here for the Rams. I got a rock, says Reed's T. Love it. Oh, Charlie Brown reference. Twitch fam, we see you guys. There's another handoff. Not going far. Malcolm Brown, another carry. Can't get involved. Super cheap in the showdown. Not a, doesn't usually pay off, but can at times. Devery Henderson, a little more popular play, 38%. Reynolds coming in at 50%. Someone I was trying to roster. Kenny, I was trying to get him in, but budget didn't allow. He's on the field here. So you have 4 wide. Higbee at the bottom of your screen. There's Goff. Quick draw. Going his way. Caught. Tackled down at the 5-yard line. It's Robert Woods getting them there to the 5. So 1st and goal. Opening drive here. Let's see. Expecting a lot of tight ends today, says Rossi's Fat Cat. Let's see. Higbee in there. Bottom stack. 5 wide. Goff takes the snap. He's going to run it in. No, he gets stopped at the 1. What is Jared Goff thinking? Trying to show us up here. We both didn't roster him. Old school hammer lock. I'm putting some people in the sharpshooter, says El Paso. Just hit that like button. I don't care who you put in what. Here's the handoff from a shotgun into the end zone. Devery Henderson, touchdown for the Rams. Daryl, his brother. I always say Devery Henderson. Devery Henderson was like what was he? Why is he in my head?
I believe he played for the Atlanta Falcons.
Oh, the wide receiver, right? And I think he also played for the Saints.
Yep, I think he did.
Yeah, now it's coming back. I couldn't tell if he was that or if he was like an.
I don't know where he played, to be honest. I'm
1,000% sure of the Saints. I'm gonna do a whole rundown of his career in a minute.
He did play for the Saints.
Touchdown.
He just only played for the Saints.
Okay. Devery Henderson. He was a nice spot play on bye weeks in fantasy back in the day. I want to say 2014, 15, during the Marcus Colston era. Look at this guy. Let's see these numbers. 04 to 12. All right, so I was wrong, but still that same era. He had the most catches he had in a season, 51. Most yards in a season, 804. Never scored more than 5 touchdowns. Good old Devery Henderson. Everybody was wondering. Deshaun Watson coming in 81% owned in this contest. So a little over halfway to play here in the first. They'll get the ball after the opening drive by the Rams, and Daryl Henderson Jr. getting the touchdown. Good. Here we go. Jordan. God, Ross, you're such a doofus. We already knew that. You take messing names and mushing to another level.
Mushing? Who'd you mush?
Oh, everybody, dude. That's my thing. That's my... anytime I'm on a game, I guess I'm bad luck for people. Hey, man, that's the breaks. Sorry. I'm going to be here for the 8, so roster accordingly. Bandit says 1, 2, wait, Ducey yanks the ref out of the ring.
That is something that I would do.
Hey, listen, that's a great, if you're a manager, you're in the corner, you're a tag team partner, it's a heck of a move. And I don't know why it's not a disqualification to this day. Speaking of which, who would win a Rumble out of the DK announcers? Ooh, let me ponder that for a second.
Yeah, I don't get it because I feel like if you would hit a referee.
Yes.
If you took out your title belt and hit a referee, I feel like they would call that a disqualification. But pulling the referee out of the ring, no DQ.
No, he just looks at you confused. What are you doing? It's but a special referee match.
I feel like the only time the referee gets pulled out of the ring is when it's Triple H doing it, though. I feel like that doesn't happen a lot. Am I wrong?
No, there's usually just ref bumps, right? They're just accidentally part of the action.
Right.
But it does make me think if there was...
Although the Kevin Owens Roman Reigns match, wasn't that a referee getting just yanked? But it was a no DQ match, though.
Yeah, but you're right. It still did happen.
But didn't they just pull the referee away?
They did. The marker grabs Rossi by the leg, lifts him up. Yeah, they're fantasy booking right now a Royal Rumble with us. But I'm...
Oh, here we go. Deshaun.
Ooh, nice. If I had to just think off the top of my head of all... I feel like...
all the ways you can get disqualified?
No, I'm just thinking of if there was a Royal Rumble with all the DK announcers. If we're all in a ring. Last man standing wins. Who's getting thrown out? First one, I don't know. I think everyone would gang up on Koff. He'd be that guy that everyone just immediately throws out. But if I had to pick who would hang in there the longest, sneaky, strong, I think it might be someone like a Reed. Or Zach. Zach seems... Well, the biggest guy never wins, because Zach's 6'7". He's not really, but that's what the DK Sim fan believes. Just I'm 4'8".
I feel like I'm the second tallest person at 5'10".
I don't know. I feel like Zach, I know, is over 6 feet. Emerson's 6'3".
Well, Zach, yeah. Zach seems like a big guy.
I think Zach, Emerson...
I feel
you might be right. Might be, because I don't know how tall Reed is. I imagine he's... a little taller. Glash would slide under the bottom ropes and hide. He would pull a total Jerry the King Lawler just sitting there. See David Johnson getting the action. He is owned 26% in this contest. Cobb, we both like, 22%. Deshaun looking, searching, finding. Has a receiver. Nice breaks before he goes out of bounds. Caught and brought down. Fells. He's grabbed there. Oh, baby, who would have thunk? Breaking news. not really important to get the breaking news sounder, but the Eagles signing Joe Flacco. After
he met with them the other day.
Yeah, but you feel like he's been in San Francisco for like a month. Like every time you hear reports, I know he met with the Eagles. I thought that was just kind of.
That was the big thing yesterday. The only reason I know is because I've been stuck here and I'm like watching NFL Network. And that was like one of their big stories was Joe Flacco met with the Eagles yesterday.
Now, obviously, NFL Network, awesome network and great to watch. But it is funny on days like today when they just have to like, it's like the news is completely slewed to like a whole, like obviously the Mariota news, as Michael was telling us, like he's restructuring. Okay, but it's not like, that's not like sexy news. And then like Joe Flacco, it's like, oh.
Right, that's the news of the day in the NFL.
It's just like last Monday and Tuesday was like wild. And now this week they're like, oh yeah, don't forget about us. Yeah, Joe Flacco. I actually am surprised in a way. I thought the San Francisco would actually be a good spot for him, but obviously Philadelphia needs that position, needs a veteran quarterback if they're going with the young gun. So I like the move.
I mean, I don't really think it does anything for them. Didn't do anything for Sam Darnold.
You also have to realize the coach.
Right. He's a good backup. I mean, he was very serviceable for them.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Like I feel like if I have to turn to, like, I'm not even gonna lie. Like if the Patriots were into it, I'd be like, I know we saw him, against with the Jets, but
yeah, I mean, you could find much worse backups out there for sure.
Absolutely, you can't spell elite without Joe Flacco.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, well, not if you ask Joe Flacco.
There's no T in Joe Flacco.
There's several T's. This first quarter went by pretty quickly, and you have one score. It was a Darrell Henderson rushing touchdown. Goff 4 for 5 for 61.
It was a Devonta Henderson, yeah.
4 for 4, 55. Well, play those numbers, 4, 4, 5, 5. Lucky day for Deshaun Watson so far in this one. So big shout out again to Zach. He's updating them numbers. We'll do a roll call later. Not enough scoring to even bother looking at your lineup. I do it with BK every time. It's like a one-score game after the first. He's like, I'm in third. I'm like, dude, it's not even a point of looking.
Yeah. Well, I'm in 91st, so that means that I'm going to be doing pretty well by the end of this one, right? That means 91st. That means I'm probably on pace to win it all, right?
That's it. You really are. Got a Bash and Booger reference in the chat by our guy, Cena427, or formerly subscribed to postroute.substack.com.
Okay. Devery Henderson in the league.
Yeah.
He played 9
years.
He had 9 years with the Saints, 2004 to 2012. He made 245 catches for 4,300 plus yards, 20 touchdowns. So that's about 2 touchdowns a year. That's actually not very good.
No.
But he was just like a guy for them for a long time. He was just a guy.
Listen,
he retired at 30. Good for him. He probably, saved his money during his career. Didn't need to worry about, playing a long time.
I bet she's one of those guys. I don't know if it was me and you, but we talked about how like 90% of players just kind of fade off. Like they didn't
won a ring with the Saints in 2009, of course.
Sure did. Cooks TD says golf rat. We'll see. Maybe we'll
Cooks in this economy.
They're looking for. Oh, Shane Thomas says I used to wrestle in high school. Cool, dude.
Cool, man.
I dig it. Hopefully you won.
Come on, Deshaun.
Here's Deshaun searching, looking, waiting, wishing, sacked. Defensive front still ferocious. Deshaun comes in saying, who scored? That would be, making me say it, Darrell Henderson Jr. Devery Henderson has not scored in 9 years because he hasn't been in the league. Anywhere.
Literally 9 years. It's been just as many years, as many years removed from his last year as he was removed when he retired. I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that. He played 9 years. He's been out of the league for 9 years.
He's been out as long as he was ever in. It's like what some people say. There's like women when they give birth, they take those, when they're 9 months pregnant, then when the baby's 9 months old. I don't understand it, but it works for social media.
That was what I never understood that. What is the cutoff before you start saying when it turns from months into years? Like you never hear someone say he or she's 1, right? It's like, he or she's 14 months, but like
2.
you don't hear 18 months, right?
I think no. You up until I take 2. The only reason I say that is because I'm living it, and my son just had his 15-month appointment. So when people say how old is he, you don't just say like 1 because he's a little
but
beyond
you said
that.
like so that would
I said-
imply that you could call your baby 22 or 23 months old.
Yeah, I probably would. And then
That's
once it's 2,
that's a lot. That's a high number for months. I feel like you got to cut off.
Well, I feel like it's all. Yeah, I think it's all the even ones. There's a kick right there. Fairbairn, boom. Give me those kickers. Getting them in. Yeah, I think it all just comes like we don't like our ages. Like you either say your round number or say, oh yeah, I'm blank and a half. Oh or most of the time, I think once you're past like 21, nobody really cares how old you are. Or like 30, then there's the next landmark, and that's just like, how old are you? Who cares? Daniel says I'm 314 months old. Love it.
Oh wow, I'm probably let's see. How many months old am I?
Put in your birthday and say months old. I've done this before. That's the only reason.
Oh, I was gonna do the math. There's a
do the math.
calculator I can just use.
Yeah, if you just Google anything. How do you think I know percentages? I'm like, what is 52% of 920? I don't know. I just Google it.
All right, yeah. So I'm yeah, I didn't even realize I could do that. So I'm 330 months.
Oh, old man compared to Daniel.
Yeah.
18 months is the cutoff, says Neil Hatrick Harris. Then you just say they're almost 2. Okay, got it. Brickwell.
You know what?
Says,
I gotta
I'm
say,
27.
I gotta say, 330 months. It doesn't sound like that many months to be alive.
Nope.
I feel like I'm pretty young, relatively speaking.
In months, yes. I don't know how. I can double check mine. As one of the old men here. Let's see. See, old man River here. What do we got? I am. Oh wait, it's not as easy this time for me. Oh, here we. Oh, weeks. Oh, I'm gonna tell you how many hours I am in seconds. Okay, stop. So I am currently 132,000. Oh, this is days. 132,000. No, 13,219 days old. I am 1,142,101,179 seconds old. What is it? I'm 434 months old. So I'm like, oh, that's old. That's over like 100 more months than you. I have so many months.
A lot of months.
I got so many months on you. Steve Boss is 474. Catching up to you. How many Famicom seconds is that? Dale, a Google amount.
What do you think? Should I?
Yes.
Should I do a? Should I do with cough? Should I do a?
Oh no, only if he follows you. I'm holding out till he follows you on Twitter. So I think.
Should I do a contest tonight? You don't think so?
No, until he follows you.
I think I might.
Yeah, go for it. You asked, I just gave you my response. But you do your thing.
All right.
Listen, when you're talking to someone that is 1,900 through, wait, no, I don't even say this. How many minutes old I am? Is that million? 19.
I have the worst people that share my birthday. For real. Like the worst people.
What's your
Ivan
day?
Pavlov, the Russian physiologist.
Yeah, that guy sounds cool. Sounds like a bad guy in a movie. Sounds
The
like a bad guy in a
only
movie.
the only good person that shares my birthday is Nas, and that's it.
Oh. Nas, and that's it. So I know for a while I had, Rush Limbaugh, Howard Stern. That's why I'm a radio great, and my career is flourishing here on YouTube. There's some other people. I can't remember now. But
Every time I see, you know what? This is something that I think that you could appreciate.
Sacked there by JJ.
Every time I see something like on Snapchat, and I'm on this site, and it's called On This Day, and every time I see a Snapchat, I hear Edge's theme song in my head. On this day, like that.
Listen, that was my favorite meme going around for a while. Whenever there was a video that had any form of smoke in it, he would always come out, and people would always have that. It was a big.
There was a meme with that.
Oh yeah, it was I don't know. That was like 6-7 years ago and it was really popular. But like anytime like horror movie like scenes or things in trailers where like things are like in their smoke, they always like edited it with him in his entrance. And it was it's right up there with like the jump scene.
Tony Finau, Jimmy Butler have my birthday. I was trying to Delvin Young, who whatever.
Oh yeah, Delvin Young. Look at this.
Yeah, that's it. There was some tennis player that has it, but I forget who it is now.
I thought that was the first guy you said in the beginning, I'll be honest. But that was just a scientist. Bill says I'm 699 months old. Hey-oh. Sure. And we have the same birthday. So how do I know? Guru. I was born on Easter. All right, well, happy almost birthday then coming up there, Lane. Mr. Hawk says you got to say nasty Nas. Share a birthday with Abe Lincoln and Charles Darwin. Oh, look at you, Nathan. Chadwick Boseman and Russell Wilson, says Frederick. R.I.P. Chadwick Boseman.
Russell Wilson.
Heck of a birthday.
Huh. You been following the Cinnamon Toast Crunch story?
Yeah, like, what the heck is going on here? Like, what happened? Well, like, I don't like to wake up to just, like, ridiculous stories about, like, cereal.
I mean, there's nothing else to know.
Just, like, I don't like that. Like, I don't want to hear stuff like this. If you guys don't know, there was, like, what is it, shrimp tails or, like, seafood? Like, gross. And, like, stuff happens. Don't get me wrong. Things always will happen. Through the years of time, there's been different crap in boxed products, but I don't know. It was like as soon as I woke up, I went on the old Twitter machine and like Facebook. I woke up at 4:20 this morning for some godforsaken reason, didn't go back to sleep. So that's like the first thing I see. I'm like, oh, like how does that even happen? It's a tail. Like was someone just mowing down on some shrimp cocktail and just like flinging the tails around?
I mean, no, the guy just opened his cereal and there was a shrimp cocktail in there.
But how did it? No, it was just the tail, though.
Sorry, shrimp tails. I mean,
yeah. But that's what I mean. Like, were the people at the factory? Like, I don't even know how this all works. Obviously, I feel like it's.
They were frosted tails.
Do you think the guy tried it?
I mean, he said that he ate the bowl.
Yeah, I would too. But it would like honestly, maybe I'm really dumb. What's the worst thing that could happen? I don't know. I'm just saying.
It is. I will just say this. It is hard for me to say what I would have done. I cannot say unequivocally that I would not have eaten the cereal. I can't say that. I'm sorry. I cannot.
I'm 100% with you. I remember when I was a kid. This shows A, how fat I was, and still am, and B, how like I just didn't care about stuff as you get a nice Higby catch here with under 2 to play. I once poured, I think it was Kicks. I was a big Kicks kid because it was kid tested, mother approved. And I
used to love Kicks.
Michael says that he busted out cocktail sauce. Yeah, he poured it in Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
By the way, just wanted to point out that first catch curse is real.
Still happening.
Where is Cooper Kupp? He has 1 catch. He has not had a catch since his first catch. First catch curse. It's a real thing. I'm telling you.
Listen, watch out. Kenny's on fire there in the bunker.
I'm just trying to help everybody out there.
Daniel says he'll be back in the 4th. He's just taking a break.
First catch curse.
When I was young, I'm telling you though, I once poured Kicks out because I'm not a psychopath. I poured the cereal first, then I did the milk, and when I poured the milk, it was chunky, and so it was obviously bad. But I was still questioning.
Disgusting.
I remember my mom had to take it away from me because I was like, I think it's okay because I so wanted it.
Oh, don't say that. No.
I didn't do it. I didn't do it, but I really wanted to. I was probably like 6, and I was like, I don't even care. She's like, no. And she like grabbed it. But I was like, I really want it.
That story, man. That is a gross story.
It is. I've never once seen since. I've never seen chunky milk. Yeah. Oh. It looked like tapioca pudding coming out of that carton. I don't even know how that happens. But it did.
I can't get the image out of my head. We got to talk about something else.
But
please.
just whatever. We can. I don't have to bring up the visual for your head. But like, if you ever had something that was bad, like have you ever had like cheese and you wanted to have cheese?
Let's just move it to something on non.
It just had a little green.
I'm gonna get sick here, Jason. I really am. This is.
Oh come on! Wait for the half. You can just reversal of fortune at halftime.
Eleanor.
Eleanor, have you ever had a piece of cheese you wanted so bad and there was a chunk in it?
Oh,
dude, it happens. It happens a lot.
I'm gonna have to mute my my headphones.
Talk about air fryers. Michael, you're good. You're good. Oh, too much.
Air fryers. Talk about air fryers. I'm in 74th here.
Not even looking until this. Oh, get in there! Devery, don't call me Daryl. Whoops.
Wow.
Henderson in for his second score. First receiving this time. Jared Goff says, chunky milk, no more. Smooth, luscious, deliciousness. That's why now, but if anybody was wondering, that's why I have only exclusively almond or cashew milk. I was cursed from that moment. There it is. Touchdown before the half. 2 scores for Jared.
Who shared their birthday with Abraham Lincoln? 2 scores and 7 Sims ago.
It was, I don't remember now. I'm sorry. But look at Daniel. Bradley Cooper, Diane Keaton, Marilyn Manson, Topeka, whatever. I don't know that name. It's a Bollywood actress.
Kansas.
Yeah, and I don't want to butcher names. Robert Duvall, Clancy Brown, Deadmau5, and Hayu Matsuzaka? Maya.
Daisuke?
Sure, no, not Daisuke. But that's awesome.
All right, I think I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna challenge. I need Sim Fam. I need some. I would love it if we could do a group bracket here, or not a group bracket, a group
entry
lineup.
Ooh, Sim High, 2 touchdowns for Henderson. Michael letting us know, so that
of course
he's tying it up. So we'll see if he can get his third. Let's get that half trick.
All right, so let me.
Well, maybe this will help you. Rowdy asked, which NBA game y'all think is better for a stack night? Lakers, Pelicans, Sixers, Warriors.
Not Sixers, Warriors. I know I was wrong last night about the high scoring, low scoring, but I definitely don't think. Look, the over the last 5 games, the Philadelphia 76ers are allowing 98.9 points per 100 possessions. Since they've lost Joel Embiid, their defense has been absolutely incredible. Now the Warriors don't have Steph Curry. That already hurts all the offensive players, right? Yep. There's probably some value there without Curry, but still, that is not, to me, a game that I want to target. A good defense on one side. The Warriors also, they've made their mark all season playing defense. And, you know, the Sixers offense actually has been pretty bad over the last 5 games without Embiid, just chucking a bunch of shots. So to me, this is a big case of fade this game. It's going to be a low-scoring game. I think the Sixers win if you want to pick a side, but I'm fading this game. So the other one was the Lakers game.
Yeah, Pelicans.
You know, you got the Pelicans. Pelicans are one of the worst defenses in the league. The Lakers now without LeBron and Marc Gasol, that defense kind of stinks. That's definitely the game I'd look to more.
There you go. Sure. And if you're looking to open a box of Cinnamon Toast Crunch, watch out for the shrimp tails.
All right, I'm going to create a contest with Mr. Adam Kaufman.
But he didn't send you one already?
No.
Wow. He must be scared of you.
So.
He must be scared of you. You must have scared him off.
He did not invite me to a contest.
He sent one. I just get the NBA sent, and I just avoid it till the follow comes. Wrap present for you. Thanks, Ross's Fat Cat.
Here's a true story. I suggested to Koff. I sent him a request to play in a showdown on Sunday night for the Lakers game.
Okay.
And he turned me down.
Wow.
He said I will only play in a classic with you.
Why?
I don't know. He just would only do a classic.
What is he doing? By the way, you're right. Cooper Kupp, 2 catches. He did get a second catcher on that last drive, but still 2 for 25. Curse, I would still say, is alive. Malcolm Brown with just 1 catch. Zach updating our ops. Big shout out to Michael and Daniel, our production team tonight. They're going to be with us all night. Glass joins me at 8 o'clock. It's Kenny Ducey just about to just smacketh down on that Rudy Poo, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Shrimp Tail, Chunky Milk drinking Adam Kaufman. Gonna just whoop him tonight, if Kaufman even accepts it. By the way, he's going to creep in here sooner or later, so because you say his name 3 times, he's like
he hangs around in the chat.
He's like,
guys, get your lineups in.
Did you call? Oh, yeah, when I first popped in the chat,
Daniel said Kenny's gonna whip that jabroni.
He should smack him around. Let him check into the SmackDown hotel.
Right,
Ducey in the
Griffin,
Porter
first
John.
game back, 15 points or 15 minutes. Okay, yeah.
Ducey's in the bunker, the Ducey bunker. All right, don't worry about where he is.
Kenny's cabin, right? That's what we called it yesterday.
Yep, Kenny's cabin. Can't fade him when he's in there.
Michael's saying in the cabin.
Nope. Michael says with LaMelo Ball out for the year, he's totally out for running for Rookie of the Year? Question mark. With Ball, is Anthony Edwards a new Rookie of the Year favorite? I hate to say this. I almost want to see LaMelo Ball still get it. Like, I don't think
he could. I think it's Anthony Edwards, though.
Yeah. He's definitely the favorite. Like, I would say, like, look at the Blythe. Look at that name slate right there. For me, yeah, Anthony Edwards. But LaMelo Ball was playing so well, and I think he did enough. It's almost like, relating it to, like, what happened with Carson Wentz, that MVP year. Like, there was a lot of people that still believe he should have got it. It was only, 3 games that he missed. And obviously same kind of time of the year technically with where the NBA is, but I don't think we're in a position where the NBA is going to give it to LaMelo with that much time missed, especially if Anthony Edwards continues to play.
Do I go with Bruce Brown or Tyler Johnson? I'm trying to decide. I definitely think Nick Claxton at 3,900 is still a steal.
It's clackback season, so.
Because, I mean, in a cash game like this, I feel like Claxton could be a lock for 5x, right? Well, I don't know if you've played DFS every day, but
I do. I don't play every day, but I would say I always look to start with all the lower tier to see how much money I have to see who the studs I'm going to play. Some people do it opposite. Right. That's how I look.
No, me too. That's what I like to do. I like to fill out my positions with who I definitely want, and then kind of go up in salary from there. I like to pick out my values first. I think Bruce Brown also, it depends on the status of James Harden, I guess, but like Bruce Brown should be a guy for me. I kind of like the Nets defense, to be honest, without James Harden and Kyrie Irving. They used to play defense back in the day before they got those guys.
Ricky Robbie agrees with the Brown.
Yeah, Bruce. It depends. It depends on James Harden's status, but I think that James Harden is out, or I think he's going to be out anyway. Julius Randle coming off getting fined, maybe. I don't know. Who quickly has not had a good game in a long time. I think he's due.
Could be that you just get absolutely. There's our guy Dominican Sue. We were talking. Oh no, sorry, that's Aaron Donald.
Aaron Donald, yeah.
I don't know. It's going back to 2018 here, but that Donald just dominated on that third down. So going to be a punt here, but yeah.
Alec Burks. Man, he is like him hot.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna take Alec Burks. I think.
Go for it.
I think it's a big night for the Knicks. So.
What's the price point there?
Yeah, it's only 58.
Yeah.
But I think I like him more than RJ. D Rose is not back tonight, Daniel.
Anthony Davis also not back.
Anthony Davis not back, correct. The Guru is saying Harden is questionable. People operating under the assumption that he's out. But he did play 39 minutes after getting elbowed in the back of the head. So, yeah, I do. I think that there's something there with Quickly. I think that he could have a good game.
There you go. There's Goff looking, searching. Quick little 2-yard out. Not much doing there.
If anyone else has some strong opinions in the chat, throw them out.
I'll look over here on Twitch. Usually Twitch always drops.
CEH, yes, Cup has 2 catches.
He does have 2. Yeah, he's got 2 for like 23.
Daddy saying, Reynolds, come on, man. Yeah, this has just been the Daryl Henderson show. No one else just wants to do anything.
Yeah, even Devery Henderson's been in on the action. It's crazy. Higby picking up his 4th grab, I believe. It's over 50 on the game. Harry, if there's any discrepancies, I know our guy Zach, one of the best to do it. He will get everything all taken care of. Jim says, Rossi, please tell Kenny I want to challenge him. To what, a duel? To a game of Rochambeau? What do you want to challenge him?
Oh, Peyton starting for the Knicks.
Big catch there by Reynolds.
Dang.
It's not enough hedge things. Yeah, Peyton, Barrett, Bullock, Randall, Noel. Hooligan letting us know. CH says he's going to get the cup TD.
I thought it was P. Hooligan.
Well, that's what I call him. But now I'll switch it up every so often. Maybe I'll be right once in a while. It's rare. To what Rowdy says, to y'all, what's the best strategy to stay within salary cap? The obvious one would be to play cheaper players, but like kind of what Kenny was talking about, I think we kind of have a similar strategy. Go with the players you really want to play and look at those numbers, and then find some cheap plays and maybe your utility or your starting positions, and you know, okay, how much can I pay up for like the big price stars? Like, don't, when you hit, like, if you work your way down, you have to put into point guard, then shooting guard. Like, don't pick the top 2 guys right off the bat, because then your numbers are going to be so thrown off. You can still fit them in potentially, but look at things from a larger perspective. Do a little research. You know what else you can do? Go check out DraftKings Nation over there and check out some of our guys that are writing them up. I don't know, Kenny, did you write something today?
I did write something today. I wrote about my favorite teams to win in the NBA, my picks.
Okay. Dig it. Look, definitely go check that out.
I like the Knicks to win. I think that the Sixers will win pretty handily.
Yep.
And then I also think that the Suns game will be low scoring, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's what I said as well.
Gotcha. Love the way the Suns are playing. Just fun, they've been fun to watch for years, and now with Chris Paul, it's like been that nice, the icing on the cake, if you will.
Yeah, the Suns are great.
Yeah.
But they just play a lot of defense, and they're playing the Heat, and the Heat play a lot of defense as well. Both these teams grinded out paces. Look at Josh Reynolds. He has a new home, doesn't he?
I believe so. Was that Miami as well?
I think Miami picked him. Yeah, I think Miami might have picked him up.
Josh Reynolds.
That sounds right to me.
It wasn't
the Titans.
Exactly as we said. The Tennessee Titans taking on Mr. Reynolds.
Just like we said. Yeah.
Actually, that's a good replacement for Corey Davis. I know he's not as tall and he's not like a game breaker, but I just think like having a solid guy on the other side of AJ Brown, pending his return from injuries, playing with like no knees last year. I need some dank in my cup. Yeah, man. Smash Lana. 2 catches so far. 23rd touchdown for Reynolds. That's very impressive numbers there from Michael.
Very impressive. And I did not think he was that good of a sim player.
No, I was
coming into this one, yeah.
I was trying to fit him in. Right now I'm sitting in 97th. I didn't want to say anything. I was like 20-something right before. That score absolutely crushed me. Brandon Cooks and my captain absolutely pantsing me. You obviously Randall Cobb, nothing. Not much better from Cooks. Hopefully he can get something going here on this drive. Here it comes. So we have 3:39 left here in the third quarter. Kenny, Ducey, Jason Rossi with you. Kenny's about to just lay the smackdown on that Rudy Poo, Candy Tush, Adam Kaufman tonight. Hopefully all of you are too if you join his contest. There's a nice grab across the middle of the field. Watson trying to get this team back into it, down 18. Will Fuller, welcome back to the sim. 3rd catch here. Yeah, there's a guy for sure we know is going to Miami. Mega says, Jason D. Rossi, you played Mega Man before this? I'll be honest with you. Oddly enough, never played Mega Man.
Mega Man, what is that?
That is a original Nintendo game, one of the more popular series for the. And I think I may have played like at a friend's house, but I never owned the game, and I've never. There's like 5. I don't even want to get. I think there's like 8 Mega Man, but very, very popular game. Never played it. Clearly, Kenny hasn't either. But I feel like it's one of those things I missed. Yeah. And on my Switch virtual Nintendo store, I should probably play. I played Kirby. Does that count? Some people play with fidget spinners, go for walks. I take video game breaks in the middle of my day.
I never had a fidget spinner, actually, and I've always wanted one.
You know what's funny? When you one day have a child, everything's a fidget spinner. You just don't realize. Like, there's like all these little toys that you play with, and they're all just...
Huh.
So my son has this, we have this like little helicopter thing that spins, and every so often I'll catch myself just spinning the top of it. I'm like, oh, now I get it. Yeah. Oh, Deshaun avoids a sack. Donald couldn't catch him there. Wasn't him, actually, might have been Brockers, but breaks down. Jalen Ramsey does catch him. Gets down to the 39-yard line. Less than 2 to play here in the third. Down by 18. Texans are driving.
This slate kind of stinks.
Oh, tonight, yeah, not the most ideal. You know, especially the other day where we had like 10 games.
Like I kind of just want to stack up the Knicks and the Nets.
Do it up. Ross Cat says it was either Mega Man, Sonic, or Mario. Apparently, Kenny was a Mario kid. I was a Mario kid too. Kenny was later.
I was
than
not
that.
a Mario guy.
Yeah,
I was later than that. I'm young. I mean, I'm not old.
You're 300 and whatever, 14 months old.
Yeah.
Okay. Have fun. Okay. He's loose.
Who's released?
My
Sounds
cat.
dangerous.
Yeah, my cat is loose. My wife is departing for greener pastures for a little while, and she let me know the cat is on the loose.
Oh boy.
Yep. Let's see what else do we have. Yeah, Mega Man, Mario. Yeah, see, I was all about Mario, Sonic. Oh, I still watch like Sonic walkthroughs to this day. That's the best thing about YouTube. You can watch all the things you weren't able to defeat as a child in video games, as well as learn things. And watch Madden Sims. What a life. Luke Murphy says lots of kids are Mario guys. Yeah, to this day, Mario's, listen, one of the most popular figures across the world. One of the most recognizable mascots.
I mean, I had Mario like for Game Boy Color. Does that count?
Yeah, and Mario in general counts. Like everybody, I don't think there's a generation that could have missed Mario because there's been some form of game every 3 to 4 years.
It's true.
Oh, P Fools. Reed's T wants you to. It says Rossi had Ducey enter P Fools.
It's not Reed's T. It's Reed T's.
Whatever. I do it my way. It's all wild over here. Incorrect. You read it. Some say tomato, some say tomato. No one says tomato. Reed Tees says enter the P Fools Twitch NBA contest, so he can steal our money. By the way, Goff didn't quite have the quarter he was needed to be trending towards the bonus. He only got 211, two touchdowns. Deshaun Watson, bust of the day so far. 100 yards on through the air. We'll check his ground numbers. I know he had a nice run there in the third, but no big numbers here. Ooh, people bringing up Mike Tyson's punch.
Yeah, it hasn't been a great sim for really anybody.
Henderson is like the guy, right? Well,
yeah.
Goff's fine.
Did you just call him Golf?
Golf fine. Watson.
Golf. He's been fine.
6 for 50. All right, so he's kind of doing his thing there. So he's got 50 yards on the ground. That's going to help him. It's probably not going to get the babysitter Daniel award, but Cup still since the first half is 2 for 25 through the air. The highest guy so far, at least yardage wise, with the most is 61, and that's Robert Woods with 5 grabs. 58 for Higbee. Fuller 3 for 40. 40 on 2 for Reynolds. He's got the touchdown. Also, Henderson's got the touchdown. He's got 3 for 21. He also had the touchdown on the ground. Those are all the scores. Peace of Mind says, Ducey, are you in the basement?
No, I'm just not at my apartment. I'm on vacation. I'm still working. Yeah. So that's how much I care about you guys.
He does. He's always here, even when he's not supposed to be.
That's right. I am team always here.
He's the original hashtag team always here. El Paso says, Rossi, fat cat loved the portrait. Yeah. So when I first started, I used to put a really bad setup behind me, kind of like this now. Then I tried to do stuff, and then I just stopped moving. I didn't want to swing my desk. So there it is. It's back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back, picture. Let's see what else we have here. Some people saying it's a big defensive kicker game, BW. It sure is.
Our stats are good through the third quarter, by the way. We're all set with those, all updated. Thanks to the ops team.
Zach, baby.
Wonderful stuff.
Warren says Mario Donkey Kong Original 1985. I'm guessing that's what he played. I played that game a lot too.
Whew. All right, I have a wild lineup here.
Just going buck wild tonight, but you feel good about it?
Yeah. Yeah, I feel good about it. I'm actually feeling so good about it, I'm going to put it in a GPP.
Go for it, baby. That's it. That's what I like to hear.
We'll just see what happens. We'll see what happens. They call me short slate Ducey. It's because I'm good on the short slates.
Is that true? Is that that the word on the street?
Not officially.
Unofficially on the streets, they call them short slates.
They don't call me short slates. They call me short slate Ducey.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, there goes old short slate Ducey again.
Like, there he is walking down the street. Is that short slate's Ducey? It's like, yeah, that is him. He's going to pick up his pizza. Oh, man. Like when you call in. Yeah, I'll take a large cheese. Oh, is this short slate Ducey?
Oh, is this shorts? Yeah. Hey, New York Goat. That's the name of the game, man. Get money. Ducey getting that check. No matter what. That's what he said. Yep, that's right.
Listen, whether you're home, away, there's no reason you can't pop out a laptop for an hour.
Hey, man, always get that. It's never been easier to get that paper no matter where you are.
Yep.
Just keep grinding no matter what. Yes, they also do call me Ducey V as well. They also call me Deputy Ducey.
Well, that one I knew. When it's Ducey country, that's people understand.
Right. No, it's not Bronco Nation. It's Bronco Country. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Jordan saying he hates his lineup.
Jordan hates his lineup. The reason I love my lineup and I hate my lineup. The reason I hate my lineup is because it has a lot of nicks and nets in it, so I know it can't be right. But the reason I love it is just because it was like a good piece of chicken. Like it just all kind of fell off the bone. Like it just kind of fell into place. The last few guys, I was like, oh yes, 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 and it just kind of all fell into place. So that's why I like the lineup. We'll see what ends up happening tonight. We'll see if I can beat Kaufman. But the thing is, the big slate is my nemesis. I am terrible on the big slates. Like it's just too many people to pick from.
There's a touchdown here for my guy Brandon Cooks. I don't mean to interrupt you. And I want you to go big slate, small slate, but I also just want to say my captain scored a touchdown.
Congratulations!
I'm very excited.
I'm still getting absolutely battered by this contest here.
It's gonna do big help. But yeah, so far Randall Cobb, nothing. Not even a target.
What's the contest to enter today in the last minute NBA from DK Adam Kaufman? Yeah, okay, DK Adam Kaufman. I'm in this. I'm going to be in it. Let's go, baby.
Get there. Currently, I'm in 113.
I'm entering with my crowns? All right, whatever. So I just wanted to get in. I was just so eager to get in there.
Love it. LL Ducey, I like that one. People liking the names. 33rd touchdown for Brandon Cooks. Here we go.
Right, so I'm in there. If anyone is in Koff's 10-person last-minute NBA, you know what? I'm going to make an NBA contest just for you guys in here.
CJ says short slate Ducey and short stack Rossi. You know, baby. Shrimp tails and chunky milk and all.
All right, I'm going to let's do 12 entries. Let's do it.
Look at this guy. He's all fired up. This is what happens when you put him in one sim. He's one and done.
Yeah, winner take all.
Go for it.
Okay. Actually, I'm going to do top 2 win. How about that? Top 2 win. There we go.
Whatever you say. Wes says nice. That helps my showdown over on Twitch.
All right, everyone. The contest is in the group. We got 7 minutes left. If you're listening right now, if you want to see my lineup and try to take me down, short slate Ducey. That's what the contest is called. I'm in 117th place in the Rossi and Kenny contest. I'm already moving on. I'm not winning this.
Yeah, I am in 71st, so I might as well move on. But
I captain Randall Cobb. He's got 0 points.
6 to play here at the 33-yard line. Goff under center. They're gonna hand it off. Getting the first down. Looks like that's Malcolm Brown. A Ducey delight, people are saying here. It's this peace of mind. See what
Ducey
else.
delight. All right. Bro, we already got 7 people in the short slate Ducey contest. Everybody,
it's gonna be done in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, hurry up, everybody. Get in there if you haven't.
It'll be done after I read Rossi's Fat Cats YouTube
We got 8
comment.
now. We got 4 more spots.
Says Lamarca and Donkey Kong went to barrel tossing school together, but Lamarca got thrown out because he traded the princess for Top Shot cards.
And I'll tell you this. By the way, RIP Top Shot. The market is just crashed. Adam Kaufman has accepted my challenge. It is on Ducey versus Koff tonight on the short slate. Don't miss it. I mean, I guess you're not gonna be able to watch it, but I'll tell you how it goes.
Yeah, tweet about it.
Do I have a sim with Koff tomorrow? No, it's with Glash. I'm not with Koff the rest of the week.
So even better. So you guys can just avoid each other.
Well, here we go. I'll try to tweet something out about what happens in this contest. All right.
All right. Let's see. And just keep tagging him until he follows you. Here's Henderson on the catch. Makes a nice move.
Oh!
Gets the first down. 5:20 to play here. The Rams up 11 at the 50-yard line. Smash Landis says, cup time, please. Trying here, dude. I don't know. The curse is on right now.
I gotta say, I was really concerned if the internet was gonna work up here. It's been great.
Yeah, look, no cutout so far. Knock on wood. Peace of Mind says Rossi's gonna field goal his way to an NBA victory. You know it. Magical. Rossi's really gonna field goal his way out of this game, have a sweet, sweet dinner, and then be back with you in a little bit. That's what he's really gonna do.
I can't wait to have dinner.
I'm starving. I'm not gonna even pretend. Cooked earlier. When I had the 2 in a row. Here's Goff in the gun. 4.5 to play. Quick draw out to Higbee. Makes the catch down to the 33-yard line. Stays in bounds. Absolutely crushing blow again for this defense for Houston. Be less than 4 minutes to play here when the next snap. Here's a bench set. Probably going to be a run up the middle or a crossing route. We'll see. Maybe Cup gets back in it. If it's not, it is handed off. Trying to get to the outside. Flag on the play. Could be a face mask. It is a hold on the offense. That's coming back. And stops the clock. So, gosh darn you. Houston. Is that how I say it, Smash Lana? Houston.
By the way, if you are inclined to, you can go check out an article that I just did at the playbook I wrote it this morning, but it's up now. I've tweeted it out on my Twitter account. If you're looking for a little bit of last minute predictions here for the NFL, I'm not sure NBA. I'm not sure what Robert Woods was trying to do there, but
yeah. So it's at the playbook, a little Kenny Ducey action, telling us who's gonna go for it.
Just tweeted it out. Yeah.
Luis Daniel says Rossi NBA lineup stacks the kickers. If I could, dude. If there was more special teams. Yeah, go check out Kenny's thing on the playbook. It's perfect time, but 7:30, I think is our first. Oh, there was actually some 7 o'clock tips tonight, I think.
Yeah.
So,
the slate starts in 4 minutes.
Go check it out if you want to make some cash. Oh, what's up, bad boys? See you there. Lonzo is out, says Reed's T, or Reed T's. A Ducey Pole, says Jim Volkmer. Here we go. Goff searching, gonna get a JJ Watt. Oh, he stays in there, throws the ball, and he got it. Is that Coop?
Yeah, first catch curse.
It's over. Third catch of the game. Wow, that was incredible. JJ Watt's going to be kicking himself. I was going to say he's going to be up at least against his team, not Jared Goff, because Goff is off to Detroit Rock City, but nice bullet pass there. Goff gets it to Cup. 2-minute warning here. TK Simfam on Twitch is, wow. That is a wow.
Yeah, big wow moment.
Nice play there, so we'll see what we get. Are they going to score here? Are they going to run the ball? Ernest says, Rossi and Kenny, sweet. We're like candy. We're like a shrimp.
Oh, don't tell me this guy's going to score another one.
Let's get the hat trick. Let's get the hat trick for Henderson. Yeah, we are as sweet as
I think he's going to do it.
Cocktail. No. I hope. Don't tease me like that. That would really help.
As sweet as cinnamon toast shrimp.
Yeah, shrimp tails. Woo. Hey, by the way, Fooligan, baby, in first place right now in our contest. Darth Dracul right up his heels, 2 points down. Trigger Happy Bunny's right below that. And Buckner.
Trigger Happy Bunny. What a name.
Multiple bunnies. Come on. Smash that like button. We got some good high drama here. Who's going to score? Who do you need? Walk says Everett. Higby for Mikey Pierce, 73. Brown Time says Noah Moon. Give it a Brown, WTF. Hat-trick for Henderson, peace of mind behind that. He is in there right now in the shotgun. Is Goff. Coop in the slot. The give underneath to Henderson. He's
I think he's going to get it, man. I think he's
going
to
down
get
to 3. Another timeout there by Houston, trying to hold on to this game. Zach's updating the numbers as we go. Still hanging on right now is Fooligan. He has Goff in the captain, so he's looking for a pass. Watson, Higby, Henderson, Rams, Malcolm Brown, so he's looking good if they score.
All right.
Goff under center.
Moment of truth.
Oh, I think it's Malcolm Brown.
Oh, he's not going to get it.
He's not getting it anyways.
It was Malcolm Brown.
So they'll be able to waste some clock here, go up by 2 scores. Get the field goal, get your Schloman in there for all them kickers like me. Randall Cobb with a real eyesore in that 0 spot in my lineup, and don't even have to mention yours clearly. 86.
I'm going to go for it here. Well, interesting.
Wow.
I mean, the game's over. They kick a field goal, the game's over. I mean, I guess it's not technically, but.
Let's see. This will help everybody.
Points here. Oh!
Dropped is the pass.
So
Tyler
close
Higbee.
to Eleanor Higby.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Well, now the Texans, in theory, actually, they really couldn't come back. There's no chance. With no timeouts, there's no chance.
Never say never. Could be a 97-yard bomb right here.
But
safety.
Captain's Randall Cobb, like I did. You got life now.
Yeah, let's see. Deshaun looking, searching, scrambles around, gets it out. Catch there by Duke Johnson.
The Duke Johnson. As Pat Mayo would say.
The Duke. Cup sitting there wide open, LOL says bad boys. Cook's bomb.
Who are the bad boys of pop, would you say?
Oh, they're the individual, well, the man.
Are there any bad boys in pop besides Justin Bieber?
There's been plenty. Like Bobby Brown is a bad boy of pop.
All right.
The baddest boy of pop is Michael Jackson. But, there's plenty. I'm trying to think of like throughout the years, some may even say that Justin Timberlake, because of some of the stuff that's gone on, he's a bad boy of pop.
JT, okay. All right, there's some bad. Adam Levine.
Not much of a bad boy. I'd say a little bit.
How is JT a bad boy? He's never been arrested.
No. But there, some of the things that
Jay Beebs was arrested.
Yeah.
He was deposed.
There's been a lot of people arrested, but I would say,
I'll tell you who this man should be arrested right here. Bill O'Brien. What a terrible coach.
Oh, by the way, Bad Boys of Pop is literally the Bad Boys of Pop. Google it. Good dude, too. All right, you're all good peoples. Kenny, that's it. That wraps it up here. 21-10. stank fest for the Texans. But who's going to get your very favorable Kenny Ducey delectable player of the game?
Well, all right, I thought you were going to ask me for my least valuable player first, because you already knew who my least valuable player is going to be. I think that the player of the game here, I lost my thing here.
I can just tell you.
Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious. It's Darrell Henderson. What a performance by this man. He had 2 touchdowns. I think his best career game in Simland for sure, for Darrell Henderson Jr. And I actually had him in my lineup. I took him out. He wasn't too popular either. He was $8,400. You had to pay up for Darrell Henderson, but he really paid off for you in a big way. 20 DK fantasy points. Player of the game for me.
Love it. Who is going to be your we don't even have to call. We're just going to call
it. Is none other than my captain, Randall Cobb. He had a big old goose egg.
Yeah, he did.
Thanks for nothing, Randall. Thanks for nothing. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Randall, for nothing. But thank all of you guys for joining us. We really appreciate you being here. Hooligan gets the dub in our contest. Goff in the captain. Watson, Higbee, Henderson, Ramsey, Malcolm Brown. He is our winner in our contest, so he gets a big prize of a hug one day when, that is eligible to happen again. Kenny's one and done today. He's going to go whoop that candy poo-poo of Mr. Adam Kaufman. So
I'm already winning. I mean, it's like 3 minutes in, so I think everyone's winning, but I'm already winning.
I didn't enter and I'm winning.
Not going to stop.
It's weird. On behalf of Michael, Daniel, Zach, we appreciate you guys being here. You can go follow him at Kenny Ducey, dropping that knowledge on the playbook several times a week, maybe every single day. Depends on what they need from the guy, all right? He's a hardworking man. He's in the bunker just typing away. So give him a follow again at Kenny Ducey. Kenny, you'll be back tomorrow, right?
I will be back tomorrow with Glash. It should be fun. We have the sim at 6 tomorrow again, so it should be good.
Love it. Yeah, I'm with Glash. Raiders Bucks coming up in a little under an hour. But here, ladies and gentlemen.
Glash, I said hi.
I won't. But here is
Please
Carolyn Azak. I'm not going to do it.
You know what, Kenny? I'm not going to do it either because you're not telling us where your secret bunker is. A little weird. All right. Still to come at 8 p.m. Eastern. Raiders and Bucks taking over Simland with Glash, and Rossi's making his way back one for that. That showdown is featured in Madden Stream 1K Fleet Flicker contest. $5 entry gets you a shot at a $150 top prize. And the free contest for that showdown has a $250 prize pool with $25 going first place. So this week, our good friend and podcast partner, Ross Tucker, sat down with Ryan Fitzpatrick, the new quarterback for the Washington football team, for an exclusive interview. They talked about his decision to join Washington and looked back on all the stops he's made in his career. It was really a great interview, so we had to show you the rest of it for those who haven't checked it out. We got Monday's episode, so here is Ross and Ryan getting into when he might retire, Ryan's expectations for Tua next season, and why he proposed to his wife at a McDonald's. If my man did that, I would dump him. Enjoy.
All right, so I didn't know this. I thought I knew a lot about you. I didn't know this till I was doing a little bit of research. Did you really propose to your wife at a McDonald's next to a gas station or something? Is that a fact?
Well, it was a classy McDonald's because it was a McDonald's / gas station, and it was in Earth City, Missouri. The practice facility for the Rams was there. It was right across the street. It's a very long story, but the quickest I can tell it is I bought her a ring. We had a joint bank account. We went to the Gap to get a winter coat. She thought they double charged her. She said, "We're going to go home." This was before you could do everything on your phone. When we get home, I'm going to check the laptop. We got to see if I got double charged. So I had to find a way from the Gap to my house to propose to her. I said, "Hey, you want to go to this steakhouse? You want to go sit by the lake?" "No, it's November. It's cold. Let's go to McDonald's." Okay. So we sat at McDonald's. I was looking her in the eye. She's doing the sweet and sour sauce everywhere, licking her fingers. So the ring slid right on. It was wonderful.
That is unreal. What was her reaction?
Now, it's a funny story for everybody else to hear, but if you know my wife, it's perfect. I mean, there's not a more perfect place to be engaged, and I think that's probably why we fit so well, because she thinks that it was romantic. So I think I found the right one.
Okay, well, you definitely found the right one. But wait, she thinks that was romantic?
Oh yeah, I mean, think about it. If you got a 10-piece chicken McNugget in front of you with the extra large Coke and the chance at maybe a McFlurry afterwards, I mean, there's not a whole lot better you could do with a meal there.
Dude, that right there was a good ad read, man. That was like, I mean, I see that's the stuff you should do, and you get McDonald's to pay you for. And I know you're in it now, man. And trust me, I was there. Do you have any idea what you want to do when you're done?
I don't. It's something that I keep having to think about a little bit more each off season, but and what I try to impress upon young guys too, which is a different message from other people, is while you're in it, make sure you're doing everything you can to stay in it. Make sure and that doesn't mean they can't have other interests and things, but when football is your job, do the best you can to continue to make football the number one priority. And I get pulled in a lot of different directions right now with all the kids and everything else. And so when I make the time for family versus when I make the time for football, I try to be fully invested in it. So I'm not sure yet, and I think I'll have time to figure it out.
How much longer do you think you'll keep playing, and what sort of will be the factors that determine whether or not you keep going?
For me at this point in my career, I think the determining factor is going to be, does somebody want me out there playing? And, I think I was very fortunate the last few years to get an opportunity to be out there, to play, to showcase what I can still do, and to have, other suitors around the league. So the reason I play right now is because I love playing football. It's not because I love watching football. And so as long as I continue to be able to play at a high level and have a team that wants me out there on the field, I'll continue to play, because physically, I've been very lucky in my career and still feel great.
So I got to tell you, though, about twice a year, you'll get to the goal line and you'll like spear some dude, or you'll put your head down to score a touchdown. And look, you know me, I'm a meathead, Ivy League meathead, but even I'm like, dude, Ryan, what are you doing? Like, are you an idiot? Like, what does your wife say? What does your dad say? You've made a lot of money. You got 7 kids. I mean, you'll like try to run some guy over, and then your eyes will roll in the back of your head. And I'm like, God, he must be the dumbest Harvard guy. What is he doing?
I mean, my wife would say, "Get up." What is it? Get up. Come on. I mean, she'll give me a hard time on some of that stuff. She's more, when I get sacked, she's not the wife that cringes and hopes that I get up. She's pissed that I didn't get out of it and make a play. So it's just part of me. It always has been. It's part of the way I play football. And, usually stuff like that rubs off on the guys and brings energy. And so that's just who I am as a player.
So it sounded like when you were talking about how much longer you'll do it, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounded like you want to play, because at this point, and you know how it goes, you played so well that you could probably be a backup, for, I don't know, 2, 3, 4, 5 more years. I don't know, maybe as long as Brady, who knows, the way you played recently. Is that something you'd be interested in after, people don't want you as a starter anymore? Or if you're not considered a starter, would that be it for you, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if I'm not out there playing, if I'm not considered a starter, if they're not going to give me an opportunity to compete, then that's the point where I'll probably hang them up. Just, again, I do this because I love being out there and I love playing. So when that opportunity no longer exists, then that'll probably be the day that I decide to hang them up.
Last one. I have to ask you this because I've had when I tweeted that you were coming on last night, a bunch of Dolphins fans wanted me to ask. I'm sure you already have a stock answer to it, but they want to know what you really think about Tua and his chances in Miami after you spent a year with him.
Well, I will say, Tua, it's amazing how much criticism and different things have been thrown his way. it's very difficult to play quarterback in the NFL, and I think we keep forgetting. I'm a fan too, so we keep forgetting as fans that fact. It's very difficult, and the guy was a rookie last year and came in and went 6-3 or whatever he did. The two things that really stick out to me about Tua is I think he has elite accuracy, and that's very important. And I think he's going to learn, from last year. He's going to learn through this offseason. He's got some continuity with George Godsey and Eric Studesville as coordinators now. Where to go with the ball, how to eliminate things pre-snap, to really be able to unleash that elite accuracy. And then he throws with anticipation, and that's something that's difficult that you don't see a lot with quarterbacks coming from college to the NFL. So I'm a huge Tua fan. My kids love Tua. Sometimes they play with him on Madden, sometimes they play with me. But I'm looking forward for big things for him. I think he's going to do great. And just in terms of being a leader on a team and a guy that people can follow, he has all those qualities. So I think we just need to have a little bit of patience. He was a rookie last year, and I think he's going to do great things.
Well, it's hard to believe, but we have reached the end of our tour across Major League Baseball, going division by division with opening day only about a week away. Talking with Steve Buchanan and Gary and Thorne, our MLB contributors. I'm Adam Kaufman, and we saved, in my mind, guys, the best for last. That is the American League East. How are you?
Pretty good.
Fine. Great. Very excited. I know. All right, let's go to the Rays, guys, who, of course, last year took this division, advanced all the way to the World Series. You have Randy Arozarena, the Rookie of the Year favorite, picked up the slack of Brandon Lau late in the year after he went cold. Who is the standout fantasy option on this team, Garion?
I mean, I guess from a pure upside perspective, it has to be Arozarena, because when you start looking at the positional players on this team who have the potential to do massive things, like Brandon Lau, even someone like Austin Meadows, who I think is pretty primed to have a bounce back season. Like, people forget that he was as good as he was in 2019, and that he immediately was in the COVID intake last season during summer camp. Like, it was a cursed season for him. So I think he's actually in a nice buying window at his current ADP. But Arozarena is the guy who can give you 25 home runs and 20 stolen bases. He's the only one who's going to provide that speed. Whether or not he can do what he's done for his career across a whole season is another matter. But, he's got a 167 WRC plus in 99 career regular season plate appearances. It's even better in the playoffs. So I don't know. At this point, I just kind of got to trust him. He seems super talented. And if he's going to give you that 5 category potential, I think he's someone you have to invest in.
Bukes, any better options?
No, I mean, I think Gary nailed it there too. And just to kind of keep going with Austin Meadows. I mean, this is somebody in 2019 who had 33 home runs. Like, I think people forget that he has that type of power because of, and a lot of people had issues last year. Like, you look at 2020 and there's just so many players you can say crumple up that year, start fresh, because that's not who they were. And I think Austin Meadows is a perfect example of that. And the window to buy low on him is absolutely present for you to take right now. So Austin Meadows has that power potential, can do a little bit on the base pass too as well. So those two guys, I think, are perfect answers for this one.
Rays lost a Cy Young winner from 2018 this past offseason. That's Blake Snell. They do have a guy on their roster, though, in Tyler Glasnow, who on the DK Sportsbook has a plus 950 odds to go out and win this award. Bukes, how do you actually like his chances, though?
Well, go back to the tape. I've already mentioned this like 3 or 4 times already. But sure, ask me the question like this is the first time. This is one of my favorite guys to win the Cy Young. You look at what he did last year. 38.2% K percentage through 11 games, 14% swing and miss rate. Both of those were new career highs. Now, obviously, the sample isn't as, abundant as we've seen in past years, but you look at the American League landscape as it is, I wouldn't say the Cy Young race is really like a tight one compared to, over like in the National League. This feels wide open. And somebody like Glasnow, who's going to get all those sexy strikeouts, is somebody that's going to catch people's attention as the year goes on. So as long as he can stay healthy, as long as he can keep getting those bats to swing and miss, he's definitely going to be in the conversation. And at the odds he's at right now, kind of feels like a steal in my eyes.
So, Gary, what kind of season should we expect from Glasnow here?
Yeah, I mean, Cy Young's interesting because I don't think it's quite as narrative-driven an award as MVP, but at the same time, you can really talk yourself into Glasnow having an amazing year and writers saying like, oh, wow, the Rays lost not only Blake Snell, but also Charlie Morton, and suddenly Tyler Glasnow leads them into the playoffs or to an AL East crown or whatever. Like, it's there. The path is there. And as Steve talked about, it's really strikeout-driven like at its base. That's the most important thing here, that 38% strikeout rate. But the thing that I can't unsee when I look at Tyler Glasnow is just how, from like an analytical perspective and from his profile, he looks a lot like Shane Bieber to me. I mean, the one area where Shane Bieber tended to struggle prior to last season was he gave up hard contact. He gave up barrels. Sometimes when people didn't swing through the fastball, they hit it really, really hard. That's really Glasnow's only fault. And I think if you're going to kind of model your game after anybody, Shane Bieber's not a terrible guy to choose from. And also, Glasnow's a prime candidate to be someone who benefits from the changes in the baseball. Like, if the baseball's not flying as far as it was last season, that really helps someone who's got like a 17% career home run to fly ball ratio. So I think everything's trending in the right direction right now for Glasnow.
Rays, as you would expect, right there in contention to go out and win this division again. But don't discount the Yankees, especially with all that talent on the roster. And let's start with the lineup here, Gary. And you've got DJ LeMahieu, Aaron Judge, Luke Voigt, just to name a few, obviously. But in terms of fantasy value, who stands out to you?
It's Stanton. I mean, Stanton is just incredibly cheap right now. And obviously, we all know the kind of risk that comes with drafting someone like Giancarlo Stanton. But right now, drafting him outside the top 100 picks, it really mitigates a lot of that risk. I mean, he's just someone who has the potential to be a top 15, top 20 fantasy bat, even without stolen bases, because we've seen it before. You go back to the start of 2015, only Mike Trout and Joey Gallo have a higher isolated power. And in Stanton's last 2 full seasons, 2017 and 2018, he finished those 2 seasons combined first in home runs, 4th in runs scored, and 4th in RBI, hitting in the middle of this potent Yankees lineup. They've already said, he might sniff left field once a month, but he's DHing. We're going to keep this guy healthy. He doesn't have to do anything aside from run the bases. Just stay healthy and get to 650 plate appearances. And if he does that, I mean, it's not a question of if he'll return value, it's how much value he'll return.
What about you, Bukes? Who do you like?
If I told you that there's a player that, aside from last year, in the first 2 years that he played, hit 62 home runs and knocked in 167 runs batted in, you'd probably expect him to be hitting cleanup for almost every team in the major league. Gleyber Torres is going to be hitting 6th in this lineup. You are not going to get Torres at a lower buying point than you are coming into this season. 2020 was not a great year for him. They said, Brian Cashman said he wasn't ready for the second spring training that they had. His conditioning was off. That is going to be the complete opposite coming into this year. And you talk about the RBI opportunities that this guy is going to have batting 6th in this, like Gary just said, this potent Yankees lineup. Gleyber Torres is in an amazing position to bounce back, to keep racking up those runs batted in, to hit the ball out of the park. And people are overlooking him because of how poor his season was last year. Don't sleep on Gleyber Torres. This is going to be a monster bounce back spot for him in 2021.
Steve, the Yanks are second only to the Dodgers on the DK Sportsbook in terms of championship odds. You can get the New York right now at plus 550. I guess the thing that gives me pause, though, is especially after talking about the Rays, is New York definitively, in your eyes, a championship contender?
This is so hard to say because there's no doubt they're going to get on base. There's no doubt they're going to score runs. But what are they going to be giving up on the other side of the ball? And that's really where the big question comes for me, because that rotation is going to dictate if they're a championship team or not. Because truly, after Garrett Cole, who do you feel good about in this rotation? I don't really feel any good about anybody there. The ceiling for this rotation is sky high, but you have such a shaky floor that you're on as well. When you're relying on guys like Corey Kluber, Jamison Taillon, who have had their immense amount of injuries over the past few seasons, that's a shaky ground that you're on. So if they can get the ceiling, absolutely, they will cruise to the World Series. If they start to have issues in that rotation, it's going to be a tough season for the Yankees.
What do you think, Aaron?
I think it's fine. I think right now around baseball, aside from the Padres and the Dodgers, who really does have a good rotation? Who really has a rotation where you go 1 through 3 even? You're like, yeah, stud. Like maybe the Nationals, but even we're talking about Patrick Corbin maybe having a bit of a rough 2021 season. So I think what they did was smart. I mean, yes, it's a little scary to come into a season with 4 or 5 pitchers who didn't even throw a single pitch or basically threw 1 pitch and got hurt in the 2020 season and haven't thrown a whole lot since 2019. But when you're talking about Kluber and Taillon and German Marquez, Jordan Montgomery, even they'll get Luis Severino back at some point this season. Davy Garcia is hanging around. They might go to a 6-man rotation at some point. At the very least, these are guys with talent and upside, which is more than you can say for some other rotations in this division. 2 teams in particular who might be fighting for a wild card spot. So I think if you have 2 of these guys even pan out and not even reach 100% of their potential, but 80, 85% of their potential, now you suddenly have a 3-headed monster rotation heading into the playoffs with this offense. So I think given the circumstances, they did the best they possibly could, and banking on upside when your offense is as good as theirs is, I think that was a pretty good strategy.
Hey, if you've fallen asleep, wake up. It's me. We're going to bring you part 2 of our AL East preview after the next Madden Sim. But right now, it's time to tell you about our play of the day right here on the DraftKings Dream Stream. The PGA Tour is switching up the format this week for the WGC Dell Technologies match play at Austin Country Club in Austin, Texas. You can get in on the action with the PGA 600K Resurgence Contest. So a $10 entry can get you a shot at a $200K top prize. That contest locks Wednesday morning, which is a day earlier than most PGA Tour contests. So make sure you check it out in the DK lobby. And to help us make sense of this new format and talk about what it means for you bettors, here's Adam Kaufman with Action Network's Jason Sobel for their weekly chat.
So Matt Jones victorious at the Honda Classic, just a tremendous first round shot of 61, cruise from there, first victory for him since 2014. I'd love to spend more time talking about that with this guy, Jason Sobel from the Action Network, and I'm Adam Kaufman. But we have more important things, all due respect to Matt, to get into here this week. We have the WGC Dell Technologies match play, Jason, which is, well, let's be honest, it's kind of a confusing event. So I need you to walk people through this thing. We got 64 golfers, 16 groups, 5 days of action. What does it mean, and what does your strategy look like from a betting perspective?
Okay, so taking you through everything, like you said, 64 players, but it's not a bracket like we see for the NCAA tournament. Instead of single elimination, which they did away with about 6 years ago, it is now a round robin group play to start. Think about your World Cup and having players advance from that. So each of the players will play 3 matches, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And the top player from each of the 16 groups will then advance to the weekend rounds. If you continue through the entire way, you will wind up playing 7 matches in 5 days. You'll be very tired at the end of it, but you'll win a lot of money and a big trophy if you should go forth and do all that. We will, of course, get into who we like for this. But yeah, so you can fill out a bracket for this, just like the Hoops tournament, but it won't be 64 players each advancing. You'll have 16 advancing from those pools, then kind of bracket style from there.
So talking about some of these guys, we've got a half dozen golfers with better than plus 2,000 odds on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Of course, our good friend here at DraftKings, Bryson DeChambeau. You have Dustin Johnson, Justin Thomas. Who stands out to you, or who do you think, I suppose, is going to fail to live up to expectations early?
Well, failing to live up to expectations, Dustin Johnson has finished 48th and 54th in his last 2 starts. Now, more so than any other elite player right now, Dustin Johnson can flip the switch and go from 0 to 60 pretty quickly and get into that fast lane. So I do think that Dustin can have a good week, but he just hasn't shown great form. And so even against a fairly weak group, I'm not sure I'm ready to advance DJ past that first round of pool play going into the weekend. So he's the guy who I'd fade from the top ranked players.
Only Tiger Woods has more matches at match play than Sergio Garcia, who stands at plus 230 to win his group. How do you like his chances to advance?
Oh, yeah. You and I are going to talk a lot about Sergio Garcia this week. I really like him. He's got a few things going in his favor. First of all, he's in form. He finished in 9th place at the Players' Championship 2 weeks ago after holding the opening round lead. He has experience. He's played in, this will be his 18th match play championship. So he's done this a time or two. He knows what it takes to play well in match play. And he's got a hometown advantage. Sergio moved to Austin a few years ago when he got married. He has a couple of kids now and lives in the area, so he gets to sleep in his own bed, knows the golf course pretty well. That's a lot of things going in his favor this week. So I do like Sergio a lot to advance.
Now, what about Jason Day? He's a 2-time match play winner. He's in a group with Xander Schauffele as well as Scotty Scheffler. What do you think of him at plus 250 to move on?
Yeah, first of all, there's going to be that match. Try saying Schauffele Scheffler 5 times fast for me.
I will not. And you can't make me.
You can't do it. So the over-under is 2.5, by the way, and you can't hit the over. So
all right, should we both try? I mean, while we're here, right?
I have tried it. I tried it on my podcast. It doesn't work out very well.
It's a Schauffele, Scheffler, Schauffele, Scheffler, Schauffele, Scheffler, Schauffele, Scheffler, Schauffele, Scheffler. 5.
Not bad. It's
Nailed
not bad.
It. I can
it's
retire now. This is great.
You know what? I'm still taking Jason Day from that group. Day has quietly been playing really well. He won this event in 2014 and 2016, the latter of which was at Austin Country Club. So I think he's firing on all cylinders, understands the match play format very well, is experienced in playing these matches. And so I like him to move on, but very, very well done with the Schauffele-Scheffler.
I appreciate that. And no way I could get to 10, and I won't try. Out of maybe some guys that we haven't talked about yet, who are some favorites to advance?
Favorites, I do like Justin Thomas. He's going against a group in Louis Oosthuizen, Matt Kuchar, and Kevin Kisner. Kevin Kisner is the defending champion from 2 years ago. They didn't play last year. He actually beat Matt Kuchar in the finals of that one. Each of those three players have advanced past pool play in each of the last two editions of this event. That said, Justin Thomas was firing on all cylinders last time we saw him at the Players' Championship, and I expect him to continue. Bryson DeChambeau, same thing, playing really well coming into this one. He's got a distinct advantage in that he should be hitting second in the approach shots into most greens, so he'll be able to see his opponent and be able to strategize based on what the other guy does here in match play. So I like him to move on as well, and John Rahm should be a very tough out for everybody that he's playing as well, even though he's got Ryan Palmer, who's his partner at the Zurich Classic. They played together and won a few years ago.
How about some long shots to come out of their group?
Brian Harman, I like a lot this week. He's a gritty, gutty sort of UGA bulldog who kind of nips at the heels of his opponents, and coming off a T3 finish at the Players a few weeks ago. I like Brian Harman as a Pool D player, one of the lower seeded players to get up there and advance. Looking at a few other guys, I think that Eric Van Rooyen has a chance. He hasn't played great this year, but he's got sort of a soft group. I think maybe the softer group that we've seen in this thing. Daniel Berger, Harris English, Brendan Todd making up that group. And then there's a Pool D guy, the lowest seed in his group, but he's actually a favorite on DraftKings, and for good reason. Jordan Spieth. I expect big things from Jordan Spieth this week. I get it. He's more of a favorite than a long shot, but as a Pool D guy, you give me that one a little bit?
Yeah, why not? I mean, who am I to argue with you on this stuff? You tell me whatever you want.
He's like the Oral Roberts, except he's favored against all the other bigger schools.
So I assume on that note, you have put pencil, if not pen, to paper to fill out your bracket. So who's going to win this thing?
I've got a guy that we've mentioned already, Sergio Garcia over Jordan Spieth in the final. Like I said, a lot of things going in Sergio's favor this week. Form, history, hometown advantage, and oh yeah, it's a Ryder Cup year. Sergio just happens to be the all-time Ryder Cup points leader. That should help him as well in this match play format. So I think it's time for Sergio to show what he's made of 2 weeks before the Masters, and former Masters champ might be getting into that trending mode going right into that one.
You know, just thinking about it, Schauffele-Scheffler 5 times fast, that's difficult for sure. Mm-hmm. But Xander Schauffele, Scotty Scheffler, that would be damn near impossible. You just could. Xander, it's too much.
Xander Schauffele, Scotty Scheffler, Xander Schauffele, Scotty Scheffler, Xander Schauffele, Scotty Scheffler, Xander Schauffele, Scotty Scheffler. No, I think that one's actually easier.
All right, show off. Gotta go. He's Jason Sobel. I'm Adam Kaufman. We'll see you next time.
All right, people, our next Madden Sim is coming up in just a few minutes, but first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. Main slates are locked, but we still got plenty of ways to win tonight on DraftKings. We have a 2-game late slate in the NBA tonight, locking at 10 p.m. Eastern. The featured contest for that one is the $200K fadeaway. It's paying out $50K to first for just a $15 entry. And locking in just a minute or so in the NHL is our 4-game late slate, the 5K twine contest. For that one, it pays out $1K to first or just a $10 entry. And of course, the NCAA tournament has reached the final 16 teams. So you can go check out the odds for those games and tournament futures right now over on the DK Sportsbook. Plus, we got other stuff for you. Check out up-to-the-minute odds and lines for NBA, NHL, PGA, UFC, NASCAR, and plenty more where that came from. Time now for our second Madden Sim of the night. Rossi's back, and Glash is stepping up for this all-pirate matchup between the Raiders and the Bucks. I will see you after the game.
All right, Terrell, and thank you very much. And also, by the way, on the subject of the Sweet 16, there was an excellent Bachelor special last night revealing the final 16. So,
Dude,
if you haven't seen that yet, just wanted to plug it.
Where can you see it?
It's actually on TikTok. They let me share it, so it's actually on TikTok at Brendan Glasheen.
Sounds wonderful. I smashed that like on it.
Oh, thanks, dude. Yeah, it's funny how they gave me access to such a prized video. But yeah, it's good stuff if you guys are into that sort of thing. But yes, we do have a sim. I feel like we've had this matchup a bajillion times. The Raiders and the Bucks. What's your lineup looking like? Lineups have locked.
Complete trash, but that's okay.
Right.
It's trash night where I am. I will let you know lineups have locked, like you said, so I can let it all out, baby. Yep. Captain, Darren Waller, Brady, Godwin, Ruggs, Scotty Miller, and then I had way too much money left over, but you get those backup quarterback positions, so I went with the lowest person next, and that's Carlson, kicker. Because come on, you got to get a kicker. We're in that type of mode tonight.
I feel like the bottom line for you is if you're not stacking the kickers, at bare minimum, just play one. Right?
You got to get one in there. You have to. You're foolish not to.
It would be off brand if you did not play one kicker. So.
Now you're talking.
Atta boy. All right.
What about you? What's cooking in your lineup?
Stir it up. I think I fell into this habit of wanting to captain Gronk, and I did. Gronk's captained. I had to get Henry Ruggs in. Ruggs has been on a tear lately. He's been really, really solid. Really, the last 7-8 sims, he's had at least double digits, with the exception of one. He had 9.7 against the Jags, but he's come on as of late. I got both quarterbacks in there, Darren Waller in there as well, and O.J. Howard.
Oh, 3 tight ends.
Gotta have him in there. Gotta have the punt play O.J. Howard. Gotta play him. Gotta play him. Gotta play O.J. Howard. He's the really valuable $2,400 fullback and also the tight end too.
Is that analytics guy?
That's the analytics.
Yeah, this is the guy you have to roster to fill out your lineup because this guy is just a really valuable piece to your lineup.
Do it sometimes. I like it. It's true because you know what? Every 9 times he scores, 10 good things happen.
Yeah.
Think about it. Think about that. Sleep on that later.
So, I mean, I kind of stole that little nerd voice from Freeze Pops. He does a much better nerd voice than I do, but it's crucial to play O.J. Howard. But I think your build is one that the kicker is your worst play in terms of the Carlson pick.
Yep.
So I like it.
We'll see what happens. Scotty Miller's in there as well. He came in, I think, he's a little bit more expensive, but still, we're talking about 10,000. So we'll see. We'll see how it all plays out. I had a lot of money left over. I'm embarrassed to say, but
Bad boys to pop. I'm with you, pal. Aguilar too. Interesting. $3,200.
Yeah.
Feel that.
Yeah, somebody, Chickadee says Captain Brady, Carr, Ruggs, Evans, Renfro, Ricard. That's a good play too. But he hasn't been as hot as he once was.
Oh.
Or Jalen.
Jalen Richard, yes.
Richard, Ricard, Babard, Lamard.
Rossi, this is a question for you. It's Raiders ball to start us off. Who do you rank as your top 3 kickers in these sims? Like in this game?
In this game? Well, we're going to go with Ryan Suckup. Would probably be number 1 because they're probably going to score more touchdowns potentially.
You are talking to a kicker, you know.
I know. Listen, I've seen it. I was there. I witnessed you boot a 33-yarder that could have been good from 80.
Yep.
And I also saw you shank a few, but then I'm somebody who couldn't even get it over the crossbar because I'm just a little guy. So then I go with Darren Carlson after that, and I couldn't even tell you if there's no kickers aside from those 2.
Mr. Hawks in the chat watching Marv Albert call the Lakers game. Yep, Marv's calling the Lakers and Pelicans, the short-handed Lakers. No LeBron James and no Anthony Davis. There's Jacobs for a first down.
And Jacobs, one of those guys that you want to play, right? Like you're like, oh, he's so good, he's so cheap, but he just so inconsistent. Actually, last time I had the Raiders, had 2 scores, and I almost vomited right here on Simland. Or in Simland.
He lets you down too often. 21% owned in the flex.
Yeah.
Josh Jacobs.
Yes.
Yes.
You know what? That reminds me. I don't remember, and I don't know what I can share when it comes to past game titles, but there was the Sega Genesis basketball game that had Marv Albert as the play-by-play, and all I did was just shoot threes all day just to hear him say it. It was like the automatic, from 3! From 3! It would just keep doing. I was like Sean Elliott for the San Antonio Spurs, just shooting them up. Good times. Good times being in my Ninja Turtle PJs after a bath. Chilling on the video games.
Dennis Schroeder from downtown.
And I'm back in the video games. Come on, people. It's been enough time.
Stefan, exactly why the free roll is titled "This feels like the 100th time we've had Bucks Raiders." Wasn't there a Bucks Raiders sim yesterday? Oh, catch over the top for a tud. Look who it is, Henry Ruggs, baby.
Love to see it. Henry Ruggs, the burner of this offense. I know you mentioned Aguilar because of Bad Boys, but Henry Ruggs coming through in our contest. Haven't we seen this a gajillion times? Million times over. 15% in the captain, 56% owned, paying off on the opening drive. Look at that one-hander with the left hand, just cradles it in, baby. Sticks with the tud.
There you go. Henry Ruggs delivers 44-yard touchdown.
Love to see it. Noah Ruggs, baby.
Yeah, Matt Silverman.
Ruggs, baby.
Matt put him in the captain spot. Nice work. Most explosive on YouTube says, "What's good? How you doing?"
That's it.
Neil Harris captained Godwin. AE812 has Ruggs and Tyrell, but no Carr. That might come back and bite me. Oh, it's early. Bob Daddy captained Carr and all of his receivers that fit. Hope one of them was Henry Ruggs.
Yeah, I sure do too. Because, back in the day, this was a Tyrell Williams Simland special. He was always great, and that's changed drastically after the last update. So don't favor him anymore. The new Detroit Lion.
Tom Brady, 76% owned, 17% in the captain spot.
Here he comes. Super Bowl champion. Electrolyte water drinking. Formerly concussion water drinking.
Hit that like button if you haven't already. Only 7 away from 300. Good to have you here. Tom Brady delivering to Mike Evans, X Factor receiver. Noah Moon, the caps lock button broken. No more card today. Says do the same thing, Evans. You're off to a good start there, pal. Rob Gronkowski making the catch. Rossi, what's new with you? So you've been up all day. You were up early.
Early.
You did the last sim. How was the last sim?
His last sim was great, by the way. Kenny Ducey says hi.
No, he doesn't.
He wanted me to tell you he said hello. And I am a man of my GD word. I always come through.
Did he have a message with the hello or just hello?
No, it was just an awkward thing at the end. He's like, oh, Todd Lasher said hi. I'm like, you do it. Dude, tweet him. We're living in a time that there's it's impossible not to communicate with you. You probably know him on 5 levels, maybe a little IG, maybe slide into the TikTok DMs if those are a thing.
Justin Harden, what's good? Yeah, I mean, well, you hear that say, hey, tell him I say hi. Well,
here's a good example. If
you got something else to share with them?
Or if it's be like this, hey, Glash, what are you doing tomorrow? I'm just say, going into the DK studios. I'm actually going to see Samir. Oh, crap, haven't seen Samir in a while. Tell him I said what's up. Not literally somebody that, first of all, he, communicates with you here, and I think you guys are doing a sim tomorrow. So it's hey. Anyways, I don't know. It was still very nice. I shouldn't be poo-pooing him after he ate. He was the one who outed the shrimp tail in the Cinnamon Toast Crunch. It was Ducey.
Meager 66, Rossi, you literally said you would not tell Glash hi for Ducey.
I did, and then I said at the very end, I said I'll do it. Or maybe that was off camera. Well, because I thought it was a dumb thing. I was like, why don't you say hi? Clown.
Oh, man. Brady sitting pretty in the pocket, delivers to Evans. That slant route has been friendly on this drive. Tampa and Vegas met in real life. I want to guess week 7, something like that. It was in Vegas, though. But we've had the matchup quite a bit here in Simland. The Bucks destroyed them in real life. Scotty Miller had a great game. I get why you wanted to play Scotty Miller. Scotty Miller in the real matchup is what I'm getting at.
Yes. I'll look up a little history here. Can I still look? Vegas 1, 2. They played recently. That's what it is. You have a lot of recency bias. So they played each other basically out of the last. So in the last 7 games, they played each other this will be the 3rd time.
Okay.
So you probably on both of those games.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it just feels like I'm here for all the matchups here. 2nd and goal from the 5. Tom has so much time. Come on, buddy.
Take a nap.
Come on, Tommy.
Oh.
Tommy, just run it in. Just run it in, Tom. There you go. Come on, Tom. Touchdown, Tom Brady.
Look at him.
Rushing touchdown, Tom.
Wow, you called it. He literally had time to eat a sandwich, put it down, eat a little bit more, grab some chips, maybe some Fanta soda. This dude had all the time in the world and gets the touchdown. Only his 2nd rushing touchdown, according to Michael. What a absolute baller play there by Mr. TB12.
His other one was against the Washington football team.
I was actually on that call. I remember that game because we were like, I don't think he's ever scored in both Maddens on the ground, and there it was.
AE812. This game is off to a start. Bob Daddy, Tom Brady. Line dancing.
He was doing like the Macarena, or like the Cupid shuffle.
Neil says, you better go back to my message earlier. I said Brady will rush for 2 touchdowns in this game.
I'm not going to go back, but I'm going to believe you, Neil.
Yes, agreed. Now, Ashley Edwards in here saying he was down. Sometimes it's happened where they could have marked him short and we would have lost our minds. But Rossi, you're right. Tom Brady had so much time in that concession stand line to grab chips and a dog and a soda.
Happens. You know what? Whenever I go to concession stands, all the big plays always happen. I'm at whether it be a baseball game, a football game. You gotta pick and choose your moments. Next thing you know, you're sitting in line trying to get some Cracker Jacks, and you hear the roar of the crowd, and you're there, 3rd in line without a TV in sight.
There's a completion for a 1st down to Nelson Aguilar. Opening drive touchdowns for both teams. We're 6 minutes in. 44-yard touchdown for for Henry Ruggs. And Tom Brady runs one in for a score. Brother Phil, I got really excited about Tom running one in, Brother Phil. The tattoo was just giving him that extra oomph, you know what I'm saying? The extra oomph from the rear. That one's knocked away, incomplete. Carter Robinson, Tyrell Williams was excellent in Madden 20. Yes, he was great.
Standout. He was even pretty good here in the beginning of Madden 21, but the latest update shot him down the depth charts, after he was injured this year. Yeah, that dude was a must play in Madden 20.
There's Waller, wide open, spin move, first down to the 50. Producer Michael, back in the day, that would have been a pizza deal. Tom Brady rushing touchdown. For sure.
Hey, maybe it'll come back.
It's a sign, maybe. Yeah, could be.
It could be. It's like the bat signal. Someone just put a pizza signal in the sky.
All right, minute left in the first. Lots of movement. Ball is flying up and down the field. The quarterback's just completing passes. There's Jason Witten.
Of course.
Everybody gets a turn.
Seriously. Just passing the ball around, sling it. Two gunslingers here today. Derek Carr, the news that came out of Las Vegas today with Mariota's going to stick around. I don't know if that's to compete or if that's just where else am I going to play?
I don't know if anyone has a real take on Marcus Mariota, but what does it say about him to not go to the open market? He reworks. Maybe he did. Maybe quickly for a small window of time, he went to the market, quote unquote, and just nothing was there. I would like to think Marcus Mariota has just enough left for a team to be like, you know what? Let me toss this guy double what he got. So he got $3.5 million from the Raiders. No one was like, let's give this guy an Andy Dalton 1 year, $7 million.
I guess.
I'm asking.
Yeah, my guess would be that he wasn't going to get that high of money, and the opportunities to actually play, without barring injuries, this might be his best shot if things change with Derek Carr, or if, one more year. I don't know. It's tough because the money's been spent, right? We're seeing a lot of these teams, unless he was going to go to the Jets, who seem to be holding on to their money, like me in high school. If I had a $5 bill, that puppy was going to last me the week, Lash. I wasn't going to spend it on Monday. I will pass on the tater tots, even though I do want them, Monsieur Lunch Lady. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I do, but I think, maybe there's just a comfort there. Maybe there's something, maybe likes it in Vegas. Just digging that lifestyle, just hanging out in the strip.
Yeah. Well, Congo Cab's a big Raiders fan. What I mean by Mariota going to the market is his agent went to the market. The agent's like, let me poke around and see if anyone's in. No.
There? Bananas?
Take the $3.5 million and stay. Because nothing else there for you.
That looks good. Okay. At the market. Maybe it was like that opening scene in the movie Aladdin, that kind of market scene. It's just everyone's wild and dancing, stealing bread.
Wow. What a reference by Rossi right there.
When I think of the market, it's either that or I just think about back in the day in Boston.
You don't think it's Skip Perkins? Yeah, 1914.
I've heard of him. I heard he's gone though.
He's gone. That Skip Perkins would sell the Sunday Simland Times at the market.
So he was one. Was it a nickel?
A nickel back in 1914.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Great year, by the way, vintage year.
He lived to be 107 years old.
Good for him.
Started writing when he was born. So
legend.
Paper went right in stores, right in the market. Maybe Aladdin tripped over his paper at one point when he was stealing crap. Did you like the Aladdin remake?
I didn't not like it. I actually did. I think. Sorry, that took me a second because I thought you were going to say Lion King because I haven't seen that one. I refuse. Yeah, I did actually. I thought Will Smith was really good. I understand.
I did too.
Yeah, it was very entertaining. It didn't, and it took me away from thinking this was just a remake of the cartoon. I thought he did a really good job. And I didn't think of Robin Williams, like not in a bad way. Like I just think, and also Will Smith comes across super likable in most of his like goofy roles. So I thought he was really excellent fit.
Boston Joe. Rossi woke up at 4 this morning because he was so excited about slipping in an Aladdin reference during the sim.
Dude, first thing I do when I wake up every morning, I know I got Sims, I just start writing down, what am I going to bring up later? Yes. Ooh, Aladdin, yes. Whoa! That's what I do in the morning because I'm an evil guy from like the 1950s.
That sounded like Ursula.
Well, that's kind of what I look like, so.
Ursula's pretty wide, actually not that tall, so.
No, she's a little fire hydrant. That's why people always joke about I never show off my legs because I don't have them. I just have, whatever, like tentacles. I'm one big octopus. Oh! Yeah, see? Daniel says Ursula's probably about 4'3".
So Sarah loves The Little Mermaid. Loves it. I gotta get Sarah to Photoshop your mug into an Ursula. Oh, that's just it. I can already see it. I'm envisioning it.
Ursula.
Come on, Derek. A lot of time here. 3rd and 14.
Give me your voice. That's the other really weird thing about that movie. Ursula's just trying to take Ariel's voice. Like, what are we doing? A creepy old lady who wants to have like a 12-year-old's voice, however old Ariel is.
So maybe The Little Mermaid is to blame for when little kids, when they're like 4 or 5 years old, and when like kids get cranky and they'll just do this. They'll just move their mouth and go. Like,
yeah, like they mimic you.
Yeah, like they'll be saying words but not actually speaking.
Yes.
They're muted.
They taunt you.
They're like, oh, maybe they learned that from Ursula.
Might have been. Like, she was my hero.
Hey, there's your kicker.
Yeah,
coming through for you.
At least he kicked it in. I've been noticing there's been a trend of very deep missed field goals. So that one not as deep, but gets me the points. I'm excited.
There you go.
Me and all the freaks out there that be running with the kickers. I can't wait for oh yeah, there is a live action Little Mermaid coming out. I think that's later this year.
Really?
Yeah. I forget the young actress that is playing Ariel, but I think she was like maybe on Disney or one of those.
Yeah, Sarah definitely knows. I'm not going to bother her. I'll leave her alone. Carlson, 7% owned in the flex, 0.1% in the captain spot.
I want to know who they are. Send me your Twitter. I will follow you and send you hugs. The 0.1 and Captain Carlson.
10,284 entries in the big public free showdown contest. 176 entries, and feel like this is the 100th time we've had Bucks against Raiders.
Poor unfortunate souls.
There's Mike Evans again. 3rd catch. Tom Brady. Like 6 completions for Tom.
Off to a great start.
Mr. Hawk, Glash, do you have an agent? Why do you ask? I could see this going down a road.
He self-represents himself, so, well, it depends. What are we looking for?
Very disguised here in Simeon. Hey, there's Gronk again.
Good catch.
Yeah. Good to have you all with us. About 400 watching on YouTube. 43 on Twitch. Chickadee says Brady becomes Kyler Murray and rushes for 100 yards.
Oh, I'd love to see it.
Germ wants even more Henry Ruggs. Germ, am I hearing correctly that you won a free roll earlier today?
Yes, I'm tweeting. Spreading that energy. Love it. Oh, Daniel clears it up. There's no release date yet set. But Melissa McCarthy being Ursula. That is a great fit. Oh. I'm excited. Woo.
Hal Bailey playing Ariel?
Who?
Who's Hal Bailey?
No. Melissa McCarthy. Oh, no. Yes. The young actress. No, I don't know. I don't think she's... Yeah, I don't know. But you look at it quickly, I see Halle Berry, but that's because I'm dyslexic and I read what I want to read. As everyone knows.
Sorry, Taterator says, Clash, maybe Mr. Hawk wants you to do a birthday party or something.
Ooh, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Brandon Flashini. Like, you play all your characters?
What's getting into Tom Brady here? 14 rushing yards.
Let's get it. Let's go. Brady, just mess up everything. Bad boys a pop, of course. Scotty doesn't know nothing, dude.
You ever seen the Big Fat Liar with Frankie Muniz? You'd be like, the clown. Everyone gangs up on him.
Hello, everyone. It's me. It's Brandon Glashy. And then you just keep switching voices. You go from all your
Giamatti.
characters.
That's what I'm thinking of.
Yes. By the way, what a career that guy's had.
Right?
Like, nominated for, like, Best Pictures and also in movies like Big Fat Liar. 4th and inches. Going for it. Is Brady going to rush another one here? Hush goes in for the crowd. Nope.
Oh, that O.J. Howard. There's our guy.
Oh, the juice. The juice. Stupid Cash. Hey, they did go for it, dude. Everyone's getting their wish tonight.
Brady staying in the gun from the 15. His squad down 3. Dump off. I think that's Shady McCoy. It is.
Another very tough guy to roster. His price is decent. He usually gets a couple grabs, but just too inconsistent.
Amp says Brady runs in slow motion. Bad boys of pop. Can you ask Rossi if Scotty knows anything today?
Never does, dude. Never does. Fiona. Minx. She's always skirting around there with that Matt Damon character. I stand by that being the greatest cameo of all time in a movie. Okay, Gronk has a linebacker on him up top.
Yeah, they go to Evans. We have producer Michael here with us. Daniel on the 1s and 2s. Shout out to Zach. Update the scores. Right now, Tyler Skiles. Tyler in first place in the public showdown. Daniel is in first. Daniel is in first place in the free roll. Brady to Gronk, first down. Noah Moon is looking for Chris Godwin. Yeah. Godwin's pretty highly owned, 17% captained in our free roll, 67.6% in the flex.
I got him too, so could use a touchdown from the young fella, Mr. Franchise Tag.
All right, Tom's got a bunch of options here. Going right side, open man, touchdown.
Got him.
Shady McCoy.
So I was talking about, he's consistently involved, but you can never predict. Is he going to score a touchdown? Is he going to have 6 grabs? I did a game, he had like 9 catches one time. I just had a bellyache after that one. Captain Blood lets me know that Duce is currently in 9th out of 12 in his NBA contest. He's pulled like a cough. He's all jazzed up about NBA today. So I'm going to make one. I said, do it. Do it.
Oh, he made his own NBA contest in the league.
Yeah, with the fam.
Nice.
Yeah, I said do it. He's doing more often.
Should. I know. I kind of feel like we all should. I mean, I think it's great that Koff does like I give him a hard time for it, but the last minute NBA.
Hey, everybody. I'm going to throw in my contest. There's only going to be an exclusive few.
I'm right now boycotting Koff till I get the follow back on Twitter.
He doesn't follow you on Twitter?
Nope.
And does he give you the spiel of, well, you know?
Nope. I said I'm never going to ask, but I then just told him, send the contest all you want. It was after Bukes. You know, I know you've been blocked by him, so you don't get to see all the exclusive content.
1 week anniversary of being blocked.
Happy anniversary! But yeah, he tweeted that Kaufman started to follow him. So then I followed up and said, oh, because I once said something to him here on the Dream Stream. Not that I really don't care. Trust me, everybody. And I probably don't follow you, so we can fight all day. But, no, he wasn't Glass. She was in DK Simfan. But anyways, the point here was, I was just joking with him. I said, dude, it's kind of weird. Like, you know, it's not like we're like strangers or something, or it's like some like dude that just, you know, randomly like tweets at you. Like, I think we've built some sort of rapport here. So I don't know what standards and practices you have for follow. Like, do I have to be more popular than you? Like, what is it? And he was joking. No. And then he just moved on, pivoted back to the game. And I was like, okay. Then I just said, screw it, I'm all in. I took a stand when Bukes tweeted that Kaufman followed him. And so I tweeted and I said, oh, I see someone starting to follow. Bukes hit the auto follow right away. Followed me like that. And I was like, oh, Kauf, you're up next. And then he liked the tweet. And I said, one of these is not like the other. Haven't heard from him since.
Oh, God. Social media. Darren Waller, your captain. I'm gonna pivot to the game now, Rossi, okay?
Nope. I'm going to tell you more about my Twitter followers now. I'm going to tell you about dirty diapers.
Captain Blood providing an update. Koff is 5th in his contest currently.
I like this live monitoring.
Hey, I get it. When we enter these contests and these free rolls, not the... I know you can... Oh, Derek Carr.
Baby.
Oh, Derek Carr.
He's got him!
Coverage!
Oh! What a grab! Tie!
Rip it! Rip it! Yeah!
Wow. Go up and get it.
Wow! That was cool. That was like a jump ball. It was a jump ball.
Legit, like as high as he could throw it, throws it as far as he can. Derek Carr at the highest point. Ty, look at this animation. Beautiful. Ty Williams goes up. Grabs it. Score the touchdown. No, don't do this. Even though I could take a Carlson field goal.
Darren Waller makes another catch. That was awesome. I still like the Brady rushing touchdown call more. That was more fun. But that was good too. That was a great catch. Mr. Hawk, yeah, I've never seen a situation where the receiver had to rip it out of the corner's hands. That was awesome. 2nd and 8.
No! Oh, we're getting Hoyered. Darn it. Wanted to at least get the Carlson field goal. Come on. Not going to happen.
The Guru calls, is that a dual reception? Is that what we call that? A dual reception? I like that. I'm not a...
It's not a technical football term, but I like it. Dual reception.
I would have believed him if he said, yeah, that's what they call it.
The ball's thrown up. It's a dual reception.
A dual reception won by Tyrell. All right. Derek Carr, 187. Only 2 incompletions. Brady, 117 and a touchdown.
Check my numbers here.
He ran one in too. Zach is our game ops guy tonight. Leonard Fournette, 3 for 18. Jacobs, 3 for 26. Brady, 2 carries, 14 yards. Jalen Richard, 1 for -2. All right, a lot of receivers to get to here. Gronk, Evans, Ruggs, and Waller all have 4 grabs. Gronk, 52 yards. Evans, 47. Ruggs, 73 and a touchdown. Waller, 30. Is it a 3 or an 8? It's a 3, right? I'm not crazy. That's a 3.
You got it. Yep.
Okay. God. I feel like you know.
It's hard to see, man. It's hard to see with these eyes. Hey, how's everyone doing in DK Simland? Well, they also changed the way our box looks, so you got to give yourself a break.
Yeah, there's Chris Godwin, though. It'd have been fun. Fun sim. If you faded Godwin, you're happy. If you played him, it's not going exactly how you want. So.
Not yet.
The Guru says it's called a simultaneous reception. I just like to mix things up.
A simultaneous reception for 30 yards. I think that was one and only time we saw that was the Golden Tate catch against Green Bay that with the scab refs. That was a simultaneous reception when they didn't know what to do in the corner of the end zone.
Yeah.
Bunch of goofballs. One saying touchdown, one saying intercepted. Eventually, it was a walk-off win for the Seahawks.
What was that? 2010, 2011?
2012?
The replacement refs? Then it all got worked out, right? That was is that
4
week
weeks.
one that happened? Like week 1, week 2?
It was opening weekend, I believe, Monday Night Football. And then, then they were like, okay, we can't have this. I think they only did 2 weeks of the scab refs, I believe.
Yeah. Brother Phil says it's actually called simultaneous possession in the rule book, I think. And it goes to the offensive player by rule.
There you go.
Good to know.
Well, it sounds like you know what you're talking about, so we're going to take your word, but you could be full of crap as well.
Going to work that into my play-by-play repertoire now. The simultaneous possession when it happens in 2023 when we're here.
Do you have another college game coming up? Any more calls?
Well, we had a COVID issue last week, so the next one is not till scheduled one's April, so we'll find out. We'll see. Yeah.
Just when we think we're in the clear, boom.
Yeah, football, a lot of people, a lot of players.
That's why everybody, do what you got to do in life, but stay safe, mask up, vaccine if you can, when it's time.
Bob Daddy says, how about that helmet catch by that guy in the Super Bowl? David Tyree.
I don't really like to talk about that.
Well, the Guru, you called it simultaneous reception, not possession. 2 different things. That's not what you said.
Look at this. Just fact-checking now.
I'm just saying, that's the word he wrote.
I don't know.
Jordan Lindenbaum says everyone knows that, Clash. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that people in this chat, including myself, that I just look and go, you didn't know that?
First of all, anything about the catch in the NFL, nobody knows. Like the
That's
players.
True. That's a great point.
So no, I don't buy that everybody knows. Not saying you're wrong,
Every year
Jordan.
we end up having something like, is that a catch? Like, come on, like that should be a catch. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, the owners are meeting today, I believe, or that's coming up soon. I think it's this week, about like rules and such. I know today was Alabama's pro day, and everybody and their uncle was there to watch Mac Jones unimpress everyone. Next week, says Michael. Next week is the owners, because Michael, people didn't know, he's going to be there. I wouldn't even doubt it. Seems sneaky. Just weasels his way in there. Got a couple passes. Starts tipping him off. Michael, you pro 17 games? What are we thinking? 18 games? Ooh, he is. Yep. He's going to be talking like John Harbaugh. He's going to be like, I don't know, man. Patriots don't want it. You should do it.
There's Jacobs, who's actually ran the ball pretty well so far for the Raiders.
Well, that's the thing. Like, he'll have games like this, and then next time you see the Raiders, you're like, I don't know, Jacobs looked good that last time out, and then he'll get like 3 carries for like 14 yards, and you're like, okay. Yeah, thus far, thus good. Jeez. I'm not going to mention it, but I have to just winter bowls, and literally made me laugh when I looked over at the Twitch chat.
All right. Well, now that
yes,
obviously now I have to go look.
And if it's too late, I will screenshot and send it to you. Okay, sorry. Yeah, just made me laugh. Sometimes it catches me off guard. YouTube, you guys do it to me too. Don't get me wrong. Everyone gets me.
Oh, freak of nature.
What happened?
There's a good energy in the sim.
Oh.
For sure. Oh, brother Phil. It's all coming back to me. Sarah loves that song. Glass, you may remember Godwin only got me like 5.7 points the other day. I remember that, brother Phil. It was the Madden stream early bird special that you were playing in, and Godwin failed you. You came in like 7th place. You still won like $60 or $70, if I remember right.
Nice.
First place wins $2,000, so you missed out on a little chunk of change.
Just a wee.
Just a bit outside. But yes, I do remember that. Unlucky Gamer 24/7. What's up, man?
Yo.
Kareem says Tampa Bay or Tom Brady pick 6 before the game is over.
Oh, hold on. 50 plus. Come on.
He got
it! Baby.
51-yarder.
Give me it. Outdoors, too. Carlson. It's good. Love that, man.
There you go, dude.
Listen, if I get where that's going to help me. Let's see where am I placing now. Daniel, I saw was oh boy, 87th. What's going on here? Ugh, Godwin is just Scotty Miller with that 0. Don't like those Easter eggs. 'Tis the season, but not the time.
All right, so we've got a 14-13 sim.
13.
Nathan says, looking like early season Bucks right now. Here's a way to get the chat fired up. Do you think the Bucks are gonna we won't go down that road of repeat, but
run it back?
Are they gonna they really should be, and when I say better, I mean like the regular season record should be better than last year, right? Because they're playing the NFC East. Their schedule's like really easy because they get a wild card schedule. They didn't win the division.
Yep, that is true. It's so hard to repeat, right? Like yes, they may be potentially better, but I think they won't be I don't know if that defense is going to catch people the same way.
That's a good call.
I think people will maybe find ways. Okay, the defense wasn't the real deal that first half of the season. I think it was more, they were all figuring out. Tom Brady's talked about it. You've heard Bruce Arians pretending like he was the coach talking about it. So I feel like that's going to be the one thing that's going to try to be exploited. And obviously ball control will be huge.
Mm-hmm. Right. And, Fournette I thought was terrific down the stretch, but we've talked about this. And there's Godwin. Godwin, there he is. Third catch. As Stupid Cash says, there he is. So Godwin's getting busy on this drive. I don't think they're going to bring Fournette back because they just don't have enough money to keep everybody. They'll probably Ndamukong Suh is they're still working on something with him. If he's not coming back, Lawrence Guy apparently is a former Patriot, has been in Tampa.
Listen, watch. Fournette's gone. James White will show up.
That's true too.
And Ndamukong Suh's gone. Lawrence Guy shows up. Tom Brady is at the pinnacle of a position where him winning that Super Bowl, there's no way Tampa Bay doesn't at least have the talent to repeat. So,
yeah. You know what? They might have a better record than last year, but you're right. I think their defense, that's a good call. Their defense is not going to catch people off guard in the postseason. So we'll see. It will be difficult.
Yeah, and a little sprinkle, it's going to be untold in the history and the annals of time, but a sprinkle of the luck dust was, when, Kansas City, who, won the Super Bowl prior, played a whole full season, and both starting tackles weren't there at the Super Bowl. So, not that, they were outplayed, outmatched, outclassed. There was a lot going on there, but that's a huge part of the game.
Yeah.
So, and, we'll see. If Tampa Bay makes it all the way back, what do the injuries look like there? It's hard to play, let alone football, week in, week out, even if you don't make the playoffs, 17 weeks with one bye. And then if you go 2 years in a row with those 3 to 4 extra weeks, that's a toll on the body.
There's Evans with the catch. They're in the red zone at the 18. Tampa leading by 1. Touchdown so far in the sim. Tampa Bay, Tom Brady ran one in. Then Brady, how'd they score the other one? Oh, Shady McCoy. Threw one to Shady McCoy. A couple field goals out of Carlson for Vegas. The touchdown belongs to Henry Ruggs, 44-yard score. Nathan says 49ers coming for the NFC, but honestly, the Bills are probably going to win the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Those Niners.
That's interesting. And, we were talking, me and the Deuce, we're talking about, while he was in his bunker, in his lair, about, Ndamukong Suh. And Ndamukong Suh, and I think, Bills would be a great fit. The team that could use just like that swagger. I think the perfect fit for him would be the Cleveland Browns. With, Myles Garrett and a team like that, just to have that like forceful energy. And now somebody that has championship pedigree, been to a couple Super Bowls, won one now.
Nope. Evans.
Jeez, not on my line. Touchdown, Evans. Guy has been unreal. He's like 19 catches, 4,623 yards. What a player.
Bob Daddy in the chat really like the Pats pickups.
Oh, jeez.
Jeremy says, come on, Scotty, please. LOL at the Bills winning the Super Bowl. Oh, that's not a bad take.
No, right now, they were in the AFC Championship.
Jeremy, even if they regress, they're the favorite to win the division, no question. Even with the Patriots additions. The one when Nathan brought up the Niners, that was the one that kind of stunned me. But if Shanahan and Garoppolo can make their peace, because I got to imagine that's going to be awkward when those two get together. If indeed Jimmy G staying put, we'll see what they do in the draft. After the draft, we'll have a lot of clarity at the quarterback position for a lot of teams.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Because his guarantee hits soon, I thought. It might have already happened. But should be fascinating. Because that team, they in the draft for a quarterback. Is Jimmy G coming back? I know CJ Beathard, who they liked. He's a free agent. So Nick Mullins there. Are they in on any of this potential trades for a guy like a Deshaun Watson? Who knows? As the NFL world turns.
Ernest says hello and then adds, Niners won't do anything with Jimmy G. That's what it feels like as every day goes by.
Yeah. Oh, well, does he mean like they won't trade him or they won't go anywhere with him?
They won't move him.
Okay. So I was going to say, when people kind of crap all over Jimmy G, which I get, like we're in this world where if you're not like a top 3 player, which by the way, there only can be 3, like you're not good. But he did bring his team to a Super Bowl and had some pretty good games there. I understand there was a couple misses there on some key third downs, but I don't know, the guy was 7 minutes away from being a Super Bowl champion.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, maybe gets a little bit of a bad rap, but the injuries are there, so. And he's just so handsome.
Producer Michael provides his take. Daniel, I'm sorry. Daniel just provided the your face photoshopped into Ursula's body. That's terrifying. Producer Michael, I think there was going to be a lot of trades this year in the draft. Teams at the top moving down.
Well, it's an elevator, so if one's going down, the other one's moving up. So I just don't know who these teams are that move up. That's if there's going to be trades. Where was that punt coverage? I ran the other way. Let's just say, for example, like Miami trades down. Like, who's moving up? Is Atlanta just moving up the spot? Is a team like, I don't know, the Ravens jumping up? Like, who are those teams?
Okay, let's try and figure out.
Let's play a game.
All right, maybe the Patriots, right? At 15?
I personally don't see it because Belichick's he has traded up, but I don't know how far up he would go.
But,
but for the sake of the game, yes, they're in contention.
Okay. What about the Vikings?
Oh boy. I guess yes.
Not necessarily to draft a guy that's going to play.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Next year, but get a quarterback for the future after Cousins. Niners, yep. Producer Michael. I mean, that was the next one I was going to say of the Niners. Denver might have to move up from 9 if they want to get a guy after Locke.
There's just so. I also just starting to wonder now as we're getting a little bit closer. Would it be 3 weeks out? how many quarterbacks are going to be taken in the first round? Like, are we losing hype on some of these guys or more of these guys? Like, I feel like the hype is obviously we don't just sign up Trevor Lawrence to the Jags.
Well,
then there's Zach Wilson. There's
so we're on camera, right? So I can go there for a hot second. Odd Shark. So Vegas knows, we're talking Vegas Raiders. Vegas always knows something.
They do.
The line is 4.5 right now for quarterbacks taken in the first round. Up, right? Because I can give you Lawrence, Wilson, Fields, Lance, and then it comes down to Mac Jones.
Oh yeah, and
there's your 5.
Who's the hype train with Munn or whatever his name is?
Kevin, is it Kevin Munn?
Sure, it's not, but we'll just say it is for the argument. There's some hype there, and you have to remember these teams at the end. Remember the Lamar Jackson year? The Patriots had the 30th overall pick or 31st, and Baltimore snuck in, traded with him, and Lamar Jackson. Kellen, yes, that is right. Like he was traded for at the end of the first round, where Lamar Jackson going into that draft was obviously a lot of people liked him, but they're like maybe second round, mid, late. But Baltimore saw him, and you want to draft a quarterback in the first round because you get that 5th-year option on him.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I feel like if you're telling me the numbers around like 4.5, heck, you could tell me 5.5, and I wouldn't be surprised in a year like this if there's potentially more because there's so many teams that are looking for that guy, and even if that guy stinks, you draft Josh Rosen, and no disrespect to Josh Rosen, don't think he really got a fair share, but you could draft a guy, and if you don't like him a year later, move on. I think, you said Vegas knows something. They're always knowing.
Yep. Captain Blood, sorry, maybe in the post game we'll show you the Rossi face and the Ursula body. It's quite frightening. There's Brady.
I'm sure that noise in my house.
Jordan Lindenbaum says Mac Jones is far from a lock to be taken in the first round.
He's right, but Jordan, the league we're looking at. If
teams will get desperate by the week of the draft. Oh, we can't show that? All right, never mind. We can't show you in Ursula. Sorry.
I'll just take my shirt off, everybody. Don't worry. You'll see Ursula.
Rossi has tentacles underneath.
Yeah, it's unbelievable what's going on under here. I have my bustier on and my my purple chest. But I truly believe Mac Jones, like even going into, I know like you can draft experts have been doing this a lot longer than I have, but I don't think he's a first round talent. I don't. But if there's an intangible or two that somebody sees and they think, hey, you know what? We have this guy for 5. Why Jordan Love last year? Like people remember, just think of that situation. The Green Bay had no reason to draft him aside from the fact that they thought, what if Aaron leaves? We have 5 years with this kid. So 1 year, you burn. It's like a red shirt in college. So now they sell 4 years with him under their control at a much cheaper cost than it would be elsewhere. So that's why teams will reach potentially for a quarterback in the first round. So I think Mac Jones could be one of those guys. I think Kellen Mond. Somebody's going to be, the Trey Lance is already, the buzz is there. There's going to be another guy like that. Pro days are happening now.
Take out what you feel about the player. Just look at the teams. Like look at franchises now just being desperate for finding, and like now it's such an instant gratification business in terms of finding a starting quarterback in the National Football League.
Mm-hmm.
So take out your bias for how you feel about a quarterback like Mac Jones or Mond. Someone will get desperate.
Like, call me crazy, but a team like we were just kind of playing the game. I know they gave up their first round pick last year, but maybe to trade in, not knowing the real future, I think it would be insane right now because of the tumultuous relationship. But Seattle Seahawks, like you tell me that they're really confident in them and Russell going the distance for the future.
Oh, they could do what Green Bay did last year with Love, something like that, right?
Trade back in. I
catch us all off guard.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it, and don't even.
It's a touchdown.
Got it.
What we got?
Like a big Gronk.
Scotty Miller.
Oh yes, Scotty.
Yes.
There we go, baby. Love it. Love to see it. What a handsome little guy there. Nice player, Scotty Miller. Nice player.
So Andrew Robertson just said DK knows something. We are not controlling anything, my friend. It's computer against computer, and what do you know? Your terrible lineup with Scotty Miller now has points because Scotty Miller just scored a touchdown. So everyone can be happy.
It's not him. But no, one other thing I just wanted to say when it comes to like these quarterbacks and teams, but like if you just look at the bottom half of the draft, another one could be really foolish to say right now, but sitting there first round, 32nd overall, what's Tampa need? Tom Brady's 43 years old. Say he wants to play another 2 years after this. 3 years, you have a quarterback under a 5-year control?
Blaine Gabbert!
Yeah, exactly. But I'm just, don't, I want to say the Steelers would be there, but I don't think they are now, even though they should be. But I think they need like a running back. They might be the team that takes the running back in the first round or offensive lineman. But if you look at some of these teams, you're like, Like even Detroit, now they need a lot of help, but I'm not counting out them at 7 not taking a quarterback. Because realistically, is Jared Goff the answer? Was Jared Goff just we moving on from Matthew Stafford? We're reformatting this team. Control Alt Delete.
Oh, there's no question, Rossi. There are so many teams that are on the fence that you could make the argument that they'll reach or they'll add a quarterback. No question about it. Scotty Miller, by the way, 39% in the flex, 4% captain. I'm excited. This is going to be a fun draft. I'm looking forward to it.
And I can't wait for when like all these like high profile guards and centers are taken. And everyone's like, oh, like one quarterback. It's just Trevor Lawrence.
Right.
2nd overall pick, like outside linebacker. Miami takes a guard. Whoa.
Rossi's Fat Cat says, hate to go, but I'll be back later to chase the lights, have fun, feed your cats, pouncing, meow.
No, meowt.
Meow. Oh, meowt. Oh, I get it now. That's a cat thing for sure.
You know it.
My bad.
Hashtag meowt. Later, cat. We'll talk to you in a bit.
Now I get it. Got it. All right. Awkward. So we're at the midway point of the 4th, and wow, I just didn't even realize what the score was. It's 28-13. Tampa has taken control. Vegas has not scored in a while.
No, it's been those Carlson field goals. Maybe you could line up here, 4th and 15 from 18, like 100 yards. Oh, look at this.
Oh, PI?
Oh, the flag. Get the laundry on the field.
Yes, sir. PI.
Nice play. Listen, I understand the game. You needed to go for it in a way, but you don't often see, even in Madden, teams going for it out there like the 14-yard line there. That's pretty gutsy.
I want to go back quick on Twitch because I meant to read this and then we got into a good discussion. Winter Bold writes, in all seriousness, I was reflecting on my ride home. These Sims killed countless hours for me last March. Love the commentators in the chat. Something good in this crazy world. That was really nice.
Thank you, Winter Bold. That really means a lot. Like, and I know you all feel it. You don't all have to say it, but this has been great. And I won't speak for Glash. He's been here since day one, but it's such a great thing. Like, it's a lot of fun. And hey, listen, you can take home some cash while you do it. Why not?
Right. And even like the free rolls we do, like bragging rights, just a good time. Just to chat it up and go, oh, hey, that was kind of fun. It's an hour of, some of this, if you want to just do the free contest, go for it. It's an hour of free fun. And if you want to play in the paid ones, go for it. And good luck to you. Love you, mean it.
Hashtag blessed. Monster says, why don't kickers get any love in the first round, Rossi? This teams are stupid, dude. Sebastian Janikowski, I believe, was the last kicker taken in the first round. Well, we went through all the love, then Must-Be says, Rossi is a complete idiot. Could just stop there, and it would be a true statement, but he goes into why. Tom Brady is in win-no mode. He means now, and I can't spell, read, or write. He says, Tampa will not spend a high pick on a quarterback. Makes 0 sense, dude. Does it, though?
Oh, Henry! Henry, the 2nd touchdown!
Sticks for 2. Could he get the trifecta? Could he match the number on the back of his jersey? Not 11, I mean the name. 3. 1 away. Go get some.
He is Mr. Ruggs the 3rd, but he has 2 touchdowns.
And what another burner touchdown. Big play there for all those that captain him. Smart move. to finish up what must be, dude, all I'm saying is don't put it out of the question.
Right.
That's all.
No, Rossi's not saying they should. He's saying they could. There's a difference.
Sometimes.
I mean, it's true. Like, we all get shocked by something at the draft. We'll be here on the Dream Stream the next day and go, dude, what were they thinking? Taking a quarterback? They're gonna maximize the window.
Like, first of all, that is 90% of people. But yeah, like, it must be. Did you see Green Bay, who was in the NFC title game against San Francisco the year before, taking a quarterback in the first round?
No.
Were they in a win now mode? Yeah. And guess what? They went to the NFC title game again.
Yeah.
They could have
lost.
They could have used maybe a playmaker there. Maybe if they took a wide receiver.
Take another quarterback.
Yeah, they should. Just stack them quarterbacks. Just hoard them all like toys. I don't know why I keep doing that stupid laugh. You poor unfortunate souls. Nightmares of Ursula. Me as Ursula. That's going to be the scariest nightmare ever.
Brother Phil says, balancing the laptop on my knees. Ooh. Causing some typos. Rossi can't do that or he'll sink.
No, I can't. I don't even see my knees in a while. I don't even know if they've been.
What the hell? Miller with the catch. Oh, man.
I'm going to just copy and paste. I love that it just said Rossi is a complete idiot. Like, I'm just going to send that around. It's going to be on my gravestone. Here lies a complete idiot.
Would you rather go down as being known as a complete idiot or just a nice guy?
Nice guy. Don't care what anybody says. Not even a lie. Complete idiot. Like, it's funny. That would be hilarious. Like, if people actually, like, if I, 30 million years from now when I leave this planet and stratosphere and my exoskeleton is left just rotting. Anyways, yeah, if people said, like, man, that guy was a complete idiot, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, because I feel like there's, like, more substance there. Like, there's more stories to tell. Like, you've got more to say about the guy. Whereas if you just say, yeah, he was a really nice guy, that's probably it. They got nothing interesting.
Oh, no, dude. I'll take it.
I would go down. I'd rather be known as, wow, Brendan Glasheen, that guy was a complete idiot. I'd take that all day.
Dummy.
Oh, well, that kind of goes without saying. I guess there is a difference, though. You can be an idiot, but not be dumb.
Michael, I'm not sure Rossi has knees. Rossi won't be in the video.
Daniel says, I think that's what Kenny's been going for. LOL.
Oh, yeah, he's making his way. Jordan Lindenbaum, I think for Rossi, I think doofus would be more fitting for your tombstone than complete idiot. That's the nicest thing you've ever said, Jordan. Appreciate you. Then Busby says, don't cry, not a complete idiot. Dude, I never cry, trust me. You guys can bring it all day long. I can take it. Obi's been all over my case recently. I don't know. I must have done something to Obi-Wan. He has reached the pinnacle of the Mount Rushmore of Rossi haters. He's jumped right on board.
Brother Phil has a bad back.
Uh-oh. You okay, dude?
Rossi doesn't even have a back.
Yeah, man. Actually, when I was deadlifting 2 pounds earlier, I was score. When you're that low to the ground, it's like kind of easy, but you gotta be careful.
Deadlifting 2 pounds.
Be careful. But Brother Phil, I do hope you're doing all right there. Bad backs can just really, like bad necks, bad back, anything to do with the spine area, could really throw you off.
You want to read what Steven has to say?
Oh, hold on, let me see. Steven.
YouTube.
30 million years from now, people will still be listening to Pop Culture Pile Driver. Oh, Steven, I thought there was going to be something rude, but thank you. We actually are going to be in about 20 minutes before. Glass, you're on Madden After Dark, right?
Yeah.
Who are you teaming up with tonight?
Brandon Crystal.
Oh, good stuff, good stuff. You guys will have some good NBA talk. He's going to tell you all about his Kansas loss. Yeah, you might have to be a shoulder for him to cry on, but
I can do that.
Yeah, but we're going to talk top 11 female TV characters tonight. So we're going to go live over on Twitter at about 9:30. Jump in for a few minutes. You can follow me at Jason D. Rossi, or don't. No big deal. You can check out the podcast if you like at a later date. Or not.
Wow.
Whatever you're into.
I think giving people the option of or not is good.
Well,
then they'll feel more inclined to maybe join.
Well, maybe if they want to. DK SimFam's great to us. You tell them what you're up to, like the Twitch or the TikTok or the YouTubes or wherever you may be, and people usually like, oh, let me check it out for a second. Maybe they don't last. Maybe they do. Maybe they hit the like and they move on.
While I'm really happy you got your plug in, there's a chance here the Raiders tie this thing up. But they're at the 47 of Tampa. One timeout. Carr complete to Renfro. Gets out of bounds. They're at the 28-yard line.
Listen, they need the touchdown. They need a 2-point conversion. Could we get the trifecta, the quick math? Could we get the hat trick from Mr. Ruggs the turd?
All right, too wide to the right here from the 28. Derek Carr, don't take a sack, you.
Oh, no!
Balls!
Get up, big fella! Oh, he's down. They're going to have to call that time out.
Sometime today.
Yeah, they're going to do it in about 20 seconds.
Call it!
All the time out.
Is that Vita Vea? Look at him. Just
They're not going to take it. Oh, no.
There it is.
Hey! Big Gritter 210. What's good?
All right.
A long time I've read that name. Big Gritter 210.
Hold on really quickly while we get Roland says, would you rather be called a complete idiot or a complete Noah Moon? Oh, look at that. What's going on here?
Bunch to the right.
All right, here we go.
This is it.
Got to go to the end zone.
Go to Ruggs.
Oh, no.
What are we doing?
No.
The check down.
Hurry up. Get on the ball.
There's no way.
No.
What are you doing? Yeah. What are you doing, John? You're calling the plays in that headset.
And I like that play right there. I kind of like playing for the loss sometimes. We grind it out. We got to lose some of these games in a fashion that's stupid, but that's the way we like to play.
Hey, I trust him. He's a great thrower of the football, and I'm just really proud. I'm just really proud that they gave me this job.
It's just there.
They gave me this job for life, and I'm just really happy that we're continuing to get better and be in football games.
It's just there. It's just a closet full of things. Just at any time, any character, boom. Unbelievable. It's under the seat. It's like a wedding.
I got a little prop basket right here now. A new spot.
Box of gimmicks right there.
Yeah.
Oh, baby. Excuse me. And you.
Unreal.
It's good times.
Of course, the only person that's happy about what just happened was Noah Moon. Because Jalen
Noah. The ball. You know what? Look on the positive side. Maybe that's it. Noah Moon just keeping it on the positive. We'll just go with that.
All right, dude. Who do you like for player of the game?
This one's going to be Henry Ruggs. He hit the bonus, 2 touchdowns. He was owned in the contest in which Mr. Glasheen created that I ended in 47th. He was owned in, that's a stretch, just 50% of the captain, 56. Still was good ownership, but 33.3. Can't go wrong there. He's getting it.
All right. They're not my kid.
I'm trying. Was there somebody worse than Chris Godwin? And Godwin wasn't great. He still ended with 8 points, 4 catches, 44 yards. But his ownership number is almost 70%. I'm going with him. Chris Godwin. Not my kid. Not your kid. Not the Visor's kid. And definitely not the DK Simfam's kid.
Yeah, it's not enough. Not enough there. Totally understand. All right. Let's look at the leaderboards here quickly. Earn Dog T 78 and Full Pie coming in first place, tied for first place. I finished in 30th.
47. Can you do that thing where you reverse your hands to have like glasses for your fingers? No, the other way though. Like how people like flip
like that? No.
Yeah, I can't do that either. I don't know how they do it.
Tara Lynn can do it.
Wait, she can't. Hold on, I can't see it. Oh, Tara Lynn!
Ew, how do you do that?
Yeah, what do you like? Wait, can you show us? Like, can you start again? Like, okay, yeah, down. Yeah, it stops there.
Oh, wait.
No, it stops, dude. It just stops.
Yeah,
like, I can't. She's rotating like.
Oh, I got it now. Hold on.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, how'd you do it?
Yeah.
Oh, I just feel like
really
that.
It's not as eloquent as her, but you know.
Does it hurt?
Yeah, damn right it hurts.
Is it shoulder rotation? What am I missing?
I feel like I'm squeezing my face. All right, let's wrap this up.
I can't do it. Oh wait, come on.
Rossi, don't blind yourself.
I'm already blind.
Oh, Tara Lynn's on camera. I didn't know she was on the stream too.
I love it.
She
Try
doesn't know
box.
it. She's like, what is going on here?
Michael says, Rossi, your arms aren't long enough. What about T-Rex too?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, look at you guys. Listen.
Hey, all right. Okay, this is getting absurd, which is great. You know, see, this is when we die, they'll look back at this and go, wow, Rossi and Glasheen, those complete idiots. Just, this is it.
It happens.
Mike Simpson coming in first place in the free showdown. All right, I'll be back from Madden After Dark. Rossi, have a great show tonight. What do you call this thing? Does this have a name?
Eyeglasses, hand glasses. Oh, okay. It hurts my eyes because I almost gouged them out trying to do it.
All right. Well, I guess we'll send it now to Tara Lynn. Do what it is that you do so well.
Wow, I'm glad that's what I'm known for now, not my, great personality, how well I host when I'm Weather Girl Tara Lynn. Now I'm known for this. All right.
You're gonna soon be known as getting engaged in a McDonald's, so don't worry about it.
Rossi, literally. We're gonna shelf that. That's gonna go on the shelf. Rossi now number one bozo. Lamarck is not anymore. It's now Rossi. All right. And Glash is always just a bozo, whatever. All right. Well, Glash making his way back. I'm kicking Rossi out of here. He can go to McDonald's or play with his fat cat, whatever he does. And then Brandon Cristal, he's coming in for our final game of the night between the Lions and the Pats. This one is featured in the Madden Stream 3K Flea Flicker contest. That's a $5 entry, first shot at $1,000 top prize. Also, the free contest for that sim features a $250 prize pool with $25 going to the winner. And then before the last game, we brought you part one of our AL East betting and fantasy preview. Gary and Thorne and Steve Buchanan, they took a look at the Yankees and Rays as the top two teams in the division. In part two, they get into the Red Sox playoff chances, the Blue Jays offensive firepower, and the lowly Orioles win total. Let's take a look.
Gary, I'm glad I get to start with you with this one here. Your beloved Toronto Blue Jays, who, of course, they're one of the teams that are going to threaten, go out and make some noise in that AL East. Improvements in the offseason. Can't ignore George Springer, and obviously bringing him in to already complement Bo Bichette, naturally Vlad Guerrero Jr. After Springer, who would you say has the second best, fantasy upside, I suppose, maybe the best way to look at it?
Yeah, I mean, Bichette with his ADP right now is probably the guy who consensus everyone is most excited about, and that's a stolen base thing. His playing time has obviously not been he doesn't even have 600 career plate appearances in the majors already, which is kind of crazy because he's entering year 3. But when you're looking at that next tier of Blue Jay going in drafts, I mean, you've got a lot of guys going between pick 50 and 100. Springer, Guerrero, Gurriel, Teoscar Hernandez. Like, there's a lot of guys there. But when you're talking upside, it still has to be Vlad. I mean, I know it's rough is not even the word I want to use because he's still been an above average major league hitter in his age 20, 21 seasons. But the untapped potential there is crazy. And, spring training stats take, what you will and how seriously you want to actually take them. But he's crushing the ball right now in spring. The launch angle has been great, which is really the key to his whole game. So, you know what you're getting with Springer. Springer's like one of the highest floor players you can take in like the 3rd or 4th round of a draft. Vlad's the untapped potential. So if you're really shooting for upside, he's got to be the answer.
You agree, Steve?
I mean, look, let's just talk about George Springer here for a second. I mean, historically, he's been a better hitter away from Minute Maid Park. Now he's landing in one of the best divisions that you can hit in because of all the hitter-friendly ballparks in the AL East. You look at what he was on pace for last season. Through a full season, if they played, he was on pace for over 45 home runs. And you look at a need that the Blue Jays needed. They didn't need someone in the leadoff spot, particularly because last season combined 367 on base percentage for the Blue Jays on leadoff hitters. But now you inject Springer into the mix, who, by the way, is a very patient hitter all throughout his career, walk percentage over 10%. But now you're injecting all that power that he brings to the top of that lineup. That's a very scary lineup 1 through 5 that they're going to have with all the young kids there. And then you add Springer into the mix too as well, who, by the way, isn't too shabby defensively either. What a huge move for the Blue Jays. And for me, that puts them right into contention.
DK Sportsbook has the Blue Jays sitting at 86.5 wins, a number that, of course, the team has not touched in the last handful of years. It's been since 2016. So, Steve, you going over or under?
Man, I want to go over so bad. I really, really do. Like, I'm excited for the Blue Jays, and I'm not even close to what Garion is when it comes to the Blue Jays. But here's the biggest problem. And again, this is what we're going to talk about. That rotation. I look at that rotation 1 through 5, and it reminds me of the cast of Misfit Toys that is in Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Because it's just all these guys that were on island, and the Blue Jays just said, you know what? Come with us. We'll take care of you. We'll bring you back into prominence here. Because after Hyun-Jin Ryu, you have legitimately 4 guys who go out and give you 3 innings at the most before getting rocked. Like, that's a big, big problem. But again, the upside is there. Can they right the ship with Steven Matz? Can they get Robbie Ray on the right path so he can strike out all those guys but go more than 4 innings on a given start? There's a lot of untapped potential in there. Can the Blue Jays be that team to straighten these guys out? It's going to be a long project. Could be a very long summer for that rotation. But if they can get at least 1 or 2 of those guys straight, they're absolutely going over that total. But that is going to be the key to hitting that over.
Garion, can you allow yourself to go under here?
Yeah, I can, and I probably will.
Oh, no.
It's an exciting team, it is. But this is the difference between, again, even just if you want to juxtapose the Jays and the Yankees in the conversation we just had, we can talk about teams that have one definitive starter at the top and then a lot of question marks. It's a lot better when your question marks are Corey Kluber and Jamison Taillon and Luis Severino, as opposed to Robbie Ray and Steven Matz look really good in spring training. Maybe they found it again. And maybe they have. Those are 2 guys who actually do have untapped potential. But even if you get good versions of Robbie Ray and Steven Matz, which then gives you 3 left-handed starters at the top of your rotation in the American League East, seems like a bad idea. Then you're still relying on Tanner Roark and Ross Stripling, and there's just not a lot of depth here. And the fact that Nate Pearson is currently not going to make the opening day roster with his groin issue, it's apparently not major, but this is someone who has had injury history each of the past 4 seasons. Kirby Yates is now going to be out 4 to 6 weeks in the back end of their bullpen. The pitchers that you could actually rely on coming into this season, Yates and obviously Pearson were pretty high on that list for the Blue Jays, and they're already hurt. So I just think the pitching's not going to be there. I think this is an 85, 86 win team. Maybe they go over, but this pitching's bad.
JD Martinez had himself a bad shortened 2020 pandemic season that he admitted going into it. He really wasn't prepared. He sat and the will they, won't they play and just didn't go out and really align himself the way he normally does. And he is a guy known for his preparation. He hit .213. It was just really poor. And now he's 33 years old, Garion. So what is the ceiling for this guy, even as he does get the opportunity to view video back at his disposal?
I mean, it's still very high. And I think the fact the video is back can't be overlooked. I mean, he pointed that out any single time someone put a microphone in front of his face last season. And look, even with the age starting to creep in, we are talking about someone who was in the 6th percentile or better in expected WOBA the past 5 years prior to 2020, which, we're giving a lot of guys a break for weird 2020s. I don't see why JD Martinez should be the exception to that rule. Yeah, he'll be 34 at some point this season. Yeah, the bat looked a little slow last year. And we've seen this before with guys who you come into a fantasy season and you say, like, you know, even guys within this division, like Edwin Encarnacion, Jose Bautista, like, oh, they've just hit 35 home runs every year for the past 8 seasons. How could this go wrong? Once the bat speed goes, it gets a little scary. But where he's going in drafts, like he's going around pick 90, pick 95 in NFBC. This is someone who is a consensus first or second round pick the last half decade. So I think I'll let myself buy into JD Martinez, give it one more chance. But would I be shocked if he's not done, but if he's like a 260 hitter now? No, it wouldn't shock me, but I'll give him one more chance.
Struggling again this spring for the Red Sox, Bukes. You inclined to, like Gary, and believe the ceiling's a bit higher than what we've seen?
I mean, look, if you're like in a redraft league, like Gary just said, like it's a great buy low spot on JD Martinez, who's somebody who's usually going in the top couple of rounds. But I mean, last year was just such an all-around disaster for the Red Sox. Like you look at that team, you know, even heading into like the third week of August, it felt like you couldn't even name 5 guys on that lineup. I don't care how much of a diehard you were. The team is unrecognizable. But what is a little bit concerning is that he was chasing pitches out of the zone a lot more than he ever has since 2015. Now, is that more of a case of just trying to make something happen? Maybe. But it's something to keep in mind, too, when you're looking to take him in 2021. You don't want to see that coming into play once again. But, you know, with the injuries, with everything that happened last year, it's easy to overlook that. But that could be the first warning sign, one of the first warning signs that Martinez is starting to decline and go in the wrong direction, because that's something that he has historically not done in his career. So it's a cautious one here, but if you get the upside that we've seen with him consistently pretty much all throughout his career, he's a great mid-round pick.
Life comes at you fast, Bukes. It's 2021. It feels like we are dog years away from the Red Sox winning the World Series back in 2018, all the turnover. But you, of course, have old turn new manager Alex Cora back. This team on the DK Sportsbook plus 275 to make the playoffs. Cora believes that's going to happen. They're going to contend this year. What do you think?
I mean, I would hope that, you know, my manager would say that if that was my team. You know, I wouldn't want to be like, nope, not going to happen. At 275, it's not the worst bet that you can make. I do think the AL East has one of the best chances of having potentially 3 teams come out of that division, because if you look at some of the other ones, you're probably going to get maybe 1 or 2 out of the AL Central. I think you'd be really asking for that for a lot if you think you're going to get 2 teams out of the AL West. So the AL East probably is the path to getting 3 teams out of that division. I'm not saying the Red Sox are one of them, because I'm a big fan of the Blue Jays. I think that they have a good chance. The Yankees obviously a shoo-in. The Rays are kind of on the fence there because, you know, they did lose some important pieces. But at 275, with the other 2 divisions not really in play for me, it's not a bad bet. Do I think they're going to make the playoffs? Likely not. But for the value you're getting here, it's certainly not the worst bet you could take.
Couple-year playoff slump right now for the Red Sox, Gary. And what do you think? They get back?
I think Steve pretty much laid it out. It's not a bet that I'm looking to make, but at the same time, it's not terrible odds for a team that does have the potential to be like a top 5, top 10 offense. You know, they've still got bats, and if JD Martinez does turn it around, they could score a lot of runs. Who knows what you get from Chris Sale when he comes back? That's a big question mark. Their rotation, their bullpen still has a lot of question marks. I think what it comes down to, though, is, you know, as Bukes was doing, you kind of have to run through the American League and just say, are the Red Sox legitimately better than the Rays, the Jays, the Twins, the A's, and the Angels? Maybe even the Mariners. I know Steve loves the Mariners. So you've got 6 teams, 7 if you include the Red Sox, all basically fighting for 2 wildcard slots. I don't think the Red Sox finish better than 5 of those teams when it's all said and done. They could have a nice season, but they're kind of like the National or the American League version of the Phillies. And we talked about the Phillies on the NL East video. It's just like they're a fine team, but in a division where they're probably going to finish 4th. That's just not going to cut it.
Let's go to the Orioles, guys. There's a reason we saved them for last of all of our previews, because this is not a team certainly you're going to be looking at for fantasy value. I suppose, Gary, and you could look at a prospect in Adley Rutschman, who is no lock to even make this roster. But let's suppose he does. Is that a guy that you would consider for fantasy upside?
I mean, if he makes it, sure, I guess you could take a look. Catcher's always a position where you're looking for any talent, especially if you're in a 2-catcher format. But he's not going to make this roster. I think they've already come out, and they haven't said it, but they've basically said he's going to Double-A. And look, this is someone who's only had 47 career plate appearances above low A. He should go and get some seasoning and get every day at bats and figure it out. His potential is incredible, especially as a switch hitting catcher. But if you're looking at the Orioles, and look, I don't want to say there's a position on the Orioles where I'm like, oh, that's a good position, but they've got decent catchers. It's not one of their most glaring issues right now. Like, the platoon of Chance Sisco and Pedro Severino is all right. Like, I think you're fine with that going into the season if you're the Orioles. So I'm not even sure if Adley comes up towards the end of this season. I think 2022 is probably what we're looking at with this guy.
See someone maybe, Bukes, that you're going to monitor, keep an eye on the waiver wire?
Yeah, look, like if you're doing a redraft league, you're in one of the last rounds, no one's going to fault you if you want to take this guy, because even though Gary said they have some decent options at catcher, they're certainly not solidified in that role either. If one of these guys or both of these guys come out and struggle and, Rutschman is kind of plowing his way through the minors, they're not going to sit there and say, oh, we can't bring up Adley yet because we have Pedro Severino. Like, that's not the long-term option here. Adley is the long-term option, but at the same time, it's not going to make sense for the Orioles to bring him up if he's not going to get consistent at bat. So kind of like what Garion said, he may not be up here at all. It probably is going to take an injury or like an extreme lack of production from one of those guys for him to come up here. But as a stash, there's nothing wrong with taking him at all, because there's a reason why he was the top pick 2 years ago. And there's a reason why he's one of the top prospects in all of baseball right now. So it's not somebody I'm looking to target, but if he's there at the end, by all means, there's no reason you can't take him.
So, Steve, our friends at the DK Sportsbook has the Orioles sitting at 64.5. That is the win total, the over-under, which means we will have a team here that is flirting with 100 losses. You going to go over or under?
I mean, you're really asking for this team to win 40% of their games. Like, I don't think that that's really that far-fetched for them to do that. I mean, when we've talked about all of these poor rotations that teams are going to be facing, like, the Orioles don't have much power at all. Let's get that straight. It's not like that's a lineup you're going to fear, but we also pretty much said that last year. And I think we can all agree that they were pretty surprising. So I'm not expecting them to come out here and light the AL East on fire or anything like that. But when you're asking me if the Orioles can win maybe 41% of their games this season and take the over, that's not a bad bet by any means. I think they can do some damage there. So I do want to lean on the over on this one. It's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be a fun sweat, but I think they can at least pass that threshold.
Take us home, Garion.
Yeah, I thought I was going to come out here and be surprising with my liking the over here, but I do like the over. I kind of like it a lot, which is scary to say, but this is a team, as Steve talked about, that doesn't have a lot of star potential. They do get arguably their best player back this season in Trey Mancini, one of the best stories in baseball right now. But one thing to look out for with the Orioles, especially as we get into like June and July and August, is they have a crop of pitching prospects that are right on the cusp of the majors. And this could be a team that actually has some interesting names, even for like fantasy and DFS as we get later into the season. And also kind of like the Tigers last year. Remember Bukes and I talking about the Orioles and the Tigers over literally last season. The Tigers went out and just signed a bunch of like major league caliber players. Are they good players? No. But they just went out and like filled positions that were previously huge negatives for them. And if you look at the Orioles, they got Yolmer Sanchez to play second. They got Freddie Galvis to play shortstop. They got Maikel Franco, who had a pretty good season last year offensively. Like, there are at least major leaguers on this team now. So I think they won't lose 100 games.
Garion Thorne, Steve Buchanan, thank you both so much. Next stop, real baseball coming up next week. Looking forward to it, fellas.
All right, guys, listen up. It's my last time telling you for the night. It's time once again for the play of the day here on the Dream Stream. The PGA Tour is switching it up this week with a match play format for the WGC Dell Technologies match play at Austin Country Club in Austin, Texas. You can get in on the action with the PGA 600K Resurgence Contest. A $10 entry can get you a shot at a $200K top prize. That contest locks Wednesday morning, which is a day earlier than most PGA Tour contest, so make sure to check it out in the DK lobby. And with a new format comes some new scoring on DraftKings for match play golf. You still get to draft 6 golfers and have a $50,000 salary cap. But scoring, it's going to be based on holes won, halved, and lost. Be aware that each matchup is up to 18 holes and can end early if it's possible for the outcome to be changed. So keep those new twists in mind as you're filling out your lineups this week. And to get a breakdown of this week's tournament, we're going to turn to some of our content partners. Here are the Tour Junkies, and then Pat Mayo is going to give out some of their favorite plays for this match play event.
So just tell me where you're starting, where you're looking, because, we're not going to give you the short mamby-pamby numbers, right? Like, we could give you the John Rahms and the DJs and we're not going to do that, okay? We're just not. We're going to get a little deeper, step out there a little bit. This is golf. So, Pat, where are you starting it?
Well, I will say this. I do think that when you're looking at a tournament like this, match play, only 4 players in the field, I do think the shorter odds guys obviously have a better chance to win, and so that is where the smart money needs to go. But if I'm going to start here, I'm starting with 28-1, and that is Viktor Hovland. I love Viktor Hovland at 28-1. He is a guy that is a great ball striker, great approach player. He can putt the lights out of the ball. Now he's not a great scrambler, but I don't think that's going to matter as much on this. He is improving. And I do think, I don't want to say it doesn't matter on this course, because it does. But I think he is going to be great on approach. He's going to give himself a ton of birdie opportunities. He's a good match play guy. I like Viktor Hovland at 28-1, and I think that is a great number for him. So he is where I'm going to be starting a ton of my bets. And then the next guy in the same range is Patrick Reed at 28-1 also. If you look at where he is in the brackets, as far not just the group, but in the brackets, it's in one of those that anybody really, I think, can come out of that area. So I like Patrick Reed there at 28-1. So those are the 2 guys on the shorter end that I think have great numbers. I mean, Patrick Reed at 28-1 in a field like this, having won this year, that's pretty good. So that's where I'm going to start.
I mean, this is a strong field, but you mean in a format like this, you get the
format like this,
the match play god.
Yeah, and the field and everything else. I mean, you're getting them at 28-1. That's really good.
Yeah, I don't hate either one of those. I really like the Hovland play. I mean, Hovland's got a really easy group, in my opinion. When you look at the 4 players he's in a group with, this looks like one of the weaker from top to bottom out of all the groups. So I think just getting to the round of 16 will be easier for Viktor Hovland than a lot of other players in this field, even players more talented. But so I do like that number. All right, so I'll move up a little bit. I like Cam Smith at 35-1. He's playing with Rory, who we know is not playing well, who's been vocal about how kind of lost he is. Lonto Griffin and Ian Poulter. Ian Poulter, obviously a match play veteran and very good in match play. Lonto Griffin I like as well. Good young player playing well. But I like the Aussie Cam Smith. Showed up at the President's Cup. Did his thing as best he could. He's played really well on Pete Dye courses. We just saw him play TPC Sawgrass, finished 17th, finished 11th, I think, at the last WGC. Good scrambler, good ball striker. I think Cam Smith's a good number at 35-1. Then if I'm going to jump up a little bit, I like Jason Day, your two-time champ, not defending champ, two-time champ here, won in 2018. He is playing in a group with Xander, Scotty Scheffler, and Andy Sullivan. He's 50-1. I think that's a mighty large number for Jason Day, two-time winner, who is also in good form. Like he's flashing some form. I like the number with Jason Day at 50-1. I think that's sexy. And then finally, I guess in the mid-range, and then we'll move to the bombs later. I like Jason Kokrak. I like the value that Kokrak gives me at 70-1. I don't love the group he's in. He's playing with Finau, Will Zalatoris, and Dylan Fratelli. I think Finau and Zalatoris are talented. I think this is a tough group to pick on a bracket. But when I'm looking at value on the sports book, the 70-1 number for Kokrak, recent PGA Tour winner in the fall, playing really well, striking the ball well, motivated to play, in this match play event, WGC event.
I like the value that Kokrak gives you, 70 to 1.
Yeah, I don't mind that. If we're talking, if we're talking 70 to 1, though, I'm a fan. Now, I know that, actually, let me go back. So let me go back to that Jason Day group. I actually like Scotty Scheffler out of that group at 45 to 1. I think he can come out of that group and win this tournament. So if he does that, that's good. But here's another guy that I like. At 70 to 1, Ryan Palmer, the same bracket there as that Jason Day group, which I think if he can beat John Rahm and come out of that group, I think Ryan Palmer has a great shot to get to the Final Four.
From those guys, $10,000 and above, DJ, JT, Bryson, Rahm, Morikawa, Rory, and Xander. I'm crossing off Xander, Morikawa, and Justin Thomas right off the hop because obviously you can't play everyone. I like some of the sleepers in those groups, whatever. That leaves DJ, Bryson, Rahm, and Rory for me as the guys that I'm probably going to try to whittle that down with your help. But those are the 4 that I'm leaning towards of the favorites right now.
Yeah, fair enough. And I mean, I'm definitely kind of the opinion that like with Xander's group, I'd probably be crossing him off. I go down $200 to Cantlay, which is just a better pivot. He's got a better group. He's playing well. I shouldn't say he's playing better. He's come off a terrible performance, but Morikawa is interesting. He does feel a little bit overpriced, perhaps. So I can definitely get behind that. Maybe still a little bit not settled with the putter. And then you look at the other guys. I mean, Justin Thomas in a group of death. I wouldn't have a problem. Or the supposed group of death from here. That's what people are calling it, right? With Usti and Kisner, 2 match play specialists. So I would have a problem crossing him off as well. That kind of leaves you with Dustin, Bryson, and John Rahm to sift through, which isn't bad. Obviously you could probably still fit 2 of those guys in. You'd have to get pretty extreme in your other picks, but I'm all for that as well, crossing those guys off. Rory, I haven't quite made a decision on. I feel like Rory is probably a guy I'd be okay leaving off. I know he's got great kind of Pete Dye history. He's good in this event, obviously, but just with where his game is at right now, I don't know. I don't know if he's quite got the confidence here to make a run. So I'd probably be, again, more in tune with trying to get exposure to 3 of those top 4 guys and crossing off that kind of second tier with Rory and Xander.
I actually think this sets up really well for Rory. You mentioned the Dye history. His game's kind of in the toilet right now by his standards, not by actual standards. Yeah. And we just saw Justin Thomas win the Players. So yeah. I don't think it's too far away for someone like Rory who's had some nice runs.
It's never that far away, right? I mean,
and this is a nice low pressure spot for him to go do something too. Because if he doesn't advance out of his group, who cares? There's going to be a bunch of 1 seeds that don't advance. Him, Rahm, and DJ might all not advance. And then who cares if Rory doesn't? It's no longer a story at that point. So I think that the pressure's off of him a little bit this week. And I do think from the DraftKings side of things that he'll probably just be lesser owned than all these guys.
Yeah, and look, from an ownership perspective, absolutely, because that could definitely change my mind on Rory as we get to Tuesday night here. If the ownership is just getting ridiculous from his group, I mean, again, just to remind myself, look, it's not like his group is overflowing with talent. I like Cam Smith too, but I mean, I'm not scared of Lanto Griffin.
I am. I'm scared of Lanto. I think that Lanto is we're in Texas and he just gets. It'd be like how
he can get stupid hot with his putter. He can really get stupid hot. Yeah.
And that's sort of the thing that I was looking at. Outside of Bubba, who is, as I mentioned to Feinberg, is sort of stats don't apply to Bubba Watson. Either he's the best player in the world or he's garbage. It's almost like looking at Siwoo Kim's stats. Who cares?
Yeah.
Do you think is he going to have a good week or is he going to be the worst guy in the field? They're both sort of like Ricky Bobbies in golf. But other than that, DJ, Day, Kisner, these are all really good, not only Pete Dye players, they're also really good putters at the same time. Louis plays well here almost every single time. Why? He's a good putter. That I'm active, unlike what I normally do every single week in golf betting. I do think that there is something to being a good putter this week.
You look at just the match play guys. I mean, they all seem to at least have some kind of consistency or just better upside with their putter, right? So I don't disagree at all. Again, Rory for me, I think that group is gettable, but Cam Smith and I guess we can throw Lanto in there are guys that you would worry about. For me, Rory stands out as, again, he'd be a pure ownership for me. I'm still not confident that he's quite there, but you're right. I mean, the pressure could be off a little bit. Could definitely see him at least coming out of that pod and maybe like getting to the quarters. But if he has to deal with Rom in the quarters, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if he's quite there, but that's an interesting pod just because of the names that are there for sure.
Well, the guy that I actually like from like down in that quadrant, I guess we'll get to him a little bit later on. I'll save that one. Although if people watch my betting show, they're going to know who it is. I look at the 9K area on DraftKings and I can't see the only one I would consider playing, I think, might be Webb, although I like Hatton way more in that, or I like Casey way more in that group, but I just feel like no one's going to use Webb.
Yeah, that is the worry with Webb, right? Like that, because I mean, you look at that bracket with Casey and Webb, and just as I'm trying to find it here, Mackenzie Hughes and Taylor Gooch. I mean, I like Taylor Gooch. He's improved as a player. He's got high pedigree, but this, do I really trust him to get hot over like 3 matches against like 2 very good players? Not really. So it's kind of got to be Casey or Webb, and everyone's going to side with Casey just because of the match play records. I mean, it's just so much better than Webb. So, I think Simpson at 9,100, I kind of agree. Like, I don't like to eat the massive chalk in events like this, but like Casey really does stick out. So Webb could be a great pivot there. Jordan Spieth obviously at 9,300, overpriced over versus Fitzpatrick. I kind of like Hovland this week personally. If Morikawa is going to be 10-4 and Hovland's going to be 9-4, I mean, I think that's fine. I know people are high on Answer. I love Answer too, but Hovland's a guy who will make an 8 and then bounce back with 3 birdies. Like, that's the kind of guy you want to back in match play. So I don't think Vic is going to be too bothered by like making a bogey or 2. He can definitely come back hot. So I do like a couple of these guys in this 9K range. Definitely like Cantlay for a bounce back too. He's got a good die track record, and quite frankly, going up against Hideki, who has never advanced out of the pod stage. Yeah, I'll take Cantlay there. So I'm almost of the opinion that I kind of like going with balanced lineups, to be honest. And this 9K range is probably a little bit more attractive to me than you.
I think you just make some sort of stances of who you think is going to win a group and then just overload on that and pray that this is the year that you're right. Like, I look at that Cantlay group and I think that Brian Harman wins that group.
Brian Harman is definitely, he's like the Lanto of that group. He's dangerous. I mean, I said on his show, earlier today, like, he made Ricky Fowler cry in match play. I mean, he's just a really tough competitor and a really good putter. So, Cantlay and Harman for me in that group, since we're talking about it specifically now, they'd be the targets. But I do think Cantlay, with the way he started the year, I think he's got to bounce back this week. A guy who needs kind of one good start too before the Masters, so he should really be keying in here.
I agree that he should be the overwhelming favorite in that group, and the price point is really nice on him at $9,800. I just think that there's something about this course. After Bubba having so much success here, Phil's had some success here. The last time Harman played in this group was the year that Bubba won, and he won his group and then lost to Bubba in the round of 16. Right. I think it just kind of sets up for lefties, kind of like the Masters.
Madden After Dark is coming right up, but first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. Main slates are locked, but we've still got plenty of ways to win tonight on DraftKings. We have a 2-game late slate in the NBA locking at 10 p.m. Eastern. The feature contest for that one is the $200K fadeaway. It's paying out $50K to first for just a $15 entry. And of course, we get the NCAA tournament. It has reached the final 16 teams. So you can go check out all the odds for those games and tournament futures right now on the DK Sportsbook, or go look at Glash's TikTok where he recaps the 16 teams. Haha, Glash, I plugged you on that one.
Very good.
For the rest of the night. Plus, you can check out up to the minute odds and lines for NBA, NHL, PGA, UFC, NASCAR, and plenty more where that came from. So it is time for me to call it a night, but we have one more game for you all. It's Madden After Dark, baby. Lions and the Patriots are almost ready for kickoff. So here is Brendan Glasheen and Brandon Cristal to bring it to you. Have a good night, everyone. See you back here tomorrow.
Tara Lynn, thank you so much. That was great. That was a fantastic plug. Couldn't have asked for a better plug before you go. Thank you.
And she didn't call us bozos.
No.
Like a double win for you.
Yeah. Brandon Cristal, we've got the Patriots and the Lions. Sorry to hear about Kansas, by the way.
Oh yeah, they did lose, didn't they, last night? I guess I did watch some of that.
Yeah.
Not ideal. I guess, if we're gonna go out, you might as well go out in historic fashion.
The final rose went to USC. So.
Well, I know that Bill Self's on the sideline kicking himself that he didn't hire those kids' dad.
Yeah.
Because we've done that before with Danny Manning's dad, Mario Chalmers' dad.
Sure.
We got the Morris twins' mom a job in Lawrence. So
it is 10 o'clock. Would your lineup come out looking like?
So I'm going against my own previous, not really logic, just approach towards your hometown Pats. And I went ahead, now that he's back in the fold, I'm captaining Cam Newton, which means he'll probably have 3 to 4 points total and be the Not My Kid award. But I captained Cam, thought it was good value. It allowed me to do a lot more fun stuff. I was able to get Kenny Golladay because Marvin Jones just had a big sim the other day when we were doing the Lions, scored twice. And that made him way more expensive, I guess.
Yeah.
So I got Kenny Golladay to go with Cam, both Patriots frontline running backs with James White and Sony Michel. And then I was able to sneak in Hawkinson and Swift. So feeling good about all of my plays. Now, means may not go great. After finishing like in the top 20 pretty recently, my last couple were like 110, 140th out of 143. So I could use a bounce back is what I'm saying.
Yeah, man. I thought about Golladay, but then I remembered Stephon Gilmore is probably guarding him. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to fade Golladay.
But he doesn't travel, so if they line up Golladay on the left side, they don't. The game doesn't have the AI to roll corners. But I get your point. They still they do line up on the same side most of the time. So.
Right. It's not a guarantee every single time, but quite a bit. So the only Lions I rostered, the Marvin Jones and TJ Hawkinson. I played the Patriots defense, got Cam Newton, Damiere Byrd. I captained Julian Edelman.
Interesting. I thought about going Amendola, but I thought Swift had more upside.
Sure. We'll touch the ball quite a bit. So, not a bad idea. I feel that.
He scored in that sim the other day. Jones scored twice. I think Swift scored the other one. I might be making all that up, but that's how I'm remembering it currently.
18 ice hockey. What's up? How you doing? Good to have you with us. 18 ice hockey. I remember you being on Twitch as well. Justin Harden, what's good? Thanks for being here. Luke Murphy says Gilmore won't get the Golladay assignment.
Okay, Luke Murphy's talked to both the Belichicks. Isn't there a third Belichick on the staff too? It's not just Steve. There's another one.
Pretty sure that's it. Just Steve.
Let's double check. Patriots.
Bill Hamilton, hello. Good evening. Eric Court. Robbie Noble.
Bill Belichick
says, no more New England Sims, please.
Bill Belichick's head coach, FYI. Jed Fish this is how well they update their website there in New England. Jed Fish is still the quarterback's coach, while simultaneously being the University of Arizona head coach. This is not on the sim. This is on the Patriots website, patriots.com. Cole Popovich may or may not be related to Greg Popovich. I don't know.
The free agent frenzy has been everything. Maybe they updated that yet? The all the
the
signings?
rosters. Who knows?
Yeah.
So Steve Belichick's there. Brian Belichick. Safeties. Steve, outside linebackers.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
According to this, they have 5 defensive coaches. And did Gerard Mayo get a job somewhere else? Is he somebody's D coordinator, maybe? Let me see what the internet says. No, it still says inside linebackers coach for the Patriots.
Okay. All right. Yeah. He was thinking about. He was in the mix.
Yeah, in Philly maybe
for Philly for the head coaching job.
Oh, right.
He was connected to it.
Instead, they hired Nick Sirianni.
I don't know if he got it. I don't know if he got an interview or not. But
so this is a great headline that my buddy, who's an Eagles fan, sent to me. So ESPN, has their list of top stories or whatever.
Yeah.
And so when you're an Eagles fan, you can really feel this. Flacco signing deal with Eagles to back up hurts. Like if you read it the right way, the Flacco signing hurts. if you take out some, right, tobacco.
Yep.
So, which is about right, I think.
Well played.
He's from there. He's from the Jersey side of Philly, so
sure, yeah.
I don't know if that doesn't mean he'll do anything. Although I'm out on Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is gonna have to go a long way to prove to me he's an NFL quarterback.
Oh crap! Edelman just fumbled.
Well, I wish I had the Lions D, but I'm glad I don't have Edelman because then I feel like an idiot.
Especially if he's in your captain spot. Wow.
What?
Yep.
Yeah, I would just stop now. Just delete.
X out the tab. Call it a night. 18 Ice Hockey says Sony Michel is going to score 2 touchdowns this sim. All right, we'll find out. Matt Stafford at the New England 40, good field position, and totally missed Kenny Golladay.
I didn't realize Mick Lombardi, who's the receivers coach, is Mike Lombardi's kid. Well, I mean, I realized looking at him. I didn't realize Mike Lombardi's kid was on staff. Mick, he's been there 9 years. Troy Brown's there too, running backs and kick returners.
Yep, he was doing TV in 2019.
Yeah. And my old pal Josh. Josh McDaniels.
Stafford. Complete to the Hawk. Down at the 11.
Iowa had their pro day today. What do you think got more buzz, Iowa's pro day or Alabama's?
Alabama.
Yeah. Trick question. Not really a trick question. There was only one right answer. Although Alabama's put some tight ends in the pros the last couple of years. George Kittle's pretty good. Hawkinson, Fant.
Stafford, we got a flag.
That should have been a pick. Threw it right at Hightower's shoulder pad. Roughing the passer. That's a bad call. Do we think Cole Popovich, O-line coach, is related to Greg Popovich? That seems almost impossible. I mean, I'm sure they're related in, more closely than you or I are.
There's your man, Swift. Touchdown.
Look at that. What a good roster choice by me. I broke a little news today.
Oh, yeah?
Broncos re-signed Kareem Jackson on a 1-year, $5 million deal. So I put that out this morning.
Were you right?
Or afternoon. Was I right? Yeah, I was right. It wasn't a prediction. It was a report.
Oh, I'm not doubting you. I'm just making sure your report came true.
Yeah, I had a good source on it. So
good.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
good.
good.
I was being told news. I wasn't being given, hey, this might happen. It was this is happening.
Yeah, I'm just messing with you.
No, I appreciate
it. Brian Anderson says, sweet. Rossi's fat cat checks in with Swift. Nice. Starfighter. I did not wear the outfit, but yes, I watched the videos you sent. B. Don Walk. This is very random. Check out some of 2019 Sweat with BJ Glasheen. Yeah, it was on the Sweat show in 2019. I'm not sure what you dug up, but it's now.
Well, now I want to see it.
Now it's kind of frightening me. What exactly you've been watching? Mike Carroll. Is this Tom Carroll's dad playing a sim? That'd be fantastic.
Tom Carroll's dad named Mike?
Pretty sure this is Tom Carroll's dad.
Okay. I know his brother's name is Tim.
Maybe it was his brother, but I think his dad's popped in the chat before. He says, I swapped Swift last minute. FML.
I'm in 20th place. Probably should have had Swift in my captain spot at this point, but a lot of football left to be played.
Yes, we're 2 minutes in.
I was talking with Rossi about that, though, on Saturday. Maybe Saturday or Sunday. I guess I didn't work Sunday. I can't remember. It was a long time ago. But I certainly am quick to say, whoever scores first, I should have captained that person. And sometimes they score 2 or 3 times, and sometimes they never touch the ball again. But it's like, I should have captained Swift. And that could be his only points. Finished with 8 points. Tomorrow's Peyton Manning's 45th birthday. Does that excite you?
Well, doesn't really impress me. He's not playing football. No. Unlike another quarterback.
Tomorrow today. One of my best friends from growing up is either the exact same age, and today was his birthday, or a day older. Yeah, Peyton's tomorrow. March 24th, 1976. Yeah, it's more impressive that Brady's about to turn 44 and still playing. In fact, when you Google Peyton Manning, related to Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Matt Ryan, Gerard Mayo are all somehow ahead of Eli or Archie. Yeah, Brady's birthday's not until August. Brady's pretty young for his grade.
Oh, yeah, man. Still playing. Still wants to play. He won a sim last time at 8. Played the Raiders.
How'd he do? Last time he played the Raiders, they scored 50 points.
Right, yeah, we were together for that one. That's right. Well, I was saying to Rossi, I feel like we've had the Bucks play the Raiders 80,000 times.
Big pirate battle. So what was the score of this one? It wasn't 50-something again, was it?
28-20.
Feels so disappointing when the last time it was 50-something.
28-20, a chance to tie the game at the end. Derek Carr had the ball at the 28-yard line, took a sack, lost 11 yards, and then checks down to Jalen Richard.
Who makes everybody miss?
Play. And no, not at all.
First game I ever did when Mostert scored his first touchdown back in August.
Yeah.
And then inexplicably the Niners went for it on 4th and 1 with a chance to kick a 36-yard field goal or something crazy. It was a pass down the left side to Tyrell Williams and then a dump off to Richard. He breaks 3 tackles, and the Raiders win as time expires. I still haven't had as dramatic an ending as that. And Tommy Freeze Pops and I are 2 for 2. Games that we've done have both gone to double overtime.
Yeesh. That was a brutal punt, if anyone cares. Out of bounds at the 24. I mean, that was just awful. Patriots' best player last year was the punter. Another big play to the Hawk. To the 47, both of Stafford's completions.
I don't love the Patriots moves. I don't hate them as much as some people. But here, I was going to show you a funny tweet or read it to you about the Patriots.
Jeremy says, yay, more anti-Cam chat. Well, Jeremy, the name of the free roll is purposefully, for crybabies like you, 1 hour of Cam Newton support.
I'm neutral on Cam. This from Pro Football Focus's George Shorey. The Patriots had all this cap space, and instead of going and buying nice things, they went to Target. You can find nice things at Target, but I get the point of his tweet. He's bagging on Kendrick Bourne and Aguilar. I think Judon's a pretty good signing. He's got plenty of upside still.
Right. It's like, I heard this analogy today. Like, say you're in your house and you want to get your kitchen redone. Like, the quote that was brought up to kind of tie this together was Robert Kraft saying, I'd never had to use this much capital on a team.
Sure. Saw that. And was that Albert Breer's story, or Albert just tweeted it out? Do we know who talked to Mr. Kraft?
Albert Breer got the interview with Kraft.
Okay. So yep. I saw the pull quotes, I guess, that Albert pulled. But continue, please.
And just the analogy I think of is if someone wants to like redo their kitchen, you have to invest a ton of money into the kitchen. And in the moment, I don't care what anybody says, you're like, wow, it's going to cost a lot of
Right,
freaking
30 grand.
money.
You got your cabinets, paint.
Right,
the whole deal.
then if
Granite.
it all works, if the team plays well and they win games, you go, I'm glad I did it. You know, I'm glad I spent the
Sure.
money.
Which is easy to say now, potentially, if those guys underperform, and there's certainly a chance that happens, right? It's football. Then they'll have to go back to the drawing board.
Right.
Well, again, they had to pay top dollar, whatever top of this market is, for the most part. Like the idea that you're giving Kendrick Bourne $35 million seems nuts to me, but he is good on the Sims. Maybe Bill has been watching the Sims.
Maybe. And
You're just
Jeremy,
not
I'm
gonna
just,
yeah, you're just
Jeremy,
not gonna get vets.
I'm just teasing you, Jeremy. I'm using you as an example. So,
But you're not gonna get vets to come in to play with Cam Newton if they can find the next guy. I'm not saying they won't come and play. I'm saying you're not getting them at a discount like you were with Tom Brady, or you aren't getting guys that just want a chance, just want a shot. Like just let me get there and try to win. Other than Trent Brown, we know he loves it in New England. Again, Tom Brady's not there, Trent. So call me in November.
Dalton Keene, who next year will be like the tight end 5 for the Patriots. 20 yards after the catch. Oh, God. Dalton Keene. Is that a second catch? Did I see that right on the animation? It was a second catch?
Matt Lacoste not back on the Pats. It's a bummer. He's a good dude.
You sure about that?
Oh, is he?
He was out working out with Stidham and some of the new
maybe he
receivers,
is.
Hunter Henry.
Maybe he is.
He was an opt-out. He was a COVID opt-out.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Right. Why? I mean, I'm curious. Everyone had a reason. Like, did he say there's a pre-existing condition somewhere with someone closer? Did he just opt out? It's interesting the way players talk about some of their teammates that opt out. Like, Garrett Bowles said of Juwan James, like, oh, he's going to have to come back and prove himself to the team. It's like, dude, he was doing what he thought was best for his health, his wife's health, whose ever health. His own, you know. And so I guess you can say he has to prove himself, but it wasn't like he left in November. He let him know in June or July or whatever. I get that kind of left him in a lurch at that point, but it wasn't mid-season. I do like the tight end signings, I think. I definitely like the Hunter Henry signing.
As Asiasi ripped down at the 1, a gain of 15 in the final 20 seconds of the first. Swift has the touchdown after Julian Edelman caught a pass, fumbled, gave the Lions good field position. Swift 23% in the flex.
I have a feeling Sonny Michel and James White, it's a good time to own them right now.
Yeah.
Do they come out in the
out.
same formation to start the second quarter?
All right, end of 1. You're in virtual Foxborough. The chat shouting out N'Keal Harry. Mike Carroll says Asiasi. Nico says James White. PhD is excited for King Kong versus Godzilla, which comes out next week, apparently.
I'm still on Patriots.com. I'm not sure for how much longer, but I'm reading Paul Perillo's article.
Yeah, we've had Paul on here at DraftKings. Yep.
NFL notes, Patriots free agency awards. So he gives out awards for all of the picks. Best move, in parentheses, moves, the 2 tight ends. Best under the radar move, in parentheses, moves, Devon Gottschalk and Henry Anderson. Best reunion move, Kyle Van Noy. Best oh now I see it move, Jalen Mills. Best gamble move, Matthew Judon. Best sneaky important move, bringing back Ted Karras. Best risky move.
He's naming
bringing back
everyone.
Trent Brown. Right. And he's giving them all an award.
God, that is a team website right there for you. Love Paul.
I know. Best if you can't beat him move, Nelson Aguilar. Best ready for a bigger role move, Kendrick Bourne.
You didn't make any of that up, did you? He included everybody they signed.
Yes, each of them got a different award, different superlative, if you will.
Wait, hold on a second. Are you sure Perillo wrote that, or did Adam Kaufman write that?
I think maybe was a ghostwriter on it. Paul Perillo, Patriots.com writer.
Oh, but I just, Yeah, we'll see. I'm happy they spent. I'm happy.
I hope he's wrong because I enjoy seeing the Patriots lose. I think a lot of people do, but I'm amused at Paul's article. The only team website that is critical of the team, and it's amazing, but I'll let you guess. They're openly critical when it's time to be critical, like a newspaper columnist. You want to guess?
1 out of the 32.
I guess I can give you. Do you want a hint or you just want to guess? Throw it right there.
Missed him.
If you want a hint, I'll give it away. But
No, don't.
Okay.
All right, I'm ready. Here we go. Philly.
No.
All right.
No. Right division.
Jets.
The Jets are not in the same division as the Eagles.
Oh. Giants.
No. You're getting
Washington.
close. Nope.
Dallas.
Yep. Jerry has no problem with the team website being critical of his moves. He has no problem with anybody being critical. Jerry doesn't pay attention to that much, and the stuff he does pay attention to, he doesn't let bother. He thinks any publicity is good publicity, and if the team website thinks, whatever, the negotiations are dragging out too long with Dak, or this or that, or that was a risky move, he has no problem with them writing. Nick Eatman, I think, has been critical plenty at times. Right? I know he comes on with Koff. Did he come on with you too on DraftKings stuff? From DallasCowboys.com?
Yeah, Coffin does the Eatman spot.
Yeah, so he's been critical. Jerry does not care. I mean, he's not going out of his way to be critical, right? You don't want to bite the hand that feeds you to the point where it would ever show, in an email. But Jerry does not care. It's awesome. He just figures people are reading their website about the Cowboys. If it's a warranted opinion, great. And then while you're there, you might click on the team store and buy something.
Yeah. Well, now that you say that, Eatman is Eatman's pretty forthcoming.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And I mean that to compliment. He kind of can say some stuff.
Right. Nobody else from a team website would dare to, because it's just the nature of that job. I'm not mad at it. If I was getting paid by a team website, I would be doing things like Paul Perillo just did. Doesn't make it not funny to me, but I get it.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if you're worried about journalistic integrity, I'll put that in quotes because we're just covering football. Don't go work for a team website. But if you like, I don't know, putting food on the table and paying your mortgage, go work for a team website and be fine with it. It's just interesting to me. There's lots of people that have been critical reporters / opinion givers at times, and their paper closes down or whatever, or downsizes or changes, and then they end up working for the team website.
Right.
I'm in 6th place, by the way, if it matters. Plenty of time left. But if you're going to keep the score, you might as well be doing it.
94th. There's another pass breakup. Matt Stafford's 3 for 8. Mike Carroll in the chat. Slot night, hopefully. Dola and Edelman. Former teammates.
Big-time stars on Ballers.
Are they really?
Well, they were on the show Ballers when John David Washington's character, Ricky, whatever his name was signing with the Patriots. He had to go work out with them on the beach.
Oh.
But not Brady. I'm guessing Brady cost too much.
Hawkinson with another catch. We're tied at 7.
Also, Patricia not on the Patriots website yet. That doesn't surprise you, based on what I told you earlier.
That's funny. Stafford.
Ooh, had him.
I'm curious to see what Stafford's. Say it again.
I'm hoping I get connected, but my dumb dog just came behind me.
Oh.
He goes the wrong way.
Probably doesn't need it. By the way, Matt Stafford, 64% owned in the flex. I'm curious what his Madden ratings will look like with the Rams. Like, does he get
to start? Does he get any bump? You think?
Oh, I was just gonna say, does he get an automatic bump because it's a better team?
I'll ask.
That's got to be a factor. A little bit. I'm not saying a lot. His awareness is probably still the same, but I don't know. If you get Sean McVay in your ear, maybe your awareness is better. As opposed to Matt Patricia. I don't know. Just throwing it out there. All right, here we go. 3rd and 4. Hey, he dials up a pass to Marvin Jones. Accurate when needed.
All right, I'm asking my buddy Dustin, the Madden ratings adjuster, if the ratings will change. I actually said, do they go up now that he's in LA? So I guess we'll see.
Freak of nature. You're very obsessed with this whole messiest food to eat. What is going on in the freak of nature's life right now that we need to know?
Hey, Ducey, smile. Let me see those gums. Says, go to sleep, BK, with you spewing Garbo. I'm not sure what Garbo is spewing, but my mom could talk better than you. I don't know. Okay. Well, she's not on the schedule to be on these Sims. Tell her to email Madison.
We will not give out Madison's email. We are not going to do that. God.
Let us yell at Jesse on the TV commercials and see if it'll connect.
Stafford, complete.
Oh,
Marvin Jones, touchdown.
Again. Worth the dollar figure there. $2,000 more than Kenny Galladay. I think Gilmore might even been on him. I don't know. We'll see here, I'll look at the replay. See where he starts.
Danny Shelton dancing it up on the sideline.
Yeah.
Former Patriot as well.
Let's see. Yeah. Gilmore's lined up at the left corner, right? Your best corner is always going to be left corner.
Yeah, I'm looking right now.
He just hits him on the slant. Oh, no. Jason McCourty was on.
That was a safety.
No, Jason McCourty was trailing him.
Yep. Jason and Devin ended up being right near him.
Gilmore shutting Galladay down. Doesn't matter. Marvin Jones Jr. making him pay.
Chef Duke says Stafford going to be better in the next Madden. Nico says Stafford will do great in LA.
Jeremy said, was that the play that caused Chung to retire? Talking about this touchdown, or was there one earlier? I think Chung's overrated. I've always thought he was overrated. I think the Patriots are better off without him.
Well, I think he made more of an impact as a morale guy and just a good dude to have around.
Yeah, he knew the defense. He's good in the locker room, all of that, but it felt like he was always a liability.
Let's see. We've got the Twitch fam with us here. About 50 of you on Twitch. First time playing Fortnite. How are you, man? Jolly Joker. DK Sim fam. DK Sim fam on Twitch says Hawkinson hogging the ball. Smash Lanta. Wes says that's Carry-On's best rush ever from that drive. Reed tease, did you know?
Well, I got your answer. This isn't an exact science, but it appears, quote, I think we brought him up 1 overall point.
Ooh. Insider info.
I guess we'll see when the ratings come out.
Now, keep in mind, we should remind everybody that our roster update from Madden 21 goes back to December.
Right, so for the sake of this conversation, I guess there's a chance, whatever, let's say he was 84, right, in December, and then by the end of the playoffs or AFC title game, NFC title, he was 86 or whatever, and they knock him to 87. It's not really a 3-point jump. But to your question was, whatever his last rating was at the end of last year is you know, if you go to the game now versus when you start the game in August, will it be up? And it looks like it'll be over a point.
Yep, I would like to think so. That's important stuff. Luke Murphy, you're right. Carry-On has scored a long touchdown before. Stafford is 83 overall on our rosters. Awareness, 85. Sometimes when he throws it to no one, I'm like, really? His awareness is 85?
What's funny,
his accuracy's good. 88, 85, 87.
Clash, your thought is exactly what Dustin just texted me. He said, I think how smart he is coupled with McVay just gives him a boost. The McVay factor is real. It should be.
You know,
what'll be interesting is McVay's certainly been in Goff's ear. Will he stay in Stafford's ear as much, right? Also, Goff will now have Dan Campbell in his ear, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, but see, Jared Goff's awareness is awful, even with McVay.
Because they think he's, it's Cyrano de Bergerac. He's just putting the lines in his ears.
Yeah. When you've done hundreds of these sims, I feel like I should be right about something when you text your friend that. It's feels good.
Yeah, good job.
All right, we got a Patriots punt.
If we see Goff bite someone's kneecaps, it'll be amazing.
Yeah, what's his bite kneecap rating? I am getting.
I'm gonna steal that line.
An NBA smushed.
Are you playing Koff?
Yeah. We had a battle last night. He won 333 to 330.
Ooh, I'm glad I didn't get a lineup in. Well, I don't know. Maybe I would have had 334. I beat him Sunday in NASCAR and basketball because Saturday we did a sim together, and he's like, "I've been terrible lately. You should have played me." And somebody pointed out, they're like, "Oh, that's a sucker." Maybe it was Edward Pride said he's trying to sucker you in by saying he's trying to hustle you by saying he's been bad because there's no real way to prove it.
Yeah, exactly. He does it all the time.
Yeah, but then it turned out to be true. It turned out to be true. And yesterday when he texted me, I had something going on, like reminding me about setting my lineup. Today I was driving with the kids. Yesterday I might have had something Broncos related. Did something happen yesterday? I don't know. Oh yeah, press conference, Kyle Fuller. So I was dealing with the Kyle Fuller press conference and didn't have time to set my lineup. And then tonight I was driving with the kiddos to go to dinner.
Yeah, last night, Zubac for the Clippers, he had 9 rebounds. He was 1 rebound away from a triple-double, and he was playing at the end of the game. All he was 1 rebound, and I was going to win, and it didn't happen.
He didn't feel like chasing it down?
Yeah, I didn't get the game. I didn't get the game on TV, but there's Hawkinson again. He's had a nice first half. But yeah. I think I won 4 in a row against Koff, and I think I'm about to lose a 3rd or 4th in a row. I think it's 4. So
it ebbs and flows, right?
We've actually and he said this, so I'm not just blowing smoke here. We've actually had a nice little back and forth. Like he won like 9 in a row against me when we first started, and I'm like, all right, I need to take a break. Everyone remembers when I had a temper tantrum about NBA, and it cooled off, and then we've been pretty even since.
Taking a break's good.
Yeah, especially when you 1,000 is on the line for you.
Absolutely. It feels better to hold on to it for a couple days before I give it right back to it. Exactly. It's sitting there in my account.
Yeah. Marvin Jones has the 2nd touchdown for Detroit, if you missed it. 13% in the captain spot, 50% flex. The Patriots just punted. 2nd and 12 for the Lions. Stafford to Jones.
It's like Galladay's not even playing. There he is. I see him. Throw it to him, Matt. I'm in 79th now.
18 Ice Hockey says, Glash, you aren't following the advice on your TikToks well enough. I guess not. Yeah, check out the TikTok if you're interested, at Brendan Glasheen. If you missed it, there is a new video put up late last night, early this morning on Twitter. Sweet 16 Rose Ceremony. The 16 teams receiving their bid to the March Madness Sweet 16.
Edward Pride shouted me out more so than, hey, Ducey, smile, let me see those gums, who thinks I need to trade places with his mom. I guess not trade places, just she could do better.
So
Rick
what up,
Lewis.
Edward Pride? Rick Lewis, I'm not a high roller like BK and Koff. It's $5. $5, that's it.
All relative when it's going back and forth, right? It's all,
yeah.
This isn't real money. We put Bitcoin into the accounts. You see there's a crypto company that's about to sponsor Miami Heat's arena, which I didn't realize American Airlines was bailing. I'm guessing based on the pandemic, they don't need to sponsor 2 stadiums, arenas, so they'll just stick to the one in Dallas, which is where their headquarters is. I think maybe they'll bail on that one too. But yeah, some cryptocurrency company that I've never heard of, because I'm not really involved in that world, is trying to sponsor the Heat's arena down in Miami.
Mark asks, is there a breakdown of how many times a team plays in the after dark game? Shouldn't we have better teams in the late game? New England is in most of the games, a non-playoff team. Well, Mark, we from time to time we get a good matchup, but you're right. We had a bad one the other, what was it, Sunday night? We had Washington and the Raiders, and that was a great sim. I think we actually got a good sim between 2 wretched teams. Cam goes down. Yeah, I mean, look, both of these teams, New England and Detroit. not playoff teams. I guess the Patriots play a lot of Madden After Dark. Is that what you're getting at?
Roland says, BK, if it helps, I know my mom doesn't speak sports better than you. Appreciate that, Roland. Let me ask you this, because I don't know the answer, and without giving away state secrets. Do we know the formula for how the games are
Not
constructed?
a clue.
Yeah.
I have no.
I've never asked because I just figured. Obviously, when they did that like playoff construction, I get it. And somebody the other day in the chat had an idea for something bracket related. So that would also be straightforward with 32 teams. Probably. Would you do it division or would you do it cross record wise? Like first team in the AFC East plays first place team in the, I guess, or first place fourth. You know.
Yeah, I mean when we first started,
16.
Yeah, I mean when we first started, we did a lot of we did the Super Bowl rematch. So Madden 20, we did Chiefs and Niners. And then we did a lot of in-division matchups when we first started out. And then, of course, like you said, we did the tournament in late August, early September when we started Madden 21, which ended up being a tournament format, so division play and then postseason. I'd like to think,
Galladay.
I can't say with certainty, but I would like to think that every matchup kind of all balances out.
It seems like
it all depends on when you get in here and watch. If you're not here for every single one and you go, oh, another night of Patriots, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, trust me, I get the schedule, I dig out my notes on the two teams that are playing, and we go. I don't know. I don't really think of it that way. So I don't know what to tell you. But I can promise you, maybe it's because the commentators talk too much about New England. That might be what it is. When New England's not playing. Stafford. Oh, nice catch. Amendola? Yes. Take the garbage points. That might be what it is, Mark. It's Packers playing the Bills and Patriots talk. That's why it probably feels like the Pats play a ton of Sims.
Or does it feel like, or Glash and I do every Bengals and Cardinals and Colts sim possible? I know it feels like I do.
But Mark, let me assure you, just because DK is based in Boston, there are not more Patriot sims for that reason. I promise. And trust me, we don't support that. We don't say, hey, we need more Patriot sims.
There's plenty of people who aren't from the Northeast that'll claim Yankees Red Sox, which is a great rivalry, gets even more run on ESPN because everybody that works there, especially off camera, for the most part, are from around there. So it matters so much to them that they just make it matter to everyone else when it doesn't as much as they like to make it.
Yeah, we don't. This is gonna sound like we don't care. Like we get the matchups and we do it. You know, like
yeah. There's no advantage to playing more Patriots games. You just mess with the ratings.
But I don't know.
When I say ratings, I'm saying like as it relates to the players and their stats and.
True. Yeah. Right. Cost. Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
Sample sizes.
Yeah. You need it to be even so that it's even.
El Paso #1. I did not fade Claxton. Is he doing bad? I played him.
Speedy Claxton?
Nick's. Is it Nick? Nick, right? Yeah.
I don't know.
Nicholas Claxton. Yeah, he plays center for the Nets.
I'm in 90th.
Roland says, thoughts on letting one of us Saints fans commentating a game with Ducey on a Saints sim? Preferably when your bus comes here to Louisiana.
Oh, well, once the bus is on, we'll be throwing plenty of people. When the bus is rolling, you get some guest commentators and let them ask live questions, right?
One of my dreams, it will never happen. Maybe, is we had a phone line and we let people come on and spew. It would be great.
Fernando De Leon asks, Yo, Cristal, who wins NFC East this year? It's a good question. Washington is probably the safe pick. The Cowboys are
Think so?
Well, they went to the playoffs last year and they add Fitzmagic and they still have Heineke, who I'm not really a believer in, but they added They added Curtis Samuel with McLaurin, so you're super fast with Ohio State kids on the outside. Now, they're not very big pass catchers. And you've got Chase Young, who's maybe the best young pass rusher in the league. Young. I realize his name's Young, but like 25 and under, 23 and under, because I guess Chubb is pretty good too. The Cowboys have the most talent if they're healthy, certainly on offense. But you need Tyron Smith to play the whole year, and Zach Martin to play, and Lyle Collins to play, and Connor Williams to play. And it's 4 starters that didn't play much of the year at O-line. You need Vander Esch to play. Keanu Neal needs to stay healthy. That could end up being a huge signing. You're talking about an all-pro that just is snake-bitten. So I'll probably say Cowboys, and I get that I'm from Dallas. Giants, I don't know. Giants play hard. I don't love their roster, but Galladay's a nice addition. And Philly, I'm not a Jalen Hurts believer, and if he can't play, that leaves you with Joe Flacco. So Philly should finish last.
Chris Robinson, I see you in the chat about N'Keal Harry. Zach is working hard here, updating the scores. If you think something's missing, something doesn't seem right, Zach will get to it. We are through the first half. Renegade, I understand. People want their points. I get it. There's money on the line, real cash, fake cash. The free rolls, of course. People want their points. I understand. Typically, I would say something else, but I only do that every once in a while. Chris is being polite. Just say, oh, hey, Mark. By the way, Mark, totally get your point, your opinion. It's okay. We're listening.
You got any football games coming up soon?
Oh, I was supposed to do one last week. We had a COVID issue. So it's kind of up in the air right now. Beginning of April, I think. That's the plan.
Okay.
So
when are these high school games starting?
There's games in Mass going on now. Yeah.
Well, I'm saying that you're calling.
Oh, I don't know. I'm actually, funny enough, I'm waiting on the Patriots to figure out if they're going to do a high school Super Bowl thing. I'm not sure.
What happened to going to Cape Cod?
Oh, yeah. They had an issue too. That was supposed to be this Friday.
No. You said you have 3 of those. You got 2 more coming.
2 more coming, and hopefully it will be all 3. But who knows, right?
Yeah, but then the Patriots are going to do some sort of championship. Oh man, another fumble, and
N'Keal Harry fumble.
Both times 51 scooped it up, right? It's easy to spot with that hair.
The Patriots host the 6 divisions of Massachusetts high school football Super Bowls.
Cool. Yeah, the Broncos most years do that. They didn't this year, but most years.
Yeah. So I've done the last 2 years. I've done the games at Gillette. Those have been really fun.
That's cool.
Yeah. All 6. The marathon.
Try to act like Zolak. 6 high school games is a lot.
So Zolak used to do those games. You know what? You guys are going to laugh. I've worked with Kaufman on those games, but Kaufman will send it from the studio. So Kaufman's doing in-studio hosting between the games, and he'd go, all right, let's send it back out to Gillette Stadium with Brendan Glasheen and Matt Chatham. Matt Chatham played for the Patriots. So I worked with Chatham.
When we had the high school championship game a couple years ago, one year I was going to do play-by-play, and then I didn't, which was fine because I don't really fancy myself a play-by-play person. But I actually did an hour of just kind of random football talk with a little bit of high school preview. And then I had to do in between the games, but I had other work to do for the Broncos game the next day. So I literally left the Broncos stadium, went to the office, worked, and was just listening to the game. And in the middle of the third quarter, drove back because they wanted me live in the booth, and I wanted to watch the 5A, the big class championship game. But it was funny that they, instead of me just being, I'm like, can I just do this in studio? Like, no, we want you here in the booth. The high school association wants all the broadcast. I'm like, okay. I'm like, I have work I need to do at the studio, but okay. Well, you guys are flying around. Come on, Swift or Hawkinson. I'm in 88th place in honor of Hawkinson.
Stafford. All right, there's the Hawk. Touchdown.
Easy money.
TJ Hawkinson. Right now I'm seeing 4 catches, 75 yards, so now he's up to 5 grabs. Nearing 80 yards. Nice sim for TJ Hawkinson.
Probably should have captained Hawkinson or Stafford at this point.
After you said Swift earlier.
Well, not Cam Newton. Remind me to never captain this guy again.
Yeah.
What a
Hawkinson is the Hawk is the captain in the winning lineup. 11% captained. Good on you. 52.5% owned in the flex. Cater loves it. Jimmy B, Mike Carroll, Rossi's Fat Cat, Tater Hater. Very nice. Nice work. Robbie Noble, yes. Very good. All right. Well, rostering the Patriots defense wasn't a good idea.
You excited for the 1-year anniversary on Sunday?
Yeah, so here's what we can tell you. The big contest, we're still waiting on when we can reveal that to you, the specifics. But what I do know, what I can share, is that it will be it will be something big going on later in the evening, the later part of the day on Sunday.
I wanted to make myself available, right? Because I thought it'd be fun, and I usually work Sundays. Certainly have worked a lot of Sundays with you. But I'm getting my second COVID shot Sunday
that's important.
mid-morning, and I just, in case something went wrong, I didn't want to have to bail, especially on the anniversary. So,
yeah, I mean, I'm tied up I'm tied up at night, but I'll be on a couple sims in the afternoon on Sunday.
Nice.
So that's what we got going on. But we'll more to come on that. Hopefully we have some details for you very, very soon. I understand people are curious. There's N'Keal Harry. Hold on to the rock. There you go. Matt Silverman says hello. Mike Carroll. Mike, we're playing in a league. It's titled the DK SimFam Friends League. It's commissioned by Adam Kaufman. Essentially, it's a league that Kaufman created at this point now, almost probably a year ago. Maybe less than that, 6 months ago. Where we can play in a private contest. So we make a free roll. The announcers will make a free roll, and then we'll fill up. It can be up to 200 members, and we'll just play for bragging rights, just for free. So we'll make it just to kind of, make it a smaller pool of people and just keep it tight and keep it fun. That's what we're talking about. So when we reference our lineups, we don't do public ones. Brandon can, I can't.
I can, but I don't because I don't want to take everyone's money.
That's exactly it.
So Matt Silverman in the chat, I'm assuming do you know that Matt Silverman or just from the chat?
Just Matt from the chat. Matt's been here.
Yeah, there's a Matt Silverman that I grew up with in Dallas, a couple years older than me, that is like the number 2 guy at the Tampa Bay Rays. Like on the business side under the owner. Probably not the same Matt Silverman, I wouldn't think. Probably a pretty common name, but it'd be cool if it was.
Germ on Twitch says, this has been my best Simland day for me in a while.
Good job.
Nice job, Germ. Glad you're enjoying it. Dougie, thanks, man. Yeah, Dougie, we were supposed to have one last week against Delaware. There was an outbreak.
Hens.
The Blue Hens. Joe Flacco's Blue Hens.
Yeah.
Joe Flacco, as you brought up, signed with the, I already forget. Where the heck?
Eagles.
Eagles, right. Renegade says, I went to a sim game and Glass showed up. I'm not going to say the whole name he used. And Matt Silverman confirms, nope, not the same. Matt
No, he
Silverman.
doesn't run the Rays.
Pretty cool, though.
Yeah.
Oh, nice pass. Harry to the 12. Chris Robinson says, we need a big play from James White. All right.
I got James White.
See what happens. 1st and 10 from the 12. 2.5 to go, third quarter. Cam has time. Cam fires. Cam, touchdown to N'Keal Harry. There you go. N'Keal Harry owners making up for the fumble. Chris Robinson, I know you have N'Keal Harry. Nice work, man. 41.5% in the flex, 4.6% in the captain spot. There you go. Nico says, thank you, Zach and Kenny. This is my first time participating and look forward to more in the future. Do you want to be Zach or Kenny?
Me?
Yeah.
Guess I'll be Zach, so you can be Kenny. You can take everyone's vitriol.
Thanks, man.
I don't know how Zach sounds. I've never worked with Zach. I mean, I guess I've seen him on here, but not enough to pay attention to how he sounds.
He's an afternoon guy. You're an evening guy.
These days.
All right. Brian Anderson loves to see it. Crackle smack. Nice work, guys. About 400 of you guys watching. Let's try to get to 350 likes. If you haven't hit that like button yet, smash that like button. There's a good energy in the sim. New England cutting the deficit to 7. Yeah, go Patriots.
Woohoo! Cam Newton. Can't wait. More Cam. Yeah! 3 million guaranteed. Woohoo!
James Farrell. Hey, Glash, good game last night. NBA Classic. You whooped the heck out of me. I got lucky. But I got edged by coughs. That hurt.
Why'd you say whooped and not whooped?
Whooped, whooped, whooped.
I think no one says that conversationally other than tag team.
Got whooped.
And I guess Geico people know.
Whooped. 18 ice hockey. Let's get a cough impression. I can do the cough
Are
laugh.
both Perkins brothers dead, by the way? Or just one still?
Chip is still missing.
So Chip's missing and Skip's dead?
Skip's dead, Chip's missing. And Chip's probably done, but holding out hope that we can find him. 3rd and 10 for Stafford. Colin Knight agreed. Some good energy in the sim. Yeah, there we go. Good energy.
Good
in the
energy.
Sim.
Good sim energy.
I can do the cough laugh.
It has a hint of Ernie from Sesame Street.
Ooh. Don't bring up Sesame Street. Don't threaten me with a good time.
What's funny is I have a 2.5-year-old that loves Elmo but is indifferent towards Sesame Street. Like he's mildly amused by Cookie Monster, but in general, the rest of the Sesame Street characters are basically nothing to him. But Elmo, different deal altogether. Elmo's a daily request.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Which is fine because there's a billion Elmo videos on YouTube. All at different time intervals too. So I'm like, oh, you have 6 minutes or 4 or 14 or whatever. You know, they almost seem to be the same episode. It's like 3 episodes. They cut them in different lengths. And there's Elmo in Spanish, which is fun too.
Oh.
Hola.
You got it. You nailed it. Heard Perkins' brother was in the wood chipper. That from Chris Robinson.
Thank you, Chris.
Do you think that's Chris Robinson, lead singer of the Black Crowes, or a different Chris Robinson? Because that would be amazing.
I wouldn't be surprised at this point. I'm not surprised by anything.
Well, Morton Anderson showed up in the chat the other day.
Yeah, I heard of it. So you were on the sim as well?
I was not. No, it was Koff and I wish I would have been on with Morton because could have had some fun stuff in the chat just because I know a lot of his friends. And I covered him for a year, a million years ago in 2003.
Daniel from our production team shares the Sunday Simland Times. Skip dead, Chip missing. Family suspects foul play.
Foul play for sure. Need another Lions score here. Come on, Matt Prater. Arizona Cardinals, new kicker. Nailed it. It's automatic from there.
Brother Phil says, Glashy, I keep telling you you're not going to find Chip. Roland says, no Elmo voice, please. I just put my 5-year-old to sleep and thought I could hide from that, or other things like that. Well, at least you said please. Rick Lewis does not want to have Cam Newton as his quarterback. And Rick, you know what? You're entitled to feel that way. Nathan says Pat Mahomes is going to do voiceover work as Kermit the Frog.
18 Ice Hockey says, I'll change my name to Tom Brady. Do you think BK will think I'm actually Tom Brady? I won't think it, but I'll ask the question. If everyone changes their screen names to somebody famous, I'll say, do you think that that's the real Wayne Gretzky in the chat? And it probably won't be, but it would be amusing if everyone changed their name to a celebrity or a sports star, sports figure.
Matt Stafford, 235 passing.
Good thing I faded him and Captain Cam.
Hey, he's got his completion percentage is only, 66 is not terrible, but it's not great.
Not great for Madden, but you'll take that in the NFL. Any quarterback over 65, you're happy with.
Here we go. N'Keal Harry, 7 for 93. Hawkinson, 7 for 106. Both players with a touchdown. Harry did fumble. So did Edelman. Edelman is a captain play. Not good.
No. On defense, is the same guy that picked up both fumbles. The 51 pick up both fumbles. Doesn't really matter. I'm just curious.
You might be right. Check it out. Davis forced both.
Right. FRs.
Yep.
Jelani Tavai. Guy's a magnet for the football. That's what everybody says about him. Number one thing on the scouting report coming out.
Tony says, no response from the chat. Good night. See you, fam, tomorrow.
All right, I'm going to give you 3 guesses. Where'd Jelani Tavai play in college?
Oklahoma.
No, it's actually not the hardest guess if you
Ohio State.
think about it. No.
Hawaii.
Yep. Are you looking at a roster in front of you that has everyone's okay.
Swear to God.
Yeah.
You asked me 15
No,
seconds ago.
I know, but I don't know what's in front of you. You have a lot more charts.
I'm showing you my hands. I wasn't on
I get it. I don't know how your boards are set up. So he grew up in Inglewood, played his high school ball in California, but I believe his family's got to be some sort of Pacific Islander. He's the younger brother of J.R. Tavai, who had an illustrious career in Canada, or is having one right now, and played 2 years with the Titans. But played at USC. Did J.R. Tavai.
Bruiser B, was that a pick or a scratch with Glash? What are you talking about?
I don't know. Did you stick your finger near your nose, I guess? We can rewind on YouTube and look and see.
That's the first thing I thought of. But, maybe I got caught.
It was a scratch.
Yeah, we need a buzzword. What are you thinking, Chef Duke?
Buzzword.
I mean, when you said it's actually not that hard when you think about it, I go, oh, that sounds boring. Hawaii.
Hawaii. That's 3 syllables. You can just say Tavai. I always like 2 syllables, but it's your deal, so I'll support you. By giving a moment of silence, like I always do.
You want to do a moment of silence tonight?
No, I give a moment of silence because it's your thing.
Oh, true. We do moments of silence, though.
Sure, but, well, you want to give a moment of silence. We don't need to bring the Sim Fam down.
Tony needs advice. What do you need advice on, pal?
I thought he was checking out and said, see you tomorrow. But all right. Advice from us or advice from the chat?
Maybe. Ryan Stanton says, what's the significance of a buzzword? It's been a while since I've explained this. We have a
That's Glash's HOA, or whatever they're called.
All right, so, Ryan, here's the quick story. Long time ago here in Simland, you have to go back to last March, April, more so April, once people got used to these. Got an email from, doing Madden After Dark quite a bit. Got an email from the old apartment complex saying, hey, we're going to now install quiet hours at 11 p.m. because it's getting kind of loud in that late 10 o'clock Eastern hour. A lot of noise going on, so we're going to cap it at 11 o'clock. So I figured this might be triggered towards me because I've been obnoxiously calling Madden Sims late at night. And I said, you know what? I'm just going to pick the last minute of the night before I have to be quiet and just bark a word, whatever it may be. So we settled on a buzzword. That's what we decided on. So at 10:59, I try to weigh the chat. Sometimes we get it naturally in the first minute, maybe 15 minutes, 20 minutes. We pick a word and we scream the hell out of it for a minute. And then we have to be quiet at 11. The end. So the buzzword is stuck for a year, which is really freaking cool now that I think about it. That's it. All right, we do need a word because it's 10:58. We got to pick something. Hawaii? Is Hawaii? Am I saying? Is that three syllables? Hawaii.
Well, if you say it right, it's Hawaii. Is how they say it.
Hawaii.
That's how the Hawaiians say it. I've been told.
Hawaii.
Why they say it? Hawaii.
Hawaii. Okay, we're doing it. Hawaii. 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 Okay. Very good. Shout out Reed T. 3rd and goal. Oh man,
Touchdown.
That was Colton Stafford. Cam Newton to Demir Bird.
That's why Captain Cam Newton.
That's right.
Well, I'm in 124th place.
Wow, nice work, man. All right. Demir Bird. I think I played Demir Bird. Let me just double check. I did. All right, there we go. Demir Bird. Patriots defense, though, has 0 points.
Galladay has 4.6 in the flex. He's cruising towards the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award.
Hey, I called that. I said fade Galladay. But everything else is going wrong.
I said Gilmore would be all over him. He has been. See how the Lions' 4-minute offense is. I mean, I know there's 2:51 left, but just need to run out the clock. Can they do it? Probably not.
We shall see. Sean Preston? Kinda, but I wouldn't say that. Chris Robinson says, welp, that hurt. Pat's making a field goal game. This is good news, though, for Stafford owners because he'll keep chucking. It further ensures he'll keep chucking. Hawaii is a tough state to say for a minute.
Yeah, especially if you say it the way they want you to say it.
Yeah. Oh, nice bouncing there by Kerryon Johnson. 40 plus yards now for Johnson in the sim. Lions by 3. 2.5 left in the fourth. We have producer Michael, Daniel on the 1s and 2s, Zach from the Game Ops team, Brandon Cristal, myself. Chris Robinson says, I hate the fact they never use James White in the short field, even though he can run and catch.
First down.
Sony, it's still one-dimensional.
Oh, 3rd and inches. Last play before that's the last play in the 2-minute warning.
Well, Pat's got to get a stop here.
Does Stafford sneak it through? Obviously, 2 good run plays there. They stack in the box.
Roland says...
Lions will stupidly go play action here and then have to punt.
Roland says, did you call Koff out yet on telling Justin 3 times to change the quote on those awesome bats?
What's your bat say?
I don't have mine yet. I already forget what it looks like.
No. He's talking to me about sending a bat. I really wanted just a aluminum softball bat, which Louisville makes. They just don't make them where he is in Louisville. They use a different company. I was like, dude, I don't need a hardwood bat with my name on it. I mean, it sounds cool. I'm like, I really just want a bat that I can swing in my softball league.
Ryan says, my team started in the, another word. My team blanked the bed at the end here for the $10 contest. I was going to go to Hawaii if I won. See, Ryan, the buzzword. It's making you feel things.
It's a pretty big play here.
2nd and 8. 1 timeout left for the Patriots.
Ball game.
And there's your game. Good for the Lions.
They needed this. Stafford needed it. Patricia needed it to audition for Belichick to hire him back, which is something he doesn't always do, right? Normally when guys leave, he makes them go get a job somewhere else before he brings them back. He certainly did that with Josh McDaniels.
Okay, so they're kneeling the ball, so I can get to. So Roland, I misread what you said. No, that did happen. Yes, I told Justin. Justin had a. Now I got to go back and find it. But he had a name for me, and I didn't really get it. And I'm like, who is this? Let me find it. He called it the Dream Stream Team.
Okay.
Or what was it? He had it as the Gleam Machine.
Okay.
I'm like, I was just honest with him. I'm like, Justin, what the hell is Gleam Machine? It kind of rhymes. I'm like, well, I mean, I appreciate the bat, but like, he sent it to me for feedback, and I'm like, I'm just to be honest, like, no one gets Gleam Machine. I'm like, no one calls me Gleam Machine.
I may start calling you that now.
So I said
Gleam
to him,
or Glean?
I said, what is Gleam Machine? And I said, hey, if this is what you got to send, that's cool. I didn't get it. So I said, what's Gleam Machine? Yeah, it did say something. Just to be honest, I was being honest with him. It was a good back and forth. He was
Gleam with an M?
Yeah.
Like a gleam in your eye? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm definitely calling you that from now on.
Like, what is this Gleam Machine? I thought I was missing something. I'm like, wait a second. Is this like an internal chat nickname that I'm not aware of? And he's like, no, it just rhymes. And I'm like, what? So, and I said something. That's all. And Justin was cool with it. Of course, he totally had.
Yeah, it kind of rhymes. Your first
totally
two
in the
letters
right.
of your last name are a G and an L. Why not the Glash Man? Because it kind of sounds like Trash Man. I'm not insinuating that. I'm just saying that's something that people, familiar with.
So, and I said to him, if it's going to be a pain in the butt, don't do it. I said that. I said, don't do it.
All right, so the best captain of the night had to be my man Hawkinson, right? 106 yards, 7 catches, scored. 64% owned, but seemed to be worth it. N'Keal Harry, though, 20 points in the flex. So
even with
the
fumble,
30 in
had
the
a good
captain
night.
spot.
Mm-hmm.
And he's way less owned. So if you were me, would you pick Hawkinson or Harry?
Looking at ownership.
Probably Harry, right?
Probably
you got more
Harry.
value there. Yeah. N'Keal Harry, your player of the game. Krusty Krystal, player of the game. Not my kid award, goes to my captain, although it could go to your captain. But Kenny Galladay was a nice number, 7,600. Owned 50% of the time in our contest, just about. Captain 13%. 4.6 points. Kenny Galladay. Pathetic. If I were him, I would go to the Giants right now. What's going on tomorrow?
Yeah, let's go to the schedule and then we can go real fast. Shout out, we had a large tie. We had a 77 way tie for first. Hawkinson in the captain spot for the
Wow,
public
it's a
showdown.
wild weather Wednesday too, isn't it?
and Albadoo 2, first place in the free roll. So here's the schedule for tomorrow. Noon Eastern tomorrow, the 24th of March. Yes, Bills at Jets. Bills at Jets in the rain to start the day with Koff and Christian. 2 p.m. Giants at the Jags. Koff and Christian in the rain again. I'll be here at 4 with z.thompson in the wind. Broncos at Bengals. 6 o'clock. Saints at the Seahawks. I'll be here with Kenny Ducey from his sauna in the rain. Titans at Steelers at 8 with Rossi and Freeze Pops, and then Rossi and Freeze Pops in the snow for the last 2 games. Titans, Steelers, and Panthers, Packers. Rain, rain, wind, rain, snow, snow. Rain, rain, wind, rain, snow, snow. Thank you to producer Michael, Daniel on the 1s and 2s, Zach from the Game Ops team, Brandon, good night. See you guys tomorrow.
See you, Gleam Machine.